Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If everyone could go ahead and take their seats. So I'm Ben Story. I'm a senior fellow here at the American Enterprise Institute. I want to welcome you all to AEI's third annual Future of the American University Conference. So when Jenna Story, my wife and fellow scholar here, and Yuval Levin and I were talking about what we wanted to do by founding a new conference series on the American University here at AEI, we wanted to focus on the ways that universities can help themselves and help the rest of us by doing better the things that they are best built to do. We wanted to focus on thinking about how universities can be better universities, not society clubs or career advancement centers or social change agents, but institutions dedicated to the discovery and transmission of wisdom and the awakening and development of the most profound powers of the human mind. We've been working on this with the help of many of the people in this room who are on the ground on campus, working to make universities more like their best selves. Our goal here is to gather the best that is being thought, said, and done in our colleges and universities so that all of us might think these projects through a little bit better together. So this year, our particular focus is on civic education, past and present. There is today widespread, unusually bipartisan consensus on the need for better university-level civic education. 61 college and university presidents, organized by the Institute for Citizens and Scholars, made a public pledge just in April to improve civic education on their campuses. Stanford has launched a new required course on citizenship in the 21st century. Johns Hopkins has created the SNF Agora Institute, which seeks to realize the promise of the ancient agora in modern times. Other elite private institutions are undertaking similar efforts. In fact, it comes to mind that Duke University has been developing a particularly fine initiative of this kind, the Civil Discourse Project. But then, just a couple of months ago, the news broke that a public school just down the road from Duke, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, of which I happen to be an alumnus, scooped Duke's star player in this particular competitive sport, Jed Atkins, who is with us here this morning, to be the inaugural dean of the new School of Civic Life and Leadership in Chapel Hill. Poor Duke. If that wasn't enough, UNC also beat them twice in basketball this year. It's tough to be a Blue Devil these days. Maybe Jerry Seinfeld could go down to campus and tell them a joke or two to make them feel better about themselves. So now, one reason that Carolina was able to win Jed away from Duke was that our great public universities are doing even more ambitious things in civic education than our great private universities. Flagship public institutions in North Carolina, in Texas, in Arizona, in Florida, in Ohio, in Tennessee, in Mississippi, and in Utah have created entirely new academic units, in some cases entire schools or colleges dedicated to civic education, and more such projects are on the horizon. Many of these projects are animated by the insight that we need a new model of civic education. For while the service learning model of civic education that has been popular on campus for the past several decades has had some energy, it doesn't adequately offer the intellectual training for citizenship it is the university's distinctive role to provide. A significant number of thoughtful scholars, joined by far-sighted administrators, trustees, alumni, parents, students, legislators, and other Americans, now recognize that university-level civic education needs to be reimagined. And they're pouring tremendous resources of time, money, and talent into that effort. Such entrepreneurial projects, however, often fail to achieve their ends, particularly as times change and the spirit of their founding moment is dissipated. As Johns Hopkins president Ronald has put it, the history of civic education in colleges and universities is one defined above all by repeated bursts of civic resolve that have run aground or lost focus. In particular, civic education initiatives in the past have been dissipated by the entropic pull of the existing research disciplines, which structure the university and set the incentives for how faculty live and what students study. So how will those involved in reviving university-level civic education meet the challenge of creating something enduring and fruitful, given these realities of academic life? Might new general civic education requirements be somehow shored up against the forces that have dissolved them in the past? Might new subfields and key disciplines, such as history, sociology, English, and political science, be created that look at a specific area of their subject matter from a civic perspective? Or perhaps, as we approach the 250th anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence, it is time for civic education to declare its own independence. Perhaps civic education should assume among the powers of the university the separate and equal station to which the just demands of the human mind and the American Republic entitle it. Perhaps civic education needs and deserves to become a new autonomous discipline, as English literature and biochemistry and sociology themselves became autonomous disciplines not so long ago. Perhaps it needs a new name to mark the distinctive perspective that it brings to the study of human phenomena. Perhaps that name might be civic studies, as Peter Levine and others have suggested, or civic thought, the possibility that has emerged in conversations among those leading some of these exciting new initiatives in public universities. However we answer that question, these projects stand to become new centers of intellectual gravity in the academic world. If they are designed with intellectual integrity and play host to great teaching and scholarship, they might avoid succumbing to shifts in public attention and the entropic forces of university life. They might influence, for the better, the insalubrious ideological atmosphere that has come to penetrate the classrooms, the offices, and even the famous safe spaces of our campuses. So to help all the people involved in these projects do this vital and urgent work as reflectively as possible, today we've brought together an impressive collection of classicists, historians, political theorists, and political scientists to think with us about the fundamental questions raised by this watershed moment. What is a citizen? What does it mean to think like a citizen? How have the political communities and civic thinkers of the past understood what civic education requires? What does American civic education, in particular, require? Does a civic thinker need to be a humanist? Does civic education involve liberal education? What lessons can we take from history that can inform the shape of academic programs, the hiring of faculty, and the contours of scholarly projects? How should these lessons be reflected in the syllabi of courses, the projects students undertake, and the style in which faculty write their books? We've invited you all to come to AEI to ask these questions and others in the hope that reflecting on them can help us build better, more integral, more enduring projects of civic education. So constituted, these programs stand the best chance to successfully resist the entropic forces that already seek to subsume them and bear civic fruit for many years to come. Thank you for the time and trouble that many of you have taken to be here. We hope these conversations, the conversations that take place here today, will continue long after these sessions and be useful to your intellectual and practical work. So with that, I'll turn things over to my fellow AEI scholar and wife, Jenna Silver-Story, who will moderate our first conversation on civic education, the ancients and us.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. Good morning and welcome. Now, you might expect that a conference on civic education, past and present, would begin with a panel on the ancients. But in our view, this is not because they stand chronologically at the beginning of Western civilization. Much more importantly to us, the ancient Greeks and Romans are fundamental to efforts to reconceive of and revive civic education today, because they saw with fresh eyes a new human capacity, the capacity for self-governance, the capacity to act and to think like a citizen. They're therefore uniquely suited to remind us of the noblest aspirations of citizenship and of the kind of education that's necessary to live up to that vocational ideal. The nobility of citizenship, the high demands it makes on education, these are particularly important things to remind us of today. For at least in some circles, talking about a university-level civic education, as many of us in this room do, strikes people like a contradiction in terms. Civics, after all, is something that we've become accustomed to thinking as happening primarily in K-12. It's about learning the basic facts of our country's history or the nuts and bolts of our governmental systems. And if we've come to the conclusion that we need to offer that kind of education in our universities today, it's because our schools have failed or neglected to offer it. University-level civic education, then, comes to seem like remedial work. But in the ancients' perspective, and in particularly in Cicero's perspective, who will feature in both of our presentations today, civics isn't just for kids. It's an endeavor that makes great demands on our minds and on our characters. It can spark soaring intellectual ambitions, and it is bound up with the loftiest speculative questions. So this morning on our panel, we'll hear first from Jed Atkins. You've already heard about his dramatic moves from Duke to UNC, where he is now the founding dean and director of the School of Civic Life and Leadership. He also holds the Taylor Grandin Distinguished Professorship on the Philosophy of Living, which sets, I think, high expectations. So this morning, he's going to talk to us on a somewhat more constrained subject, Cicero, and liberal arts for civics. After Jed speaks, we'll hear from Eric Adler, who's the professor and chair of the classics department at the University of Maryland. Eric is, I dare to mention, a Duke PhD, and the author of several books about Roman history and rhetoric, as well as the role that classics have played in the history of education, in particular American education. One that I would particularly recommend is a recent book called The Battle of the Classics: How a 19th Century Debate Can Save the Humanities Today. His presentation this morning is entitled Civic Education and the Need for a New Humanism. So please join me in welcoming Jed Atkins to the podium.
Well, thank you so much, Jenna, for that introduction. The move from Duke to UNC was not that dramatic. For the last 15 years, I went out on my driveway and took a right and drove 10 minutes to work. And now I go out on my driveway and take a left and drive 10 minutes to work. But it's wonderful to be with you here today. Our civic life is in crisis. America is polarizing faster than any other major democracy. Most Republicans and Democrats believe that members of their political outgroup are evil. This tremendous polarization is impacting how we address our country's problems at virtually every institutional level, from our nation's capital to state capitals, from corporate boardrooms to grade school classrooms. Trust in almost all of America's institutions is at an all-time low, and this decline in trust includes the university. The majority of Americans no longer believe that a four-year college degree is worth the cost. Only 36% have a great deal or quite a lot of confidence in higher education, according to a well-publicized Gallup poll that was released last spring. And this, of course, is down 48% from 48% in 2018 and 57% in 2015. Confidence is falling in higher education across all major subgroups when sorted by political affiliation, gender, and educational attainment. Since October 7th, the university has been in the news almost constantly in this regard. The irony is not lost on the public. The university, an institution that should be best positioned to foster civil conversations about the weighty matters of democratic import, has instead become a symbol for our democratic failures. And even amidst these challenges, some of us are hopeful that the university can equip future citizens and leaders in our polity with the knowledge and capacities to discharge the weighty duties of democratic citizenship. My own decision to leave my faculty position at Duke to become the director and dean of Carolina's School of Civic Life and Leadership was made from confidence in such a hope. And I know many of you here today share this hope. I'm going to set up these remarks by recalling something that Cornel West wrote in an essay on democratic hope in the 90s. West wrote that the prisoner of hope confidently faces the future in light of the best of the past. As a scholar of classical political philosophy who has spent a good many years wrestling with how my work can enrich our understanding of our present political problems, I've always liked this way of putting the question. Let's face the future in light of the best of the past. A word for this transmission of the best of the past into the future is tradition. Often tradition can sound stale and antiquated rather than living and vibrant, and so one of my friends and former colleagues, Duke New Testament scholar and theologian Kevin Rowe, likes to speak in terms of traditioned innovation. The liberal arts itself offers a tradition of education for civic life and thought. Civic education in this sense might be regarded as the liberal arts for civics. What are some features of such a tradition? How does this tradition and these features of this tradition distinguish liberal arts for civics from other approaches to civic education? In sketching a brief answer to these questions, I'm going to ask for your patience. I'm going to draw not on the whole of the liberal arts tradition, but on Cicero. And I have two excuses for doing so. First, this is my charge when the stories invited me. Tell us what Cicero would say about civic education. And like many professors, I'm a good student who likes to do my homework. And so, Jenna, my homework assignment is completed. But to give credit where credit is due, Cicero makes an especially compelling assignment for a participant on a panel on civic education, the ancients and us. Because Cicero is an important early figure in the liberal arts tradition, full stop. And one can make a good case that he was the founder of the liberal arts for civics tradition. Let me briefly explain. It was in one of Cicero's writings, De Inventione, that the term liberal arts, or artes liberales, first appears. This work, De Inventione, was widely read during the Renaissance and had a profound impact on later civic and rhetorical education. Cicero writes, "With reference to a man's way of life, it is proper to consider among what men and in what manner, and according to whose direction he has been educated. What teachers of the liberal arts he has had, what instructors for living, with what friends he spends his time, and in what business or employment or craftsmanship he is occupied, in what manner he administrates his property, and what are his household traditions." Note that Cicero takes his readers to be familiar with the term liberal arts. He includes them alongside other terms in a list. He does not gloss this term or explain it. This suggests that the term would have been familiar to his contemporaries. His use of the term does not seem to innovate. And indeed, Cicero wrote De Inventione in his early 20s, and he would later dismiss it as the unpolished work of his youth. The liberal arts here appear in a practical context. They are the pursuits that support one's way of life, the successful conduct in the world of an elite male Roman. But still, like much else in Cicero's thought, and the 60-year-old Cicero's protest notwithstanding, Cicero would deepen and develop his thoughts on the liberal arts for the rest of his life. Over the course of the next 4 decades, Cicero would develop these in distinct ways. One Greek and one Roman. First, Cicero will make it clear, as he eventually works out the content of the liberal arts, that philosophy, that most Greek subject, should have an important place in the curriculum. Indeed, in the work in which he characterizes De Inventione as youthful and unpolished, his last work on duties, he advises his son to read Cicero's own writings on philosophy, which contain deep engagement with the leading philosophical schools of his day. This would supplement the education his son was receiving in Athens. On Duties was a letter written to Marcus Jr. as he was studying abroad in Athens, and by virtues of his publication, it was addressed to the aspiring young Roman ruling class. Philosophy is the Greek development, but, as Cicero says, though it's Greek, it's no less important for that. Indeed, in a letter to one of his friends, Cicero will say that philosophy is the liberal art that delights him most of all. And so, in Cicero's works, it takes its place along the other pursuits deemed arts. Pursuits such as rhetoric and literature and logic and grammar and astronomy and geometry, history and music. All of these pursuits, with the partial exception of rhetoric, were seen by Cicero and other Romans to be Greek, even as Cicero will insist in his later work on moral ends, that having been transmitted into the Latin language, he and his fellow Romans may consider them as being our own. That's the Greek development. As for the Roman development, Cicero makes clear that the liberal arts will have a civic dimension. When it came to the study of politics and community life, the Romans, Cicero included, would not concede first place to the Greeks. On the ideal order, one of the character broadens the liberal arts to include, quote, the study of the way of life of human beings and of political affairs. The latter term, political affairs, de rebus publicus, would become the title of the sequel to On the Ideal Order, On the Commonwealth, or De Re Publica. There, Scipio, a character from a distinguished Roman family, confesses that when it comes to the study of the way of life of human beings and political affairs, he has learned much from the Greeks. Indeed, On the Commonwealth is modeled after Plato's Republic. And Cicero portrays Plato's Republic as being about the way of life of human beings and about political affairs. Still, the Roman turn is a civic turn. Listen to Scipio as he describes it. I ask you to listen to me in this way. As someone neither completely ignorant of Greek learning nor deferring to the Greeks, particularly on this subject, but as a Roman citizen, reasonably well educated by the care of his father and inflamed from childhood with the desire of learning, but educated much more by experience and home learning than by books. The Roman dimension in the liberal arts curriculum is the civic dimension. One might study the timeless questions. Cicero's On the Commonwealth takes up the question of whether and to what degree we can achieve a political science with a predictive power analogous in some sense to astronomy. He's doubtful. But one does so from a particular perspective and from within a particular context. To be a citizen is to be from somewhere and to belong to some place and to occupy some perspective, even if one's study of the timeless questions has the potential to lift, at least to some extent, us beyond our immediate horizons and commitments. For Cicero, the Roman ingredient of the liberal arts manifests itself in the civics. So the slogan I began with, the liberal arts or civics, is profoundly Ciceronian. For the rest of my time, I'm going to briefly unfold three dimensions of Cicero's idea of the liberal arts for civics that are relevant for the current civic education movement. Again, keeping with my homework assignment and the theme of today's panel. First of all, the liberal arts for civics combines the political and the humanistic. So the liberal arts for civics combines the political and the humanistic. In Cicero's writings, the study of the way of life of human beings is frequently linked with, quote, the study of political affairs. Those two slogans, those tags go together. And I will add that the later tradition also kept them together. when the North Carolina General Assembly met in 1789 in Fayetteville to establish the University of North Carolina as our nation's first public university, they did so because they were convinced and convicted that they had the duty to establish an education to, quote, promote the happiness of a rising generation, and, quote, I continue to quote, endeavor to fit them for an honorable discharge of the social duties of life by paying the strictest attention to their education. The founders of our nation's first public university rightly saw that human happiness and civic responsibilities were linked. They recognized that a healthy republic required citizens committed to family and state and nation to one another, and that political charity could not be achieved without a civic education unflinchingly committed to what we now call the humanities. You do not need to endorse the thought of Cicero or Carolina's founders in every detail to appreciate the premise that concerns of human flourishing must not be uncoupled from political analysis and commitments. The history of totalitarian regimes of the 20th century shows what happens when political projects, whether in the left or on the right, become invested with the weight of ultimate purpose and meaning that they are not able to bear. Politics is transformed into oppressive ideology that brooks no compromise. Concerns with human happiness and the related questions of spirit, purpose, and meaning are necessary to keep politics in its proper perspective, a sphere of practical decision-making in which a diverse body of citizens works together to come up with the best solutions to the current common problems. For my money, the crisis of civil discourse runs downstream from a deeper crisis, the crisis of human meaning and purpose and value. Second, the liberal arts for civics is vocational. It's vocational. The type of liberal arts education that is concerned with the big questions is frequently contrasted with technical or pre-professional education. On one hand, that is at peace with the Ciceronian tradition of liberal arts for civics. Famously, in Cicero's On the Ideal Order, we're told that the study of the artes liberales was the form of learning, quote, worthy of a free person. And the term worth here would seem to evoke an elite status that freed one from everyday menial tasks. That's one perspective. But on the other hand, in De Inventione, Cicero clearly presents the liberal arts as of a piece with questions of one's choice to pursue business and employment and craftsmanship and the management of property. I suggest we reframe the issue. Cicero is not so much talking about the compatibility of the liberal arts and technical training, but the liberal arts in the vocational. The latter invites guidance from the former about one's calling or choice of roles that one will inhabit, and about how one chooses to conduct oneself in these roles and offices. The vocational element is clearest in Cicero's On Duties. There he talks about the role of the human, which we all play. And he addresses how that should relate to and instruct the other various roles or vocations we take up: the doctor, the magistrate, the soldier. Cicero provides advice based on part of the liberal arts curriculum to young Roman men about how they should consider their choice of professions. And then, having once taken them up, how they should live so that they may flourish as both human beings and in their other various personal and civic roles. In my experience, our students are hungry for such guidance. A liberal arts for civics education that ignores this vocational connection is missing an important opportunity. Third, liberal arts for civics offers a general scope of knowledge, which is important for political leadership and political rhetoric and decision-making. Ciceronian liberal arts for civics is an education for leadership. Cicero believes the general scope of knowledge offered provides the context for political leadership, oratory, and decision-making. Several of his dialogues explore this point, not least the works like On the Ideal Order and On the Laws. At various points in these works, especially invoking Plato's Phaedrus, Cicero suggests that we need to have some knowledge of the whole, including knowledge of the natural world and the place of humanity within it. Such general studies should help the student understand that, quote, he is born for civil society and furnish the type of rhetoric and prudential virtues necessary, and I continue to quote, to guide peoples, establish laws, chastise the wicked, and protect the good, to praise famous men, and to issue instructions for the safety and glory suited to persuading his fellow citizens. Cicero's connection between a liberal arts education and leadership was powerfully illustrated once to my students over lunch by the late Charlie Hill. Charlie was a distinguished diplomat, and along with Gaddis was founder of Yale's Grand Strategy program. We talked about leadership, and Hill said, leaders make decisions, they make judgments, and they take responsibility for decisions that impact others. What knowledge and skills are needed? How are they to be acquired? That was the question for our lunch conversation. And this is what Charlie told my students. Began with a question. He said, do you know why generals are called generals? Generals are called generals because they are generalists. They have knowledge of the broader context in which to make decisions in a particular domain, in this case, the military. This general grasp of the domain allows them to weigh and balance the different knowledge, information, and sciences of the specialists, to weigh the alternatives, and to make a reasoned decision that best promotes the good of the institution. A leader within the civic, social, and political context must have the knowledge of the domain of civic thought. Then he asks, where do you have the opportunity to acquire the generalist knowledge and capacities needed for leadership? Not in the workforce, or in graduate school, or professional school, where you will quickly specialize, but in your undergraduate education. Take advantage of this opportunity. Pursue a liberal arts education, not a pre-professional one, he advised my students. Of course, this leadership dimension of the Ciceronian liberal education for civics suggests an education for the few. We can't all be leaders. And Cicero, writing for the elite at Rome, was fine with this. Others, beginning at least as early as St. Augustine, writing in the 5th century, have been troubled by this exclusivity. I suspect some of you, too, will share Augustine's reservations at this point. We might then end on a question. If we find parts of the Ciceronian liberal arts for civics persuading, then how should we bring it forward into our own democratic day, and on what terms? This question is an appropriate place to end the talk, for this is the work of a tradition, to consider the future in light of the best of the past. It also evokes the spirit of Cicero, who was a skeptic, and as a skeptic was always revising and revisiting his views to get closer to the truth in light of the best arguments and evidence. A Ciceronian tradition of the liberal arts or civics must, if anything, combine space for self-reflection and self-criticism with substantive commitments to community and to human flourishing. That is a difficult undertaking, never settled, always in motion, but given the state of our current civic health, it is far better and more inspiring than the status quo. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jenna, for that very kind introduction. The title of my talk today, as Jenna said, is Civic Education and the Need for a New Humanism. The story has asked me to link my presentation to my book from 2020 called The Battle of the Classics. I did my homework too, as it turns out. So I'm going to highlight the basic argument of that book. As you're going to see, that book focuses on a proper defense of the humanities. But by the conclusion of my remarks, I'll also relate the thesis of the book to the topic of today's conference, that is to say, civic education. As I'll attempt to argue, if American institutions of higher learning are going to succeed at providing their students with a decent approach to civic education, they will need to revivify the spirit of humanism that has been marginalized in US colleges since the late 19th century. As you are probably aware, the humanities aren't faring well these days. In response to this situation, scholars of the humanities have fought back. And in my book, The Battle of the Classics, I join their ranks. But I also disagree profoundly with most recent efforts to show why the humanities matter and must play a foundational role in the education of all Americans. The rationale for the humanities I offer in my book pertains to civic education as well. My sense is that many contemporary defenders of the humanities provide impoverished answers to the question, what should the humanities do? They provide such impoverished answers, I contend, because their apologetics are disconnected from the history of humanism. My book starts with an examination of many examples of contemporary apologetics for the humanities to determine whether they provide the best defenses of the humanities that we can muster. I note that most recent defenses of the humanities are not really defenses of the humanities per se. Rather, they center on the humanities' purported ability to inculcate various skills in students. The skill most often vouched for by contemporary defenders of the humanities is something called critical thinking. In her book, Not for Profit, for example, the philosopher Martha Nussbaum argued that the humanities are vital to education because they, quote, vigorously promote critical thinking, the skills and courage it requires to raise a dissenting voice, end quote. Although apologists for the humanities who center their case on critical thinking are obviously well-intentioned, one can note many problems with that line of defense. First, those who base their case on critical thinking seldom define what that term actually means. As Victor Farrell noted in his book, Liberal Arts at the Brink, quote, there are few college presidents who do not routinely feature critical thinking in their public utterances. But what exactly is critical thinking? How does it differ from plain old good thinking? End quote. Given the importance of critical thinking to contemporary defenses of the humanities, it is striking that few apologists would feel the need to explain this concept. Why would defenders allow their arguments to hinge on a term sufficiently nebulous that the professor of English literature Stanley Fish could dismiss critical thinking as, quote, a phrase without content, end quote? Moreover, to convince skeptics that humanistic disciplines must be retained in higher education, it seems crucial to demonstrate that the humanities provide something that other disciplines do not. Yet it is far from certain that critical thinking is the sole domain of the humanities. Can one earnestly contend that students don't learn how to think critically by studying, say, mathematics or biology? Thus, Farrell rightly wondered, quote, whatever critical thinking may be, why is it more likely to be learned by studying English literature or philosophy than business management, end quote. We can point to another downside associated with justifying the humanities via critical thinking. The problem is that recent defenders of the humanities regularly appeal to the authority of social scientists to validate conclusions about the humanities as conduits for promoting desirable skill sets. Social scientists, unlike humanists, after all, can test empirically which subjects most effectively promote critical thinking, however they define it. As a result, skills-based defenses implicitly suggest that the social sciences, and not the humanities, have the proper tools to assess value. Thus, humanists must turn to social scientists to validate their impressions. By doing so, they demonstrate the superior value of the social sciences and signal that humanists lack any intrinsic ability to evaluate quality. The dangers of hitching one's wagon to social scientific justifications for the humanities should appear obvious. What happens when a group of social scientists conducts a study that shows, say, engineering majors outperforming humanities majors in some skill they associate with collegiate learning? If the humanities must live by the social sciences, they will die by the social sciences too. In opposition to the skills-based approach that dominates recent defenses of the humanities, my book seeks to provide a substance-based defense for the humanities. To do so, it looks back in American educational history to a time when debates over the role of the humanities in higher education took central stage. In the late 19th century, America witnessed what historians of higher education have labeled the Battle of the Classics. At this time, much intellectual energy in the nation was expended on attacks on or defenses of the role of the humanities, then commonly conceived of as the classical humanities in U.S. higher learning. Traditionalists in the Battle of the Classics hoped to retain the classical languages, in many cases still synonymous with the humanities, as the pedagogical core of higher education in the U.S. Their opponents, who were often called modernists by contrast, aimed to end curricular prescription and the dominance of Latin and ancient Greek in the American colleges. I think that we can learn much from these arguments that will be applicable to our own situation. Later chapters in my book analyze various debates over the role of the classical humanities in the Battle of the Classics. They argue that traditionalistic defenders of the classical humanities in the late 19th century made the exact same error that defenders of the modern humanities are making today. These 19th century defenders overwhelmingly based their case for the classical humanities on skills. More specifically, traditionalists during the Battle of the Classics maintained that Latin and ancient Greek must remain central parts of the U.S. college curriculum because these subjects were supposedly the best inculcators of something called mental discipline. Proponents of mental discipline theory attempted to connect the liberal arts tradition to so-called faculty psychology. Influenced by Scottish common sense philosophy, they viewed the mind through the metaphor of a muscle. Just as one needs to exercise one's body in order to grow strong, one must also exercise one's mind to increase the faculties of the intellect, the will, and the sensibilities. To many traditionalists during the Battle of the Classics, the classical languages must remain prescribed elements of the curriculum because they supposedly offered the most effective form of mental gymnastics. It did not take long for the modernists to debunk that claim. As various social scientists noted at the time, the traditionalists presented scarcely any proof that studying the ancient languages was more intellectually taxing than studying, say, chemistry or German. To make matters worse, by stressing the cardinal importance of mental discipline, the traditionalists had unwittingly made social scientists the arbiters of education's value. Thus, for example, when the psychologist E.L. Thorndike reported on a study he conducted of American high school students, in which he demonstrated that those who had studied Latin scarcely gained more general intelligence than those who had taken stenography classes, the traditionalistic supporters of the classical languages had no answers. This is of cardinal importance for defenders of the modern humanities to understand because, as the historian David Potts has correctly stressed, critical thinking is mental discipline's, quote, conceptual successor, end quote. Our current apologetics for the modern humanistic disciplines, which routinely genuflect to critical thinking, suffer from the same flaws detectable in the traditionalistic defenses of the classical humanities in the context of the Battle of the Classics. Such flaws should be obvious to students of the humanistic tradition. The Italian humanists who reshaped and reinvigorated the classical humanities in the Renaissance had revolted against the skills-focused scholasticism then regnant in European higher education. The scholastics had placed paramount value on the techniques associated with syllogistic reasoning. It was in opposition to this spirit that Italian humanists such as Leonardo Bruni advocated a curriculum based on the masterworks of ancient Greek and Latin literature. To Bruni and his fellow humanists, such masterworks had to be encountered by all students because they could perfect a student's character and style. The Renaissance humanists thus supported a curriculum of substance, works of great wisdom that can spur on self-improvement. Now, importantly, the classical curriculum desirable to the Renaissance humanists is rightly seen as too narrow to meet the intellectual and moral needs of the present. How then can humanists defend a substance civics-based approach to the modern humanities, while steering clear of the Western triumphalism often associated with either the masterpieces of ancient Greek and Roman literature or the great books. Here, I think it's instructive to focus on a crucial figure in the humanistic tradition who wrote at the tail end of the Battle of the Classics. Irving Babbitt, who lived from 1865 to 1933, was a professor of French at Harvard University. Babbitt provided the strongest defense of the humanities in his era. In opposition to the skills-focused apologetics of the late 19th century, Babbitt rekindled a genuinely humanistic approach to the study of literature. When properly studied, Babbitt maintained, the humanities should enable people to live up to their higher potentialities and thereby lead sounder and happier lives. Babbitt contended that all true humanists have at least implicitly stressed the duality of human nature. To Babbitt, human beings possess both impulsive desires and the ability to restrain or affirm these desires, what Babbitt called the inner check, or the higher will. With a nod to Diderot, Babbitt referred to the struggle between one's impulsive desires and one's inner check as the civil war in the cave. And Babbitt believed that a humanistic education must present students with works of great profundity and insight that engage their imaginations. Such works, Babbitt believed, would enable them to strengthen the inner check on their longings, and through such means, they might lead sounder and happier lives. Unfortunately, thought Babbitt, the modernists in the Battle of the Classics had abandoned that conception of education, and thus had abandoned humanism. As far as he was concerned, modern American higher education had traded in its commitment to humanism for an all-encompassing devotion to what Babbitt called humanitarianism, but would better be termed, I think, pseudo-humanitarianism. Babbitt identified two types of so-called humanitarianism that, in the absence of a humanist counterweight, were together destroying higher learning in the US. He called the first scientific naturalism and identified it with Francis Bacon. He called the second sentimental naturalism and identified it with Jean-Jacques Rousseau as the most powerful exponent of Romanticism. Like the Romantics more generally, Rousseau denied the duality of human nature. He believed that human beings were intrinsically good and that society and its institutions had corrupted them. Thus, sentimental naturalists such as Rousseau preached the cultivation of one's innate impulses. Babbitt viewed Rousseau as the intellectual inspiration for the elective curriculum championed by the modernists in the Battle of the Classics. The elective system, which remains with us today in slightly modified form, allows students to choose all of their own courses. About this scheme, Babbitt wrote in his first book, quote, "There is no general norm, no law for man, as the humanist believed, with reference to which the individual should select courses. He should make his selection entirely with reference to his own temperament and its supposedly unique requirements. The wisdom of all the ages is to be not as compared with the inclination of a sophomore," end quote. To the sentimental naturalist, with his rosy impression of human nature, there was no need for young people to improve their characters, because human beings were by nature good. Thus, thought Babbitt, scientific naturalists could avoid the goal of character development in favor of the false path of gaining power over the natural world. By achieving dominion strictly over things, Babbitt feared, scientific naturalists lost control over themselves. Naturalists, whether of the sentimental or utilitarian variety, denied the civil war in the cave, replacing it with a different militancy, a war between human being and society. But without regard for personal improvement, the cultivation of one's higher will, Babbitt feared, supposed humanitarianism would actually unleash horrors on the world. The contemporary choose-your-own-adventure curriculum promotes the message that discipline-specific skills are the lone attainments of an educated person. This is not a curriculum that will allow humanism or civic education to thrive. Moreover, Babbitt stressed that such a curricular approach is based on an unsound foundation, that people can rightly avoid the goal of self-improvement in favor of turning their attention to improving the world. While underscoring the cardinal importance of character formation in education, Babbitt also managed to broaden the humanistic tradition, to allow it to look beyond its Western origins. He did so by stressing what he called the Platonic problem of the one and the many. Babbitt transferred Plato's problem of the one and the many to the human soul. Human beings, Babbitt noted, are simultaneously all different and all the same. As such, Babbitt posited, all human traditions have contributed to the wisdom of the ages, a nucleus of universal human experience that could help us determine salubrious standards for life. Babbitt demonstrated that a proper approach to the humanities should center around the study of global masterworks. After all, works of deep intellectual, aesthetic, and moral significance are linked to a rich variety of human civilizations, past and present. From such works, we can attempt to discover whether there is a central core of human wisdom that can help us grapple with the best ways to live. In order to thrive, the humanities need to do something that other disciplines in the contemporary academy do not do. That thing is humanism. How does this argument pertain to a concern for civic education? In a few fundamental ways, I think. First, I would note that civic education, just like the humanities, cannot be taught well through the distribution system that dominates general education in American universities. The distribution system, which is based on what Norman Foerster called required electives, implicitly contends that no content is more important than any other for an educated person. It sees no difference between, say, comic books and the Federalist Papers. All are simply texts through which students can learn skills. As the story's AEI report on civic thought correctly maintains, civic education cannot deny the importance of content. Thus, their approach to a civic thought curriculum identifies the writings of specific authors, for example, Plato, Catherine of Siena, and Frederick Douglass, as indispensable for civic education. Just like humanists, proponents of civic education, then, must fight against the choose-your-own-adventure curriculum that dominates American higher education. Second, civic education cannot thrive without a concern for character development that is properly associated with humanism. Benjamin Franklin famously responded to a woman who asked him what the Constitutional Convention of 1787 had produced with the retort, "A republic, if you can keep it." Franklin meant that a constitutional republic necessitates great intellectual and moral prerequisites among its citizens. These citizens need to possess what the philosopher Klaus Rinn has called the constitutional personality. A system of higher education based on scientific and sentimental naturalism, which casts aside character development, will do a poor job of providing the U.S. with citizens of high character who possess this constitutional personality. It is instead in danger of supplying America with what Irving Babbitt called efficient megalomaniacs. It should be noted that Cicero, who offered the first extant theoretical articulations of the value of humanistic education, as Jed has talked about, vouched for this approach to pedagogy in the context of a crumbling Roman Republic. For Cicero, as Jed has stressed, a humanistic education can supply people with the moral qualities necessary to save the Roman state. Thus, Cicero intrinsically connected humanistic education and civic education. Our higher education's obsession with method at the expense of content speaks to its dangerous one-sidedness. We cannot improve the world if we cannot improve ourselves. For this reason, our institutions of higher learning require a revivified approach to civic education and a new humanism. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks to both of you for those very, very rich and interesting presentations. I'm going to ask you some questions for about 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll open it to the audience. My first question has to do with a topic you both raised that I know is deeply interesting to many people working on civic education in the university today, and that's the relation of civic education to liberal education. So I might set out a caricatured view of this that is common among some people working in the university, and I would like you to respond to that. So in that caricatured view, civic education is about pouring knowledge and informing young people about the particular community into which they were born, whereas liberal education is about questioning what you've learned and becoming more detached from your own and focused on the universal. Add a little twist or complement to this by referring to the work of Bruce Kimball, who you may both know, is a great historian of liberal education, who might attribute this caricatured position to the dominance of what he called the Socratic view of liberal education, which was dominant in his telling in the 20th century American higher education institutions. I think you might say that's a distorted or hypertrophied version of the Socratic position, the one I laid out. According to Bruce Kimball, the Ciceronian tradition offers a different account of the relation of civic and liberal education. So I'm curious to know if you can tell us in a nutshell what the Ciceronian understanding of civic and liberal education has to say to the Socratic understanding, and also what Cicero would say to the caricatured version of the Socratic understanding that I offered at the beginning.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and start. I mean, it was something I touched on my talk a little bit, in that, the civic education is an education that is concerned with place, that has an acknowledgement that we come from a place, we begin from a place, we don't start from nowhere, and in a liberal education then is one that invites us to begin from these starting points. And to move to think about the higher and the universal, but never transcend those starting points. And I think this is really important. It's, and again, one of the great glories of being at a public university like UNC, where we have students from every county in the state, from rural counties and cities, and from different backgrounds. We have baked in a great diversity. And the type of liberal education that we ask says, begin from your starting points. We're not saying, we're not asking you to leave them behind, begin from there. But then we can offer the shared intellectual undertaking, which is liberal education that invites students to transcend their partial perspectives in a shared enterprise, and then return to them from hopefully a deeper point of view. It's the kind of perspective, and I think this is very Ciceronian, that invites you and gives you permission to stay home or return home. So often there's a type of education that I encountered so often in my past institution, where students felt they needed, that the type of education they perceived was to move up and move on and move out. And I needed to tell them that that's fine if you want to move up and on and out intellectually and religiously and politically in all the ways that they feel they must, if that's true for you. But you also need to know and be able to have the freedom to return home to your place. And that, I think, is what the civic part of the Ciceronian liberal civic education gives you. It gives you the freedom to return home and to love that place and invest in that place and to build that place.
I admire Bruce Kimball's work very much. He is an extraordinarily strong historian of the liberal arts tradition. I think he would admit that this distinction between a philosophical foundation for the liberal arts and a kind of rhetorical foundation for the liberal arts is a simplification. And I think here it probably hurts us more than it helps. Mm-hmm. So liberal education is not only about questioning, one also learns substantive things in the course of one's liberal arts education. We should think about the fact that the liberal arts includes the natural sciences, the social sciences, and so forth. And then similarly, civic education is you're going to learn lots of things too, but a student is naturally going to be questioning about some of those things, about the tradition itself and so forth. So I think that those sort of strands blend together better than the kind of decision to try to push them apart would suggest.
That's very good insight. Thank you. I want to ask you about another question that many of us are talking about today, which comes from the observation that civic education currently doesn't have an adequate home in the university. And you've both talked about that, alluded to it today, and talked about it in another context. So how do you think that civic education can best find an enduring place in the contemporary academy?
Well, that's a big question and a good question, and I suppose that's a question both on the telos of civic education and also a question for strategy. Right? In other words, it's a question of what you think civic education is about, and then it's also a place of how that kind of education fits within our different institutions. And they may lead us in different directions. I mean, the Ciceronian sort of account is, yeah, I mean, it's a liberal education for civics. So it is a place that it's a type of education that transcends any kind of discipline. I would imagine if one wanted to put it into a field, I think the closest one might think about is coming up with, evoking actually not Cicero, but Aristotle, this older idea of politics, as studying the politeia, of studying the regime, of studying the way of life of the city and its institutions. And of course, that's very capacious. Aristotle calls that the architectonic knowledge that guides and orders all of the other sub-disciplines. So if one wanted to recover a certain kind of field, I would actually suggest it's probably Aristotle, not Cicero. That might be the ultimate model, and to be recovering and restoring an understanding of politics as an architectonic discipline. Cicero model, I think, really looks at, it's the liberal arts for civics, and indeed that could be understood in an Aristotelian sense, but it also could very well just be understood as having the liberal arts in their different fields, having a type of curriculum that opens up to the different questions with some coherence that then provides the perspective in which to understand the different, both the possibilities of knowledge and also the limits that each field provides. So I think there's two options, and I think in some ways it's a strategic sort of question.
Mm-hmm. I listened yesterday to the conversation that you had with Mark Bauerlein on First Things, in which you talked about what seemed to be, for understandable pragmatic reasons, a very strong rationale for trying to make civic thought into a field, into a discipline. Its own journals, its own society, its own PhDs, and so forth. And I understand that, and I think to some degree, or to a great degree perhaps, I agree with you on the pragmatic level to make this something that's lasting. At the same time, you didn't talk about, or you talked about the fact that this was also important to general education too, so it's not a sort of all or nothing, you're gonna do one thing or the other. I confess that although I understand the strategy of making this into its own discipline, my understanding of the history of higher education makes me a little nervous about that to some degree. And what I'm talking about, so for instance, I'm reading a book right now by John Guillory called Professing Criticism, in which he talks about the way in which various academic fields professionalized in the United States in the course of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and he's focusing particularly on literary criticism. And one thing that he notes is that in the course of professionalization, these disciplines start to become more homogeneous. They're more like one another as a result. The process itself encourages a homogenization. And so that they all end up having their own peer-reviewed journals that tend to work on more minute questions, and they have their own scholarly societies and so forth. My fear, if we only make this into its own discipline, is that despite the best of intentions, that 20, 30, 40 years in the future, what's going to happen is civic thought's going to look a lot more like a number of the other disciplines in the contemporary academy, of which I'm a critic. More focused on what Babbitt called scientific naturalism, and less focused on the kinds of things that Jed and I have been talking about, and frankly the stories have been talking about as well, which is kind of great big broad questions, being a generalist, being capable of to be a citizen, as opposed to someone who's a narrow technocratic specialist and so forth. So I think for pragmatic reasons that's one avenue in which to push, although to me I think general education is deeply important. But I do think we have to, if we're going to go in that direction, And I don't know why I say we, because I'm not a dean, so no one's asking me to set up anything. But if you go in that direction, then I think at the same time we have to recognize and guard against certain pitfalls associated with that professionalization process.
That's right. Well, very good. It's not the place to debate that right now, but it's a very interesting perspective you raised, and look forward to talking about that. I'll ask my last question and then open it up to the audience. So another discussion that's being had among proponents of civic education today is whether civic education should be focused primarily or especially on developing young people to be capable citizens of their national political communities, particularly of the American Democratic Republic, or whether the civic virtues that we're teaching should be aimed equally at a variety of different kinds of groups, state and local governments, community associations, churches, schools, advocacy groups, international organizations. So I'm curious to know what you think Cicero would say to that and what you think about that.
Well, again, I guess I'll lead off for this final question as well. I think Cicero's answer is pretty clear in the sense that, on duties, he elaborates, I think, a very persuasive account of political society where you begin with the household, the family, and you move out through your allegiances to have the village, and then the nation, and then ultimately, to some extent, the world. And he has a principle of proximity in that your deepest commitments and loves should be to those that are closest, because that's how you learn to love. And develop by loving actual people in actual places. In these original loves, while they can be broadened and deepened, and they should, and reason should supervene, should never be left behind. And so to put that into a public context, and again, I'm at a public university, I think we must have something to say to the local community. We must have something to say about the state, and we must have something to say about the country. I think having and developing the knowledge of local history and state history and country's history, I think is foundational. And I don't think that then is in any kind of conflict with also understanding that as we want to understand our own, we must do so in the context of other regimes and other times and places. It simply deepens the self-knowledge even as we get to appreciate and learn from others. I'll give you an easy example. For many years at Duke, I taught a course called The Good Life, Religion, Philosophy, and Life's Ultimate Concerns, and reading the New Testament and Confucius's Analects beside each other is not intention but deepens that, whether our students are from China or whether they are not, whether they're come from a Chinese Confucian Christian tradition or Christian. And so there's a deeper understanding as we engage with these thoughts about ultimate questions that help us revisit and rethink. And at the end of the day, often I find from students in this course, they come to appreciate more deeply their own traditions. So I don't think there's a tension. I think it's all at a peace, and I do think, from the Ciceronian perspective, there must be a place for the local and the state in the nation.
Yeah, I think I would just reinforce what Jed has said. I believe it's in the order, although I can't remember, that where Cicero talks about some of the subjects requisite for the education of an orator and statesman. And he suggested history is one possibility, one thing that one ought to know. And he specifically says that one needs to know about one's own polity, the history of one's own polity, but others as well, right? And I think the idea, although he doesn't really fully flesh this out, is that you really will get no sense of the strengths and weaknesses of your own polity unless you actually look at the history of other polities as well. So it seems like even for a civic project for one's own area, it seems important to learn about other regime types and the history of other areas as well, or you're going to end up having a much narrower understanding of your own polity than I think would be appropriate for civic education. So like Jed, I don't see a tension between those two things.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for audience questions, so please raise your hand if you have a question, and Noah will come around and give you the microphone. Please introduce yourself and wait for the microphone to start speaking. So Noah, you'll have to make your way to this side of the room where the questions are. Oh, no, okay, Ryan is over here. Wonderful. Larry Cooper up here up front. Would you? Thank you.
I barely flickered my hand, and you saw it. So Larry Cooper, Carleton College. I'm in great sympathy with the spirit of everything I've heard today, but I'm a little concerned that we're writing off as caricature something that maybe can't be written off so easily. And my question is, isn't there really something intrinsic to, let's say, liberal arts education at its peak, let's just call it philosophy or Socratic philosophy, that is at the very minimum is in tension, with particularism, and you can think of, what has been observed historically by Rousseau, by Nietzsche on critical history and the like, and just wonder whether, even let's say, thinking of Plato's Republic as a kind of a comprehensive work which presents really two different kinds of liberal education, and those who ultimately study dialectic and philosophy don't do so until a pretty advanced age, and not until after they've had, a musical and gymnastic education that grounds them in love of their own. So that maybe suggests that, some set of principles on which we could protect against this sort of subversive skepticism, if that's what it is. But I wonder if you would speak to that a little bit.
Do you want to hear this one? Yeah. You want me to go? Sure. I do think there's a tension, but I think it's a productive tension and a necessary tension. In other words, I think that part of the human condition and being a human and civic creature is one that wrestles with the knowledge of our own, the partial perspectives that have shaped us. And the universal. And I think that, part of being, a political animal is to be, is to belong somewhere and to be embodied and to sort of escape that condition, in a sense, would be to escape politics almost altogether. If you think about the philosopher who transcends the cave and has to be forced to go back down. So I think as long as we're living in the cave, I think there's a wrestling with what is our own and what is the universal. And I think Aristotle, if you remember his own reading of Plato's Republic, sort of touches on exactly this point, the tension between those things that are one's own and those things that are universal. And I think actually that's I don't think that's a bug in Plato. I think that's a feature. And that's exactly the kind of thing that I want my students to do, to wrestle with the truth-seeking and the claims that search for truth has on their lives and has to bear, even as they recognize and reflect on their own all obligations that have come about from the communities in which they've grown up. So I think actually that helps chasten, on one hand, a type of critical perspective that asks us to leave behind all that has created us and supported us, while on the other hand, helping to give a perspective on our past and on our commitments that can be helpful and reflective to help us think more about who we are and who we want to become. So I think actually this tension that you point out, as I say, I think is very much a feature and not a bug. And I think Cicero, last thing I'll say, Cicero, actually his own reading of Plato is very interesting because he criticizes Plato on this. He says, Plato moves too much beyond sort of the commitments to the present, and you need to have both there.
All right. Jim Stoner.
Thank you. Jim Stoner, Louisiana State University. So the particulars question, but now about our particular America, right? And what are the tensions with America in particular? And it struck me, three came to mind in the course of your comments. First, in relation to Professor Adler's, defending education in relation to skills just appeals to the American practical sense. And if Tocqueville's right about Americans, you're not going to be able to defend things if you can't somehow speak of the practical. Second, to Professor Atkins' comments about one's own place, Americans are always on the move. We're a country of a frontier. We're a commercial society. We've moved around from the beginning. That's part of what we are. We called it the New World, but I'm tempted to say the spirit of the sophomore is the spirit of America in a lot of ways. And I wouldn't put it down too much. And then the third point is something that you mentioned sort of in passing, and that has to do with the Christian side of things. We are probably not as a religious people as we were when Justice Douglas threw that into a Supreme Court opinion when he thought he might run for president. But still, doesn't that always create a certain tension with the project of civic education that's highly informed by the classics?
Well, if I could just take the part that was addressed to me, I fully recognize, and I think this is a very strong point, that one cannot just say to parents, come study the classics, we're going to make you a perfect person. We're going to make you live up to their higher potentialities and so forth. There is a degree to which one has to reinforce some of the skills-focused narrative in order to give parents who are nervous, who are spending a lot of money in many cases, and who are nervous about what the end outcome is going to be, about the sort of value of that particular education. And the suggestion that, you know, the person is going to be perfected is probably not going to be a great argument to get someone in the classroom. And this is another reason why I think that general education and reform of general education is so important, because I don't think only classics majors need to be better people. I think everyone should be a better person. And so I think we should focus more attention on general education and less perhaps on the major, as we do as this sort of sign of success. At the same time, I do think that institutions of higher learning should be, in some senses, maybe in a Tocquevillian sense, countercultural institutions that actually reinforce some degrees of hierarchy that we don't see in the kind of leveling of the United States. One of the major problems, it seems to me, is that there's a focus on democratizing everything, which fits very much with the American character. And I understand it, I'm not an opponent of democracy, but there is a sense in which institutions of higher learning need to offer something else as well, and that actually will be to the benefit of the United States and to individual citizens too.
You know, maybe just to add, I mean, so, you know, of course, one thing is we're not Rome. You know, America is not Rome. America has a certain type of culture, and there is a type of restlessness, the American frontier, the idea of opening, the idea of adventure, and that's really important. On the other hand, that might be all the more reason why from time to time we must be reminded of place and commitments and ties as part of providing a more fully orbed education within the American political order, I would say, for the place question. And then as for the question about the practical, this is why I like the term vocation, because the students, and I've been so happy to have, I've met with many UNC students so far, even just in a couple of months there, and they've been coming to seek me out. And one of the things that they want is they want guidance on how to live well. How do I live well as a doctor? You know, 50% of surgeons, and it's almost as high across the medical field, suffer burnout. So we have a deep crisis of meaning and purpose in the medical field. We have a deep crisis of civil discourse within the medical profession. So when we think about a civic education that speaks to vocation and meaning, these are not merely instrumental in any kind of narrow sense, but in a more capacious sense, that we're offering students a way to lead a well-lived lives in the context of their professions and their careers. And so that's not just teaching them skills. That's providing something much deeper and richer. And I see a deep hunger for that in our students.
Give Ben the opportunity to ask a question.
Thank you all. These are great papers. Eric, I fully appreciate your concerns about the ossification that can set in when disciplines become professionalized. And I also fully appreciate your emphasis on the importance of general education, which I think everybody in this room has loved as a part of their, the many teachers in here, a part of their teaching work. However, I want to make an argument for thinking about this in a different way, in part, first a strategic and then a substantive argument for this. As you know, general education is the plaything of the disciplines. They decide what constitutes general education. There can be no revivification of general education without some sort of adjustment of the political landscape of the disciplines. Secondly, the substantive argument for thinking about civic education as a discipline in its own right is that there's such a thing as a disciplined generalist. Jed gave us a beautiful example of it a moment ago in describing a general, who thinks about a very wide range of things in a disciplined way. Would it not be appropriate to have a body of scholars on campus who understood it as their distinctive mission to cultivate that kind of general intellectual competence in dealing with all the things upon which our civics concerns touch?
Thank you for those thoughts. I agree with what you've said entirely, especially I think as far as strategically about how to handle things. Because if you're suggesting that you don't want to make this a discipline, you want to do something else, everything else you're going to try to do is going to be a lot harder in some sense, right? I mean, I think that's sort of part of your point. Okay, you're going to have to change general education. So it's not about distribution system. You're going to have to set up some sort of core curriculum. So you're going to have to get all kinds of buy-in from the rest of the faculty, who frankly are following, in some senses, an incentive structure that is opposed to a core curriculum. So one of the things that strikes me in writing about these issues is a number of people who are opposed to a core curriculum of any sort suggest that it's for ideological reasons. I submit it's for pragmatic reasons. And it's because professors want to spend as little time possible preparing their courses so they can spend as much time possible doing their narrow peer-reviewed research, because that's what they're incentivized to do, because that's how they get hired, that's how they get promoted, that's how they get tenured, that's how they get jobs elsewhere, right? So to fight against that is going to be very, very difficult. At the same period of time, that sort of tension is going to have an effect on any field, including civic thought as a field, right? So civic thought professors in their own disciplines cannot just simply, sit there like Rodin's thinker and discuss, what it means to be a citizen and so forth. They have to produce peer-reviewed research as well in order to get promotion and tenure and get jobs and so forth. And so this has to be done very carefully, because I think that you're fighting against the culture of the institution, which is anti-humanistic and therefore anti-civic education as a kind of broad generalist project. And so I take your point that that might be the best way pragmatically forward. There are pitfalls involved with that too.
Wonderful. Dimitri.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Dimitri Helikas. I'm a graduate student at Harvard. I had a question for Professor Adler, but more generally, it's a question about the relationship between the content aims, the substantive aims, and the skill-based aims. And so I was intrigued by your treatment of Babbitt, but it sounded to me what the argument you were ascribing to Babbitt still was a kind of skills-based argument. So it was aiming at, I think you called it, checking or strengthening the inner check. That was the language, which sounds to me like self-mastery, self-discipline, and maybe that's a skill that's better than critical thinking, that ought to be promoted over critical thinking, but how does the particular content relate to that skill?
Thank you. That's a really good point, and it's something that I wrestled with when writing the book because, well, to some degree, you could suggest everything's a skill, right? And so, how can you say you're not learning skills by learning? You're learning skills all the time. Maybe even when you're not actually, in the classroom, you're learning as well. And so there's some sense in which self-mastery or an inner check or what have you is a skill too. I agree with that, but only to a limited extent. And I guess one of the reasons why I do is that this is a kind of, I think, simplification of Babbitt's ideas that I've offered to suggest that it all boils down to this. One of the things Babbitt talks about, which I think is deeply important as well, is the role of the imagination in human flourishing. And this is one of the other reasons why he thinks that content is so important, because what we read matters, what we take in matters. This is something that advertisers recognize implicitly. When you watch television and you see a commercial, seldom do you see a dry commercial in which they tell you what the benefits of the product are. No, you see Matthew McConaughey shirtless driving a Lincoln, right? Now, people would be fools to think that if they buy a Lincoln, and I'm sorry to say this, that you are going to be transformed into a shirtless Matthew McConaughey, right? But at the same period of time, that obviously works because that's what they've put out on the air. And this gives us a sense in this kind of jejune example of the importance of the imagination and the way that we see the world more generally. I think that content is really important to that. One of the strange things about the fights over K-12 education versus higher education is that there are very serious fights about what the curriculum ought to be in K through 12. About whether there ought to be the Odyssey or whether we should have young adult fiction instead. And then suddenly people get to college and it's like, take whatever you want, it doesn't really make any difference, right? That, it seems to me, is undercutting the role of the imagination. So I agree that there's some sense in which this idea of self-mastery is a skill. It will be impossible to quantify, however. So I don't think that you're going to be able to find social scientists who are going to be able to test whether you have sufficiently self-mastered, right? This is going to be, or happiness. If the ultimate goal is happiness, this is another problem as well. But I do think that in some senses, by seeing that only as a skill, we're sort of undercutting the broader value of what he's trying to say philosophically.
Okay. Well, I'm afraid we're out of time at this point, but we'll reconvene in a half an hour. And would you please join me in thanking our two excellent panelists?
It's only tyranny if you don't observe the norms, right? If you observe norms, then the institution is never tempted to engage in tyranny. So it reminds us that citizens have to be good citizens in order for governments to be good governments. Anyway, today our session is continuing the theme of building our collective prudence by the study of the past. And we have two talks about the later tradition. I guess that Brook begins with the Greeks, but we're going to talk about the later Republican tradition, and particularly the distinction between democracy and republics, which is often overlooked. And we have two talks. I will introduce the speakers, and then I will slightly abuse the privilege of the chair by saying a few words about the Italian Republican tradition, the 5 centuries of reflection on self-government that so often gets overlooked in discussions of this sort. All right, so let's begin our session with Linda Zook, who is Germain Celiostri Professor of History at Purdue University. She's also the primary architect and current director of Cornerstone Integrated Liberal Arts, a humanist approach to general education, which I understand has over 60 programs around the country now?
I guess that's right. There's 60 colleges and universities replicating Cornerstone.
All right, so you will speak to us, and we will listen with great attention.
You better.
Yes, all right. And
Oh, you want to do it now?
Yes, good. Yeah,
Now.
we're on schedule.
Well, that was my
You're only
cue.
late. You're only late. Have a drink.
At this very moment.
This very
Okay,
moment.
all right.
Okay.
Well, I guess I don't need this, and
Yeah.
this is not big enough for paper. Okay. So, thank you. Our organizers today, Ben and Jenna Story, asked me to address you today on citizenship in early modern England. And as a historian, I'm delighted to do so. But I suspect that I was also invited here today as the director of Purdue University's Gen Ed program, Cornerstone, which reaches 4,000 students per semester, making it one of the largest great books, or what we call transformative texts program in the country. So today I'm going to speak to you from both sides of my split persona, the historian and the teacher. And here's my plan in case you get lost. Our panel is on modern republics. And as it happens, the Elizabethan polity called itself a monarchical republic, a republic which also happened to be a monarchy, whose citizens also happened to be subjects, a place, this sceptered isle, that was layered, a place of multitudes. So today, I will start by discussing citizenship from the medieval to the early modern era, then move to the principles of the Enlightenment, and conclude by discussing how we might impart the best of those values to our students. We come together today to exchange ideas in the hope of changing lives for the better, an Enlightenment project, to be sure. Now, citizenship in medieval cities and towns was the privilege of male heads of household who participated in corporate communities such as guilds or companies. They inherited, purchased, or attained their status at the end of an apprenticeship. This type of enfranchisement carried on through the 16th and 17th centuries. Freemen, a term used interchangeably with citizen or burgess, had political privileges and responsibilities that were essential to the well-being of the town. Justice, order, taxation, trade, poverty, morality were administered, regulated, and funded locally. So this urban-based citizenship was grounded in social practice. Within the towns and the cities, the guilds, and even the parish churches, there existed a sense of public-mindedness, shared responsibility, and even empowerment. Now, civic elites counted on their fellow citizens and even their non-citizens to help maintain order and social harmony. Thus, public life of the city, crime and punishment, trade and commerce, religious devotion and celebration, was a communal endeavor among a wide spectrum of urbanites. Now, following the dissolution of the religious orders in the 1530s, these self-governing cities, boroughs, and townships became responsible for the administration of poor relief, along with schools and hospitals. Fortunately, As city governance had become more complex, at the very same time, medieval notions of public activity were being infused by Renaissance notions of civic mindedness. The classically inspired curricula of the new grammar schools encouraged elites, from counselors, barristers, and civil lawyers in London to constables and magistrates in the boroughs and towns, to see themselves as free men committed to public service and the welfare of the Commonwealth. To be wise, honest, discreet, the Ciceronian ideal of the articulate citizen, moved by reason and moderated by self-control. Thus it was that traditional ideas of corporate citizenship intersected with ideals of civic humanism to create a vibrant urban political culture. Now, historians give this mode of learned public service high marks, especially as the intellectual roots of Republican sentiment. And who are we to argue against the study of the humanities, grammar, rhetoric, history, poetry, and moral philosophy? But with this new understanding of the virtuous citizen, we might wonder if we are beginning to witness the creeping elitism within public life that might exclude shopkeepers and tradesmen. Perhaps, but the Renaissance wasn't the only game in the towns, pun intended. The Reformation and the press also transformed public life. Despite its sometimes destructive nature, the Protestant Reformation had a positive impact on literacy rates. And this is especially true among those fastidious Puritans bent on reading the Gospels for themselves, leading their families in worship, and keeping an account of their transgressions. Let me introduce you to my favorite master craftsman, Nehemiah Wallington, a Puritan carpenter. He left us an astounding 2,600 pages of memoirs, religious reflections, and political reportage. And yes, Wallington wrote a lot more about his spiritual angst than parish and guild life. Still, he certainly saw himself as a citizen of London with certain rights and duties, and he recorded the increasingly chaotic political climate of the 1630s that led to the Revolution and Civil Wars of the 1640s. Now, those wars led to an explosion of sectarian religious groups, Baptists, Quakers, Independents, etc., all advocating for religious toleration. We also see the formation of radical political groups. The slogan of the soldiers and the tradesmen who composed the levelers was Salus Populi Suprema Lex. The good of the people is the highest law, also used by John Locke as the epigram to the second treatise. Thus, we see politics being debated and the status quo being challenged far beyond Westminster. Ordinary men and women learned to plead, petition, and agitate for their concerns. And beyond the streets and the smoke-filled taverns, there were advice books to guide them, where they could learn how to write letters and petitions, as well as the rules of civil discourse. These books sought to inculcate a Protestant humanist sensibility, wherein the individual governed by reason and moderation could voice their opinions. One such guidebook was entitled An Essay on Drapery or The Complete Citizen. I hope you got that. 1635. This is a book for drapers. Drapers are wool workers, that combines civic humanism and Christian morality and teaches the tradesman how to live, quote, justly, pleasingly, and profitably. The author asserts, quote, the chiefest commendation of Socrates was that he fetched philosophy from heaven and placed it in the cities. Socrates for drapers. He goes on to teach his readers how to act with honor and discretion and achieve their ends. Simply put, the middling strata was not without a political voice, and in fact, their participation in parishes, guilds, assemblies, common councils proliferated in the 17th century. Nor were women strangers to the public sphere. The Civil War saw women petitioning Parliament, preaching in the streets, writing, printing, and hawking political pamphlets, and joining with their brother levelers. And women participated in the consumer revolution of the 17th century, especially in textiles, but also as shopkeepers, apprentices, and customers, and in the late 17th century as lenders, stockholders, and investors in the empire. I tell you this because trade and commerce, law and politics, as well as the rules of civility and commonplaces, were all deeply intertwined. we have this extraordinary moment in the last decade of the 17th century when Locke publishes the two treatises, Parliament passes the English Bill of Rights and the Act of Toleration, and the Bank of England and the Royal Exchange are established. The growth of free market capitalism and democratic principles go hand in hand. So what we see in pre-industrial England is an extraordinary rich and lively urban public sphere where corporate and Renaissance values fused. And I suspect we will find this in colonial commonwealths of New England and among the office holders of 18th century French provincial towns, which also might help explain why the middling types in France, as one historian has put it, having never read Rousseau, were receptive to the principles of the Revolution. On the eve of the 18th century revolutions and before the worst excesses of industrialization, there was already something inherently democratic about this common sense of responsibility and duty among the middling classes. And yes, of course, inequities abounded, nor is this about strident individualism. Ciceronian ideals are far more about discretion and persuasion in civil discourse than free speech. Social obligations count more than personal liberties. How much these humanist precepts influenced behavior in the streets, courts, councils, pubs, and parliament is often difficult to delineate. Naturally, rancor and discord still existed. Certainly among the more affluent in what we can properly call British society following the Act of Union in 1707, we see a lot of talk about the need for order and stability. During the long 18th century, aren't you amazed at how quickly I'm moving through the centuries? During the long 18th century, the enemy of civil harmony was fanaticism, seen by many as responsible for the bloody civil wars of the previous century. In short, the kind of religious zeal that sets hearts and minds on fire. Thus, it should not be surprising that among the sophisticated reading public, lawyers, clergy, merchants, bankers, entrepreneurs, stock jobbers, and landowners, we see a heralding of good order, reason and science, and a deep distrust of enthusiasm. Enter the Enlightenment, but not perhaps as you hitherto knew it. The Enlightenment has undergone numerous reconstructive surgeries since World War II. You may remember that in the immediate post-war era, the question was whether the Enlightenment was either key to the prehistory of democratic liberalism or responsible for the rise of fascism and communism and the darkest episodes of the 20th century. More recently, in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, interpretations have taken a broader and more nuanced approach. No longer seen as simply one unitary, liberal, secular, and essentially emancipatory movement, historians now speak of numerous Enlightenment movements, including an underground Enlightenment, a radical Enlightenment, and even a Christian and Jewish Enlightenment. So hold on to your seats. Scholars have even restored God and the clergy to the Enlightenment. Even more encouraging is the recognition that the Enlightenment was built on the achievements of the Renaissance, that the Enlightenment was not, as is sometimes portrayed, a radical departure from the methodologies of late humanism, but rather that there were significant continuities. To me, this restoration of God and classicism to 18th century British thought is critical, not only because it is a far more accurate depiction of early modern philosophical and political thinking in Britain, but also because it is the true inheritance of the Anglophone world and the one we need to pass on to our students. From Thomas More to Thomas Hobbes, from John Locke and Mary Astle, to the Scottish Enlightenment to Edmund Burke and Mary Wollstonecraft, we do not see God declared dead so that man may run amok, but rather a consistent concern for peace, the desire for human flourishing, along with order, stability, and prosperity. And yes, they did believe that reason was better than fanaticism, that knowledge was better than ignorance. Hobbes attacked popish superstition and Protestant fanaticism in terms. The most oft-read and plagiarized sermons on both sides of the Atlantic in the 18th century were those of the rationalist and friend of John Locke, Archbishop John Tillotson, an enlightened man to be sure. He abhorred the spiritual frenzies of the fanatics, and he preached a reasonable, useful, moral Christianity designed to make us happy, wise, and even prosperous. And speaking of prosperity, Adam Smith repeatedly tells us that it is the man who can control his emotions we admire most, self-command being the result of a virtuous education. So too David Hume deplored enthusiasm, what John Pocock called the self-deification of the auto-intoxicated mind. You gotta love that. What we see consistently in the 18th and into the 19th centuries are arguments for a rational, sensible, peaceful, moral, and useful society with a commitment to human betterment. We might call this classical Anglo-American liberalism, but let us remember that it was built on the Renaissance. Today, we live in a profoundly unenlightened culture. Civic humanist values do not reign supreme. And even as science and technology have worked a million wonders, humanity seems ready to pitch all we've learned and the freedoms we've gained to live a somnambulant existence, plugged into nonsense, tuned out of reality. But there's a way back. It is to teach the ideals of a truly humanist education. Now, Purdue University does have a civics requirement that students can fulfill a manner of ways, test out, attend talks, take an American history course, although I have my suspicions about what they might be learning in that. The most profoundly consistent part of the civics requirement is the common experience that students gain, all first-year students, from across our campus through Cornerstone's 2-semester sequence, Transformative Texts 1 and 2. Our goal is to teach students from engineering, technology, science, and ag, through great texts, the core skills they will need to be more than bots, to write and to speak with precision and elegance, to think critically, and to act as citizens of a democracy, the skills necessary for a free people. Reading and discussing Plato, Hobbes, Locke, Madison, Frederick Douglass, de Tocqueville, Du Bois, and Martin Luther King with our students is key. The Cornerstone Classroom is a rehearsal space for democracy, an inclusive place where students of every background can talk about freedom, justice, rights, and responsibilities in a calm and intelligent manner. This is where the many can become one. If the liberal arts faculty can do this, then we can be part of the solution rather than the problem. Allow me to add this. This past year, we piloted a new program, Cornerstone for Business, with a tailored sequence of transformative texts for the new Mitch Daniels School of Business. This is an effort to teach business majors the foundational texts of political economy, from Aristotle to Smith, from Marx to Friedman. So I will conclude by saying I think we can agree, and I'm sure we can, that democracy and higher education are at this moment and maybe for some time in jeopardy. We don't have time to squabble over the canon or anything else, but rather a duty to perpetuate the values of civic humanism and free enterprise to as many students as possible. Thank you.
Admirable and admirably on time. So our next speaker is Brook Manville, who is a recovering university professor, as I understand, taught at Northwestern for a long time, and he has reinvented himself as an independent consultant who writes about politics, democracy, technology, business. He admits to having been a partner at McKinsey at one time. I'm not sure I would admit that, but anyway, it does speak to his qualifications as a Renaissance man. He's the author of several books published by Princeton, most recently, The Civic Bargain, How Democracy Survives, highly topical, with Josh Ober at Stanford. So please, I think we're going to hear about the Civic Bargain.
That's exactly right. Thank you, James. Thank you, James, for that introduction. And I just also want to acknowledge, Melinda, your very interesting remarks, which I'm going to follow in a way because you took a very, in my view, broad perspective about what civic education and citizenship can be. It can be formed in workshops, in self-governing communities, in religious debates, and whatnot. And I think this is a direction that what I'm going to talk about, you'll see echoes of more of the same. So the title is Civic Education, Modern Republicans, this session, but I am putting a subtitle here, A History of Democracy Perspective. I'm going to dare to look back before the modern republic as part of the story, which I think is already permissible based on what we've heard so far from all of our speakers. So the book that was referenced, was published at the end of the last year. I wrote it with Josh Ober, which many of you know. He's been a longtime friend of mine, and we've collaborated on many things, including some real-life governance projects, which was quite interesting. But he is actually part of a whole civic initiative going on at Stanford, which many of you know, and as we go on, we all continue to learn from that at the same time. So our book, basically, I'm just going to try to synthesize it very quickly, basically turned the question around that's being asked by so many people now, which is, why is democracy dying? And we said, well, wait a minute, what does history tell us about how it lived, how it survived? So we took sort of a kind of a wellness perspective to the patient, if you like. So we looked at the best attested, some would say greatest, but we won't say, just say very well-known democracies, broadly defined. Ancient Athens, Republican Rome during the 3rd and 2nd centuries particularly, Great Britain, and of course American democracy. And again, I'm going to skate by the distinction between republicans and democracy. We basically wanted to kind of widen the aperture and say, if people are self-governing, let's just talk about that as democracy and think about what that means in terms of what allowed it to survive when it was going strong. And of course, then later, some of them didn't survive. But we really wanted to focus on when things were going well, what were they doing? What was really making them work? And if you look at the runs of these democracies, many of them were strong and healthy and hanging on for hundreds of years, even though, of course, the ancient ones eventually did demise. So we reframed democracy as the idea of a bargain. We called it the civic bargain. And basically we said, look, in order to govern yourself as citizens, you have to implicitly or explicitly come to some kind of agreement with other citizens about how are we going to do this. And the core idea is that you end up, again, de facto or de jure negotiating about several critical elements that make for a democracy. We define 7, and just to run through them quickly. The central idea, this is a phrase that Josh came up with and I think is very helpful, is if you really want to simplify self-governance, it's that you don't have a boss. Nobody has a boss. And I said, well, okay, that's all right, but we're going to have to add an asterisk. We do have a boss. It's each other. So in the book we say, essentially the essence of democracy is people living together with no boss except one another. And the bargain that they make is that you've got to start to come to terms with each other about that we're going to prioritize the security for all of us. Right? We're not going to let somebody invade us and give up. We're going to commit to our security. We're going to commit to some basic level of welfare. We have to have some level of care for people in order to make it worthwhile to be part of this thing as opposed to being out on your own. We are going to have to develop institutions that allow us to make decisions as citizens, and the citizens have to be in charge of those institutions. And we have to define citizenship. We have to define it and defend it. We have to basically say, if you're part of this bargain, who are you and who is not part of this bargain? Where is the line? I mean, it's basically like we're going to have a club, and if you're going to be in the club, we have to understand what being in the club means. And of course, that translates down to all sorts of laws and rules and whatnot. We're also going to have to act with one another in certain ways that make it doable for us to keep this bargain alive. One is that we have to be willing to do compromise with one another. We have to make compromises in good faith. Because if we're not going to have a boss, we're going to have to self-adjust with one another. When you have a boss, you don't have to compromise. You just wait to be told what you need to do, right? So good faith compromise is a critical part of making democracy work. And all of these themes we teased out of looking at the four histories of democracy and saying, what were the commonalities that came out across these case studies? So good faith compromise, again, not always done, but in general, at critical moments, democracies figure out how to compromise and do so for the common good. They make good faith to do that. And they have to get to some kind of working agreement with one another about how we will treat each other. We call it civic friendship. It's a concept borrowed out of Aristotle. It does not mean you are the personal friends of everybody else. It does not mean you always try to find consensus with everybody else. It does not mean that you are always happy and delighted with everybody else. But you have to treat other people with a certain level of respect in order just to keep the bargain alive and to go back to the bargaining table when you need to, when things start to get broken or go off the rails. And of course, our seventh, which is all important for today's discussion, is you have to have civic education. There needs to be some ongoing commitment to building up the democracy, maintaining it, and keeping faithful to these other principles. Because if you don't, eventually the balloon runs out of the air, right? People don't want to be part of democracy anymore if these other things aren't part of it. And where do they get that? They learn it. One of our other speakers mentioned the famous story of Ben Franklin. It's a republic if you can keep it, as he came down the steps of Philadelphia Hall. Well, how do you keep it? As I think it was Eric said, you keep it by educating people to be citizens, to be civic. So what exactly is civic education? I mean, everybody in this room probably thinks they know what it is. If we did a quick little test, it might end up like one of those Woody Allen movies where, Diane Keaton says it's this and Woody Allen says it's that. I'm just going to put a stake in the ground, and it's obviously open to negotiation for anybody who wants to talk about this. But across our book and across our looking at these cases, we think it's something like this. First of all, it covers both formal and informal teaching and learning. So just, again, spoiler alert, I'm not only talking about classes in universities, which most of you are interested in, I'm talking about just the whole question of what is this thing, and it involves learning of all different kinds and sorts. It instills knowledge, skills, values, and I would also add the word pride. There has to be a certain amount, we talked about the specialness of place, there has to be a certain pride that this democracy we're living in, is a good thing. It doesn't mean it doesn't have flaws. It doesn't mean that there are problems. But we have to say, net, I'm glad I'm here. Net, I would be sad if it got taken over by a tyrannical enemy, right? I'm proud of what we do at some level with all the qualifications to that you want to say. And when it accomplishes these things or builds these things, there's a purpose. It's so that the citizens today and tomorrow have both the competency and the motivation. So we talked a lot about skills. Are skills part of civic education or not? I think they are. I think they're partly part of it, but I think motivation and also just a general sense of living well or living democratically has to be part of it. And the end purpose is that it is to keep the democracy relevant and strong. So I'm in that wing on the political spectrum that thinks that there has to be a purpose that is not just about being a better person globally, learning how to enjoy life to the fullest. I mean, those things are fine and they can come along with the ride. But for me, civic education has to be, we need to do this to keep the democracy going. And if there isn't some dotted line between what you're doing and that, it's not really civic education, or at least not good civic education by my view. So if you look back at the cases that we did, you won't read every little dot point, but essentially the headline is, in every case, and again, Melinda, I think, helped us start to think about that in terms of Britain, there were lots of different aspects of how people learn to be a citizen. There was some schooling, but there were also, for example, in Athens, participation in the Great Panathenea, this essentially patriotic parade about being Athenian. There was listening to people like Pericles, his famous funeral oration. There were service in the military. There was a special training for all young men who became ephebes in order to fight on behalf of Athens. They had to take certain oaths and sign up for certain values. In Rome, there was a similar development of civic ideals through military education and service. There were schools of rhetoric which people went through in order to prepare themselves for life in the law courts. There was the whole notion of starting to learn how do you administer an empire, because Rome was building an empire in its early democratic period. And when you go out and build an empire, you've got to understand what Roman values are, and here's how we operate as Romans, and we're going to help you, build walls, build aqueducts, and defend yourselves. Yes, we conquered you, but now that you're part of us, that's what we're going to do. So that too is teaching civic ideals. In Britain, Melinda mentioned certain things, but for example, there were in the 17th and 18th century the whole role of coffee houses, the printed words, pamphleting, debating societies, service and war. Several books have been written about how the notion of nation was formed for Britain, especially during the Napoleonic Wars, because you could see in art and literature this whole notion of what does it mean to be British as opposed to French? And of course, the French is always portrayed badly in those kinds of cartoons and things. But that, too, is a form of civic education. People see the signs of John Bull hanging in front of pubs, and they're getting messages. Being British is a good thing. You should be British. You should join the army. You should get better at doing the things that we do well. And of course, the United States, I know we're going to talk about this later, so I don't want to try to say something that's not going to be repeated, but even before we had our Constitutional Convention, there were colonial assemblies in the colonies where people who served learned how to debate and discuss with one another. Military service in the militia. When the Constitution was agreed in 1787, there was a huge effort to, of course, get it ratified. And there were these wonderful Federalist Papers written, which you all know. I mean, talk about civic education at scale. I mean, all across the would-be American colonies, there was a discussion of what are we going to do with our government and why is one particular approach better than another. I mean, that was another form of civic education. So we were steeped in civic education, and it then got carried over into, in the 19th century, the public school movement, and then, of course, all the parades and ceremonies and all those kinds of things. And then now in universities, many universities were founded, as many of you know, with a civic mission, and some of that has either changed or eroded or become less important, and that's why many of you are here today. But that too is part of the story. So I think the idea that we're presenting here is that you have to think about civic education as kind of an architecture. There are lots of different pieces of it. There's going to be schools, there's going to be military service, there's going to be informal life in coffee houses or pubs, there are going to be parades, But ideally, you want them all sort of, if not reinforcing, at least debating. What does it mean to be an American, right? And we have to think about how do we sort of infuse that architecture with the right values, with the right aspirations for the future, as well as for preserving what we have now. So as I look across this kind of more holistic idea of what civic education has been in successful democracies and what has kept them going when they were at their best, there are a handful of themes that I'll just list here. The first is, I'm going to start in the upper left-hand corner, they're purpose-driven. You can detect in all of the kinds of activities that I see, there's some kind of purpose having to do with, we're something special, we're trying to build something special, and we want to keep it going. We want to fix it if it's broken, but we're doing this because we want to kind of be on the team and make it work. It's about tradition and duties as much as right. A lot of the debates today, I think, have to do with our rights and sort of, pastrami slicing more and more finely for different segments of the population, my rights. But so lost out of the discussions is often what comes along with having these particular rights? What is the obligation? What are the duties that go along with people who are battling for rights? And that, of course, goes all the way back to the Greeks, where the polis and politeia was intimately about, what you must do to support the polis and your obligation and opportunity to also participate in the assembly and the law courts and the army. So there's a lot also in this about the pride and furtherance of who we are. So there is, I think, always at least a little exceptionalism in civic education, or there should be. And obviously, if you've been listening for the last 4 minutes, it's not just about schooling children, okay? Although that is an important part of the architecture. It's taught, but it's also experienced. If you're in military service or if you're serving in a local community meeting, you're observing your experience. And just again, to emphasize, it's not just instruction in a classroom. And it evolves in step with democracy itself. One of the points of our civic bargain is that in order for democracies to be strong, they must continually revisit and update and revise their civic bargain. I mean, a quick assessment of our problems today is that our civic bargain is out of date. We need to fix it. We need to improve it. But we need to do it with some kind of discipline about what is the democracy that we're actually trying to preserve or further, and what are some of the key conditions that no matter what, we must preserve. Some of these may be retranslated or reorganized in a different way. Our civic institutions need some work for sure, but fundamentally they have to remain citizen in charge. Citizenship has to be defined. This civic friendship has to be somehow part of our society, or we will end up with a boss. So just a final slide, and so what? I think as all of you think about civic education and the work that you're doing in your institutions, I would urge you to challenge yourself with purpose. Are we really clear about the purpose of why we're doing this? Are we thinking beyond the classroom? You may be only in control of the classroom, but are you thinking about how what you do in your classroom will be reinforced by other parts of what goes on in society? America's tradition and history has to be part of the experience in some way. I think we have to move beyond the notion of non-geographically oriented citizenship. It's not sensical. Citizenship for the world it's a nice concept, but I don't think it's part of civic education as I understand it. It has to be about some level of national pride. I think we have to go beyond all the self-criticism and apologizing we've had. We can acknowledge the problems of Americans' society in the past, but we have to say, look, it's not all about just what's the newest outrage we can talk about in Americans' history. We have to start to look ahead and rebuild some kind of pride in what we're doing. And my last point is that we have to contextualize our democratic citizenship. There's not nearly enough understanding amongst young people today about if American democracy were to disappear and you had to go live in North Korea, would that be okay? We don't look enough at the alternatives. We do it in a vacuum, and we sort of say, well, of course it's okay, to be in America, but, you don't have to really worry about what the alternatives. The alternatives are terrible. They're ferocious. And we don't expose our students and our young people to a real understanding of what we have here. My last point is that there is no time to waste. Our book shows, like many others have said before us, that when civic education declines, so does democracy. I mean, the end of the Roman Republic and the Athenian polis was not only because civic education declined, but you can see a degradation of the values and the understanding of what was needed in order to keep democracy vital. And then on top of that, it's very clear if you're reading anything in the newspaper that we have lots of foreign enemies who are absolutely delighted at the fighting that is going on in our society. So we don't have decades to figure this out. We have to do it soon. Thank you.
Excellent. You've given us many things too many, really, to talk about in our discussion. I'm going to abuse the privilege of the chair slightly with the permission of the organizers and introduce myself. I'm Jim Hankins. I've been entering my 39th year as a professor of history at Harvard, which is becoming a more disgraceful admission by the day. And I work on, can we get the next slide? Should we get another slide here? There was a slide. Well, the chief project that I'm working on now is here it is a book with my old high school buddy, Alan Gelso, the Lincoln scholar, called The Golden Thread, 2-volume work, which is a history of the Western tradition. It's published by Encounter Books, and it's designed to be, as it were, the sequel to Bill McClay's Land of Hope. It's a work on the Western tradition, and it's really designed to suit the moment, to support classical education movement, and also the civic education movements that are going on. So it's a purpose-built book where we try to give people reasons for pride in the Western tradition, that Western history, Western civs stopped being regularly taught in the United States sometime in the 1980s, 70s, and 80s. And I think the fact that people know nothing at all about Western civ is the main reason why they attack it so much, because they just don't know anything about it there. Anyway, so that's my big project at the moment, and we hope to have the book at least in galleys in the fall. This slide gives an impression that it's already done, but it's not quite done. But it will be out. It will be out in the fall. So I'm just going to make a few comments about the Italian tradition, since that is always the missing link when we talk about the history of democratic and republican traditions. Melinda talked about the monarchical Republic of England. We had to talk about the Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, which are not the same thing. Republics generally are somewhat suspicious of democracy, and especially in the issue of deliberation. Cicero, for example, mocks the Greeks for herding the population into a theater and having them shout at each other. He thinks that's not real that's not a way to have good government. So he prefers the Roman method, which is to have deliberation among the wise, being the senators, the educated, and have the people herd into their pens whenever there's an election and walk through and drop their vote and not talk very much. The interaction is when the Senate, someone like Cicero, addresses the people and they vote, but the people do not deliberate. So that's one of the big differences between democracy and republics. And I want to ask both of our speakers later about how we build the skill of deliberation, because it is a skill, right? Protagoras, the Greek theorist of Athenian democracy, thought that it was enough for citizens of Athens to take part in the law courts, take part in the assemblies, take part in the boule, in the council chambers, that was a civic education in itself. But I don't think we believe that anymore, and it doesn't really work. It works very well for a small democracy like Athens, 20,000, 40,000 people, citizens. But whether it would work in a large-scale republic such as ours is another question. So the Italian tradition of city republics, of self-governing city republics, goes back 5 centuries. It begins in the 12th century and it continues into the 16th century. It has a very rich tradition of reflection on self-government. The great generation, of course, is Machiavelli, Guicciardini, Donato Giannoni, and I am trying to add the figure of Francesco Patrizzi of Siena, a political theorist who's completely unknown to the modern world, but I assure you he is much more in harmony with the civic humanism of the Renaissance. And I will add the footnote that's Christian civic humanism. It's not modern humanism, right? It's Christian civic humanism. Patrizzi is the real voice of the civic humanist tradition, and he has a very elaborate discussion of how you educate a republic so that it can govern itself. And so I'm pushing the idea that we should look at the whole range of Italian Republican thought, and not just Machiavelli, because Machiavelli tends to be the placeholder for the Italian Renaissance, right? If you teach a course in history of political theory, you do Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, maybe if you're lucky, Thomas Aquinas on law, and then you do Machiavelli. So what happened in between? What happened in between was the civic humanist tradition, which is very rich. And so I just bring out 2 points about the civic humanist tradition, and I will stop and we'll have our discussion. One point is the great emphasis on eloquence, right? This is the real backbone of humanist tradition, humanist teaching in Italy. And humanist teaching makes its way into the universities through the professors of rhetoric. And what they're teaching is they're teaching leadership. And they're looking back to Cicero, and they believe that the model for the statesman should be Cicero, the good man skilled in speaking, as Quintilian later puts it. And the idea here is that supreme eloquence comes only from a good man. That you can get people who have the knack of speaking, who can, be spin doctors, as it were, right? Who can get people to change their minds. But the real civic leader is someone who has an impressive moral character and who can speak well, and that's how you get a society to change itself. So, and this is something that I found rather absent in modern discussions I've read about civic education. And maybe I'm wrong and I just haven't read widely enough, but I think this is tremendously important to our society to have this Renaissance notion of the charismatic speaker. And the charisma this is again Cicero, the charisma comes from virtue. That virtue in itself imparts a charisma, and then if you combine that with eloquentia, right, not just rhetoric. Rhetoric's a rather nasty term we always combine the word rhetoric with empty, right? We talk rhetoric today. But the Renaissance talked about eloquentia, speaking out, right? So the idea is that if there is a man of high character who knows how to speak well, that can change society. And I think that's something that we really need to recover in our civic education. And then the second point I want to raise, if I can put my glasses on again, right, is the question of prudence, where prudence comes from, where practical wisdom, or phronesis is a Greek word, right? I think the Italian humanist idea is that phronesis basically comes from the study of history. And that's why you study history. And there is a tradition which has recently been described in a book that has not received as much attention as it should. I reviewed it in Law and Liberty last year. It's by a Hungarian political scientist called Frank Hirscher. And it's on the history of prudence, the teaching of prudence as a virtue from the Italian Renaissance in the 17th century. There's a whole tradition completely forgotten about how to teach practical wisdom to political leaders. And it's an interesting tradition for a reason I'll explain in a second. It begins with my guy Patrizzi, Francesco Patrizzi of Siena. And the method is that you review, when you ask a question, let's say, should we go to war? Is it right to go to war? You're in a council, a king's council, or a prince's council, or in a Republican council, and you're asking the question, should we go to war? So the scholastics immediately raise all the pull out the just war sheet and start arguing about the basic just war. The humanists argue from history. They want to see what other situations in history have people decided to go to war and whether it's a good idea or not. So they review the whole history of people going to war in this particular situation. And then they come up with a prudent situation, which is not a logical operation. It's an operation of judgment, comparing different forms, different historical experiences. So this is a tradition that goes from Patrizzi through Guicciardini, Ginotti, all these figures I know you don't know, Lipsius, Justus Lipsius, Hugo Grotius, Pufendorf, and the end point of this tradition is the Founding Fathers of the United States, right? If you read the works in the Federalist Papers, it's full of history, and it's full of the authors of the Federalist Papers meditating on whether we can do this, whether we really want to have a republic, right? What are the pitfalls of republicanism? Because there were a number of options on the table, right? At the beginning of the federal, should we have a monarchy? Should we make George Washington our monarch, right? There were options on the table, and they were deeply worried about the republic. Now we'll get to the discussion. So one of the big worries that the Founding Fathers had about republics is that historically the most successful ones were small, right? And even the Roman Republic, which conquered the Mediterranean in the 2nd century BC, started small. And the great question as it matured and grew larger and more like an empire was, can we still be a republic now that we are an empire, right? This is Tacitus's question. Tacitus, who is deeply attached to the Republican tradition, says in the end that, I'm sorry, but if you're going to if you're going to run the Mediterranean, you cannot be a republic. The Republican processes are not going to work in an empire. So it's a question of scale is a big question in these republics. So let me get into the, and I think that is a question we should think about, is how we have Republican processes in a large republic. The phrase used by the Founding Fathers was the Great Republic. And some of the anti-federalists said, no, you guys are all wrong. You think you can have a republic over 13 states? That's just not going to work. We can have a republic in Massachusetts, we can have a republic in Maryland. We're not going to have a republic in the entire country. It's just too big. You can't get people together. You can't deliberate in common. So that's the question I want to pose to the panel. First of all, is how do you have Republican deliberation in 50 states in a country that has a major footprint around the world, and how can we debate about those things in practical terms? And is there a way that those who do civic education, who are teaching civic education, can teach deliberation, teach Republican deliberation. How do you teach that? What would be the, we're talking here about translating our aspirations for our democracy into actual curricula. So how would you do that? How would you teach deliberation to young people in a program on civic education?
Let me answer your first question about how can we have a democracy when we're so big. One of the things that we examined in our book is what we called the challenge of scale, which is essentially what you were talking about. And we realized that the challenge of scale is kind of a double-edged sword. The first part is the one that you were touching on, Jim, which is essentially, when you get really big, it's hard to deliberate together. And of course, the Founding Fathers' compromise was this thing called the Federalist system, right? Which, was, I think, pretty clever at the time, although, we're wrestling with it now. But the second part of it is that in a world where you've got increasingly large enemies who are not managing themselves in any sense of the word democratically, quite the opposite. I mean, if you ignore the propaganda of North Korea, for example, which says it's a democracy. But I mean, in all seriousness, you've got these huge nations with nuclear weapons and all sorts of technology to harm us. And lots of people say, well, we should just downsize. We should break ourselves up. That would be very dangerous right now to do that. So I think that we have to figure out the answer to your question. And the other thing I would say that is, I think in many ways, with all of the different new media that has gone on, we are essentially de facto deliberating all over the place. We are deliberating on cable news. We are deliberating on TikTok. We are deliberating in all these, in all these social media outlets where people who are very frustrated that they can't get their message through to those damn people in Congress, they write, 78-line tirades about abortion or gun control or Ukraine or whatever. So I think what we have to do is turn your challenge over upside down and say, how do we make it happen? Not, we really can't do it. Let's figure out, some other way to make our Congress people smarter or whatever. And some people have argued that. There's this whole movement of the epistocracy. Let's just have really smart people running the democracy and then things will be fine. But I think that with technology and with our ability to manage, large volumes of ideas in lots of other theaters, we should figure it out, and we must, because we have to stay big if we're going to defend ourselves in this world.
Well, I'll just say that higher education is absolutely key. So 40% of all Americans get a four-year degree. So that's the way you reach people, because they can discuss things on TikTok, but it's not intelligent. So you've got to have programs, general education programs like Cornerstone, in which they get together and they talk, but it's about something. It's about the Leviathan or the Second Treatise. It's about something that they have in front of them that they can discuss together. I guess I won't go any further than that, but I really worry about unintelligent conversations with no backing, no evidence, no sources. And that goes on constantly, and that's where we've got to say, okay, what's your evidence? Not conspiracy theory, I hope. What's your evidence for this?
Yes, we've had this issue on the table all day about the question of civic engagement. And the way it's currently done in my university anyway, civic engagement turns into political activism. That's how it's understood, that students are patted on the head when they get involved in political activism. And personally, I think that they should be punished for engaging.
And the faculty.
And the faculty for engaging in political activism. They have an incredible opportunity at the Harvard University. It's got places crammed with the most brilliant minds. And they're out there, in tents and not studying. This is an incredible opportunity to study. Anyway, that's my attitude. But how do we, can we build a more positive form of civic engagement in the university? We talked about the issue of we want to create departments, and I think this is a good idea. I understand this idea, that why it's necessary to have departments with their own powers of appointment and their own powers to create curriculum. You've got to have that. I agree with that. But how do you, I don't think we should abandon the field. Eric Adler was saying somewhere, we can't abandon the field of general education or of civic engagement. How would you do that? I mean, do you have, how would your great books programs translate into public engagement?
So you have to incentivize the faculty. In other words, one of the speakers in the last panel said, they're incentivized to publish. That's the model. You have to incentivize them to teach general education courses. So at Purdue, half of their teaching is in their contract to teach in Cornerstone for everybody in the liberal arts. So you could be in anthropology or art history or English, and half of your teaching is in Cornerstone. And it's working. Fantastic. Because you bring in all these people, and if they don't teach, they can't teach at Purdue if they don't teach in Cornerstone. And the one thing that every liberal arts faculty member has in their background is that undergraduate degree that was broad, that taught them Shakespeare or T.S. Eliot, and that they loved, and it's the reason they went on. And if you can tap into that, then I always tell them, don't think about your graduate degree. Think about your undergraduate degree and be a generalist and turn the students on. You have to. And we can get into this discussion later, but you also have to teach in a different way. You cannot lecture. That's done, right? That's over. It's got to be active learning, and it's got to be an active learning process that inspires them, that gets them talking, gets them doing group activities, all the things that we really know how to do that sometimes are chaotic, right? You go in, when you lecture, you know exactly what's going to happen. Boring. But when you go in and you say, now I'm going to put you into little groups, and you're going to tear apart More's Utopia, right? That's exciting. You don't know how it's going to happen, but they can do it.
Yeah.
You've got to turn them on.
I would just add, again, back to the sort of the historical perspective, that if you take what Melinda just said and say, why can't that go on in lots of different theaters around the world? There used to be, debating societies. There are nonprofits. I mean, de Tocqueville was waxed poetic about how American democracy was learned, in local halls and community associations. And, Robert Putnam has written about all that's disappeared. Well, again, on the one hand, some of that is beginning to arise again. I also notice there's an interesting movement going on in the world of business, that certain businesses are actually putting a civic education component into part of their corporate life because they want their employees to understand some of these things which they didn't get in their university education. And then there's also, some of you may know about Jim Fishkin's experiments of setting up these deliberative sort of circles of randomly picked Americans to talk about particular issues prior to an election, which were very successful. People love them, but you need to have some kind of forcing device or some kind of support to institutionalize that. So again, with technology, with money from Bill and Melinda Gates, I mean, we could do more of this if we had the will. But I think we're only beginning to realize the value of that. Certainly it has to happen in the universities, and I totally agree with Jim. I mean, all these protests and whatnot, I mean, one of the greatest, punishments of those things is the way that they cut off the notion that reasoned discussion and debate is the way to get people engaged in these things. And the demonstrators were basically saying, that doesn't matter. What's more important is our vision of justice in Palestine. Well, that cuts off what the university is supposed to do.
Exactly. And in the old Republican tradition, if you had demonstrations and violence like that, it meant that your republic had failed.
Right.
Because there was no rational deliberation that satisfied the needs of the republic.
Right.
One thing I just want to throw in very quickly is the importance of public speaking. And it used to be taught at universities. At Harvard University until 1955, you had to take a public speaking course. It was taught by the Boylston Professor of Rhetoric. They had a professor to do it.
Right.
And who's now always a poet, by the way. They've given that to the poetry department. But that is tremendously, I think, a great way to teach civic citizenship, getting people to get up in front of an audience and speak. And that's the way that all of our civic leaders in the 19th century, they all learned from the Columbian orator and these collections of texts how to speak in public.
But that gets back to what I was saying about purpose. I mean, if you peel back the assumption set under that, here at Harvard, and there were many other universities going back to the 19th century who had a public speaking requirement. The underlying assumption was, this is something that you need to do, not as a skill when you become a marketer, it will be helpful, but this is what you must do as a citizen in our society. And we see that as part of our job to provide that. And we're going to make it a requirement because we really think it's important. It's not an elective.
Yeah. Questions from the audience? Who has a question? Yes. I can.
I'll be obedient and wait for the microphone. Thank you. This has been great. I'm particularly struck by this question of scale, not the question of can civic discourse happen at the scale of 50 states, but rather the opposite direction, and it ties with this question of protests and so on. That is it important for the university to serve as a model for civic engagement within its own structure of governance? Is that an important thing or not? And if it is important, what's the trajectory that we've seen over recent decades? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? And what's the status? Thoughts on that?
My thought is, why is that even a question? But so yes, I think it is important for universities to do that. And again, I'm not in the university anymore, but as I look across, it does seem to be getting worse in my mind because of what we see going on right now. And that would be my quick answer.
We're deep in discussion right now, which are being led by Danielle Allen, by the way, who's here and will speak this afternoon, or will. About forming a faculty senate. We've never had a faculty, not a faculty, but a university-wide senate. And they have that at Berkeley, they have some other universities. And those, I think, are excellent forums for at least keeping the administrations from making all their secret decisions and then springing it on the faculty. That's what they do now. So yes, I absolutely agree that we have to have more public deliberation about what the university does.
And what about the erosion of tenure in that same context and the advanced, greater emphasis on contingent faculty? Is that important? Is this a crisis for us?
Well, we at Purdue, in our College of Liberal Arts, have hired over 100 new faculty in the last 3 years. The vast majority are tenure track, but we also do hire what you may call teaching track. So they have a larger teaching load, but they may get promoted. So from assistant to associate to full. And I see nothing wrong with this, especially if it relieves some of the teaching from others who the majority of their commitment to the university is through grant getting and publishing. So these are still a minority group, these teaching track professors, or clinical professors would be the other word, but they do help. I'm talking about a university that's very large. So we have started doing that. And again, I hire a lot of these people, and they're brilliant young PhDs. They deserve a job. I'd rather have them doing 4-4 than teaching at McDonald's. So I don't see anything wrong with it. And they get raises, they get promotion, et cetera, and so forth.
One thing that is sad, though, is that tenure was invented to protect the academic freedom of university teachers. But it seems that it's a freedom that's not often made use of. I mean, university teachers are, as they call the herd of independent minds, right? that there is not a lot of ideological diversity in faculties these days. So they're not making use of this freedom. And I fear, well, that I think it does have value still, but I wish that it had it produced its intended function of making people able to speak freely their beliefs.
Well, I think they do.
Yeah, sorry. Is that Danielle?
Please. My name is Michael Weiser. I'm the chair of the board of the Jack Miller Center. I'm very interested, Mr. Manville, in your comments about context being an important part of civic education. And I am struck by how little used the naturalization ceremony is as a civic education tool. It's a metaphor for what we have and what we must convey, and carefully planned, working closely with the Federal District Court and with USCIS. Programs can be planned that provide students, adults, citizens, with a powerful reminder of what we have and who we can be.
Is that Danielle?
Can you imagine if every university someday said, in addition to your application to us, you will have an interview with one of our staff on the material that is covered in the naturalization handbook?
How about a simple requirement that to receive a university degree, you must attend a naturalization ceremony?
That would be fine too. I mean, yeah.
Yes, Danielle?
So thank you for a really interesting panel. I've got a question for Professor Zook. Thank you for your description of the Cornerstone program, which was quite inspiring. And I'm wondering if you could just speak to something that very simple thing that I find myself wrestling with, which is about books versus excerpts. So I started my career teaching at the University of Chicago. We taught whole books. The completion of an argument was a part of what we were teaching. I find that increasingly hard to do. And so I'm just curious, either do you manage still to teach whole books? And if not, what precisely is the sort of learning success in context where you're not teaching a whole book?
So you know that it depends on the book, but if it's Pride and Prejudice, you have to teach the whole thing. So we teach, Frankenstein constantly, 1984, Pride and Prejudice. We do teach the whole book, but I always warn faculty, it'll take you 3 weeks. Because they can read about 35 pages per class. That's about it. And we do a lot of reading with them. If it's something like the Leviathan, then we will take bits and certain chapters and read it with them. They always say that Hobbes is like reading another language. So you have to do a lot of reading with them in class. But let me say this. I usually say to the faculty teaching transformative texts, you're probably not going to be able to assign more than 4 or 5 books in the 15 weeks. Now, that would include some short story and poetry. We have to have a diversity of genres, right? But they're slow readers. And when I started teaching, you knew that you were going to have to teach them how to write and how to speak, but you didn't realize you were going to have to teach them how to read. Now you have to teach them how to read.
Thank you.
I'm Kathy Crow. I'm from Dallas. I'm on the board of SMU, and I'm just wondering how you could change. Thank you. I'm just wondering how you could change the nature of student activism by changing the admissions process. I kind of feel like the universities have the students they were looking for these last couple of years. So what can you do in the admissions process as faculty to change that?
It's not the students. It's not the students, it's the faculty. I mean, let's just admit that. That's what you are going to have to change. if you want to change the institutions of higher education. The students are just mimicking what they've already learned.
Right on.
Yes, in the back. I'm sorry I can't identify people, but I have these lights right in my hand.
Hello, I'm Tom. I'm at the Hoover Institution at Stanford. I'll pick up on that point by coming back to the point about how institutions are behaving. And Brooke, you mentioned, well, we do deliberation in TikTok. I respectfully, that's not deliberation. That's just proclamation. And I think
But what I was saying actually is that's where it's going on, in a bad, unguarded way,
right,
because
and
it's not going on the way it should in other parts of our society.
Right, and I appreciated you bringing up the work of the Deliberative Democracy Lab. There are plenty of models where that is happening. I do think that we need to take seriously. Andrew Seligson wrote a really great article in which I think he sarcastically said universities as exemplar citizens, where he talks about how universities undo all the civic education, the things they purport to sort of teach people when they act in undemocratic ways. Now, he's not, and I'm not, saying that universities are democracies, but they can actually provoke a civic imagination about what democracy can be. In every one of the realms that you described, there was some form of assembly that was a really critical component of that. So I'm eager to hear what Danielle and Harvard are going to do, but I think every university ought to look at itself and say, how can we inspire a civic imagination by engaging students and other members of the university community in real deliberative processes around which they govern themselves? That's the way that we get to the place without a boss. Not completely without a boss, because again, they're not democracies. But there's lottery-based panels that could be commissioned. People could come into the university and think of this as, I might be at some point drawn into a jury duty at which we're thinking about how should the university respond to global crises? Should we have a foreign policy? I think we'd have a much more nuanced student engagement with that than forming a camp or going camping and saying these things and chanting things if they were drawn into and had regular processes around deliberation. So I very much appreciated your comment about what can universities do. I think that in and of itself should be one of the most powerful forms of civic engagement that we have in higher education.
Just to quickly build on what you said, it's very interesting. I've been watching a lot about the Palestinian, pro-Palestinian demonstrations. And I agree completely with what you're saying. But one of the things when they interview students, what they so often say is, I really wanted to do this because I had a sense of community. I was with other people who were thinking like I was, and it was liberating to be part of that. I mean, very few comments sort of explaining about the actual situation in Israel's history in Palestine. It was about, I got to be with other people that I really like, and it was a great experience, which tells me that they are being starved from great experiences of the sort that you're saying.
Yes.
Right. The approval of one's own conscience is a dangerous draught for a 21-year-old. I'm afraid we have to end right here, but let's thank the panel again.
Does this mic work? It doesn't work. Can you, oh wait, there we go. That worked. All right, I'm gonna do if you see my hand, raise your hand, please. If you can see my hand, raise your hand. See my hand, raise your hand. There we go. If you can see my hand, raise your hand. Beautiful, thank you. That was my K through 12 persona. Terrific. We are going to get started for our afternoon conversation. I'm Danielle Allen, actually at the nation's first public university, Harvard University. I'm going to compete with UNC there. We were founded by the Colonial Assembly in the colony of Massachusetts. They then passed authority over to the state government at the time of the writing of the state constitution. So Harvard is in fact in the Massachusetts state constitution. It's actually the Massachusetts state legislature that still maintains final authority over the university. It's a massive sleight of hand that somehow people have come to think it's a private university. You know, go figure how exactly that transpired. One might wish to understand. But so yes, nation's first public university, Harvard University. All right. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm here today also as one of the co-authors of the Educating for American Democracy Roadmap for K through 12 education, and really delighted that colleagues Paul Kreese and Jim Stoner are here who worked on that, Peter Levine as well, and maybe some others who participated in that project. Checker Finn, who's currently working with us on it, was here earlier. And as I think about the issue of civic education in the university, for me it's come to boil down to something very simple. This roadmap that was released in March of 2021, Educating for American Democracy, was the product of about 300 educators and scholars from around the country working on it. A group of people who spanned viewpoints and subject matter expertise and professional experience. And we linked arms. We said there is an urgent threat to the nation. Kids do not have sufficiently rich opportunities for civic learning. They need core knowledge. They need civic skills. They also need civic dispositions and virtues. And together we developed a framework that really had many important compromises in it. A commitment, for example, to educate not for a democracy and not for a republic, but for constitutional democracy. A compromise phrase there, bringing the best of the arguments for both terms to the fore. All three words are in the roadmap, but constitutional democracy really sits at the center. Another compromise around an old, but now also reborn idea, reflective patriotism. A Tocquevillian idea, a commitment to support love of country, but to marry love of country with the capacity for reflection and thoughtful engagement. That was a really important compromise in the work that we did. Also, another important compromise in the work of the roadmap was the idea that as we understand who we are individually and in community and as members of our society, the right framework for thinking about challenges around diversity and inclusion is a framework of pluralism, where we care about people's different identities and also their diverse ideologies, that we are as interested in experiences of religion and military service as we are in racial or ethnic background or issues of gender and the like. So a pluralism concept was another really important achievement of the Educating for American Democracy Roadmap. So when I think about civic education in colleges and universities, my answer now, my sort of dream list, wish of what would happen on college campuses is simply that all of our colleges and universities would turn out people with BA degrees equipped to teach the Educating for American Democracy Roadmap in our K through 12 schools. If our colleges and universities could deliver that, it would actually address completely our civic education challenge. So that means if one's thinking about civic education in higher ed, one actually could start by looking at the roadmap we designed for K through 12 and asking, what do the grown-ups need to know in order to actually teach this for kids? So with that as prefatory remarks, I'm just really delighted to have the chance to moderate. It's going to be a really exciting panel today, taking us over the arc of thinking about civic education in the US context with two Drs. Thomas. So you wanted to really get me confused, I realize this. So we have Dr. George Thomas, who is a professor of government at Claremont McKenna College, and also will speak to us today
about a book on the founders and the idea of the National University, a very exciting piece of work. And Dr. Robert Thomas, who has taught for many years in Columbia's Contemporary Civilizations course and understands core curricula and has given a lot of thought to that. So we're in for a treat, and I'll hand it over first to George.
This right now. Okay, Mike, I can tell my mic works. Well, before I start, I just want to say it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm delighted to think about education in the American context, and it's great that Ben and Jenna have organized this. So let me start just by saying that, as we've already been saying so often, it's often recognized that education is central to sustaining America's Republican experiment. What's largely forgotten is that most of the leading founders proposed a national university to this end. And in America, I think we also like to remind ourselves of the history that we often forget, especially given that our history is so bound up with American identity. This actually starts with Noah Webster, who in the 1780s, prior even to the Constitutional Convention, is berating his fellow Americans that they don't know American history at all. And so I want to go back and look at part of this history. And I want to try to keep my remarks, I'm just reminding myself that I forgot to start timing myself. I want to keep my remarks under 15 minutes if I can, so we can save time, I think, for the conversation. And I want to make two essential points. And one really is a point about American constitutionalism, and that's the link between American constitutionalism and education that we so underplay. And I'll get to that in just a moment. And the second really is, so why did they want a national university? What kind of civic education were they attempting to create? And I want to then turn back to understand the context of education at the time of the founding, right? And as Professor Allen has pointed out, Harvard's the first public university. I can't tell you how often, when I was writing this book, somebody from Harvard would inevitably say, don't we already have a national university? But then they also slipped in so quickly, so some wag couldn't say, yeah, Yale, right? They said Harvard, right? And Harvard was a public institution. The General Court paid the salary of the president of Harvard throughout the 19th century. It's actually Charles Eliot, the president of Harvard, who I'll get to in a little bit, in the late 19th century, who starts to say, no, this is really a private institution, and we're making it private. I mean, so if we could really do this, we could seize your endowment and use it for our own ends. There, I mean, it owes Massachusetts there. But I want to make a third point, and I'm just going to float it right now. And because in part my talk is much about American constitutionalism, about civic education. But I think what unites them is recovering, and the figure I draw on the most is James Madison, but he's, I think, hardly alone here. But I think what unites them in some ways against our contemporary understandings is first that constitutional democracy, I like that phrasing of it, is not neutral. It's neutral on certain issues at certain times, but it's not a neutral political regime, and neither are public universities or public institutions or private institutions that are, in some sense, set out to support American constitutional democracy. Again, they can be neutral on certain issues, but they're not neutral overall. So, let me start with the National University. We tend to take our democratic institutions for granted, assuming that they'll be self-perpetuating. Yet the founding generation realized that democratic institutions are fragile, that our Republican experiment is an open question. And the National University was part of an effort to cultivate not just public leadership in a public leadership class, but certain ideas that were essential to sustain democratic institutions. They did not, as it's so often said, think that the Constitution was a machine that would go of itself, in James Russell Lowe's poetic phrase. It's also, while we're reminding ourselves of the history we tend to forget, Lowell didn't mean it that way. Lowell gave that phrase to us in a speech on constitutional degeneration. He was reminding Americans in the late 19th century that they shouldn't take their democratic institutions for granted precisely because they were not self-sustaining. And so he, like the founding generation, thought of education as a way to frame a mindset and a culture that was crucial to carrying forward the constitutional project. And the Constitution was this imperfect experiment. Part of what I'd highlight here is that we now take the Constitution as a legal document largely enforced by courts and lawyers, and we're engaged in this process of legal interpretation. I think one of the key things that's missing in our discussion of constitutional education or civic education is precisely the fact that in some sense, right, we've given the project of constitutional maintenance to lawyers and to judges rather than to citizens or to members of Congress or the presidency. And so they understood the Constitution more as an ongoing project. It was hardly just about legal interpretation, but it included the ideas and habits of citizens. So let me start, I think, looking back with the question that the founding generation was thinking about in terms of why they wanted a national university. And that is, what unites us as a people? What do we share in common? In Federalist number 2, John Jay famously said, "Providence was pleased to give the country a united people, descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same government." Jay's sentiment has re-entered the public sphere as we can see the resurgence of ethnic and religious nationalism. The founders, on the whole, rejected this understanding, and certainly those who framed or wanted the National University rejected this understanding. They didn't think we shared the same ethnic or religious background, and precisely because we didn't, we needed to be united by a political creed, that is, a general understanding about political principles, how we think about government, public life, private life, and virtues like religious liberty and liberal tolerance. So the National University was a means to cultivate and pass on across the generations of a diverse and growing nation the shared mindset, an understanding committed to certain political principles, and think of it more in terms of civic culture than just, again, legal institutions. You're passing on the political principles by way of the habits and understandings, the mindset of the people. Let me give, because it's remained so unknown, just a brief history, and I won't go over all of the thinkers who supported the idea of a national university, but just a brief history, because it first comes up with Benjamin Rush and Noah Webster, and it comes up prior to the Constitutional Convention. Now, Rush says he wants to establish a federal university without an account of distinction or religion. Madison actually, and it's seconded by James Wilson, makes this motion at the Constitutional Convention as well, but then it's picked up by every president until John Quincy Adams. It comes up again in interesting ways right after the Civil War for reasons you can imagine that I'll get into in just a moment. And there the fight, and this is where Charles Eliot of Harvard returns, they start to resist. The presidents of the established universities start to resist any call for a national university because they want to keep this from themselves. But it actually gets debated for the last time in Congress in 1914 or 15. But the important part of it in early America is precisely this constitutional project. That is, they're trying to create democratic institutions that we take largely for granted. So it's actually put forward as part of a revolutionary mindset. In fact, Noah Webster captures this perfectly when he says it's too common at the time to confuse the late Revolutionary War, right, with the actual project of revolutionary constitutionalism. The war has been won. It's over. The project of building constitutional democracy, the real revolution, has just begun. Benjamin Rush echoes this again in the months before a constitutional convention. I mean, so their argument is that we need to bring out the ideas and the principles of what they will call ultimately, or what we'll call constitutional democracy, in order to sustain this experiment in government. And education is an absolutely essential part of this. Now, I'm going to skip over all the calls, just highlight one thing. Starts with George Washington. James Madison approves of it as well. It comes up again and again, but it includes Jeffersonians. And this is an instance where even Jefferson says, well, most things could be left to the states, but this is not one of them. And he thought you needed two things here. It needed to be national and it needed to be public. And Jefferson would, of course, and I can talk about this in the Q&A, Jefferson would, of course, take on many of these ideas as part of founding the University of Virginia with James Madison, which in some ways is where the National University is most important in terms of its influence. The curricula that develops out of the University of Virginia, the reasoning for the University of Virginia put forward by Jefferson and Madison are largely grounded in the arguments about a national university. So, why a national university? To understand the second part of it, right? If I've focused on largely the idea that you need the habits of mind of a people, right? Not just legal ideas about a constitution to carry this constitutional project forward. Why weren't the colleges and universities at the time, largely colleges, up to the task? And just on this, I know there's already been talk about Ben's University of North Carolina. It gets the claim to be the first public university in the nation with no religious affiliation, right? Largely, I think, because it's actually put forward in the 1776 North Carolina Constitution. It doesn't actually come about until 1789. I think the University of Georgia makes a similar claim, right? Also non-denominational, right, in that sense. But in North Carolina, it's actually in the Constitution. The short of it is that the colleges at the time were church-state colleges. They varied to different levels. I mean, Harvard was deeply a church-state college, so was Yale. Princeton, where there was a weaker establishment, much less so. The University of Pennsylvania actually stands out in interesting ways because it has no religious affiliation and is actually thinking of itself very much along the lines of an educational enterprise committed to the new order, a new constitutional democracy. So part of what I highlight in the book, but won't go into detail here about, is you're switching constitutional orders, essentially. You're moving from the colonial church-state organization, which, as Noah Webster would say, was largely monarchical, to what I'll call a constitutional democracy. So you needed also to shift your forms of education. So you had to break the theology that was part of the church-state college and move to a secular basis. Let me be quick to add at this point. In the book, I use Noah Webster's 1828 definition of secular, which just means it's not founded on theological authority. That doesn't mean it's anti-religious. Indeed, the University of Virginia creates a place for religious liberty there, but doesn't formally affiliate with it or endorse it. So for instance, Jefferson and Madison worked to say there will be no professor of theology at the university, but there will be religious liberty. Kind of the shift that I have in mind here, I think, is captured by the idea that what the proponents of a national university wanted to capture was teaching something like religious liberty is a kind of constitutional knowledge. That's a principle we're committed to. Your own religious belief, those go from the realm of knowledge and truth to belief, and those are things that people can think, but that the state itself isn't going to enforce in terms of its orthodoxy. So again, during questions, I can talk more about the specifics of the institutions. I don't have time to go over them all here, but so let me then just address this question of, so why do we care? Why does it matter today? The first part is I think a lot of the programs we're seeing across the country, right? My vote would be to call them programs in constitutional studies. I know that's sort of probably not the winning vote for deeply political reasons, and that makes sense. And it would be constitutional studies in ways that includes all kinds of things that come about with constitutionalism, like literature and philosophy and history of a certain sort that could fall under that umbrella, because when we reorganize knowledge, those things come with it in important ways, and I think we don't think of constitutionalism along those lines, but that's part of what I want to insist here. Our thinking about constitutionalism should be much more capacious, because part of it is the fact that we've neglected constitutionalism in the civic realm is why, right, we end up with so many people not understanding constitutional government, and we're trusting in lawyers and courts to do the job, and they don't always do the job well. And it's not always because they're problematic themselves, but they're looking at it through a narrow legalistic lens, and that doesn't begin to capture the constitutional universe that the founding generation was trying to create. But so I think a lot of these civic programs have something deeply familiar about them, the same kind of motivation that the founding generation would have put into the national university. So I think it could be helpful to look back for those reasons. Right? How do you cultivate, and how do you cultivate in a critical way, deep understandings about constitutional democracy? The other part I would add to it is, and this sort of cuts two ways for me. I mean, on the one hand, when we think about our educational institutions, they're driven more and more by careerist concerns and the market, and then that's also compounded by a kind of commitment to politics in a narrow and partisan, often deeply left manner. And that is, both of those combined are corrosive of the kinds of education, the kinds of mindset that you'd want to cultivate at the university level or by way of civic education. So I think that in some ways, refounding the curriculum or rethinking about the curriculum can be a hedge against the self-interested notion of, we're teaching critical thinking and the like that we've heard, that these are careerist concerns. And in this way, and I want to put the emphasis on thinking about the American past. I think the way to maybe make these programs really work is to put history at the center and put the American regime as a constitutional order at the center of that and think of it in an investigative manner, right? So you put it up as a question, right? What's crucial to the American regime? And then in doing so, you also have to look back, right? What's the American regime created against? What are the other kinds of political philosophy out there that we need to think about in order to understand the American regime as a constitutional regime? And then we put that history at the center as well, because that puts both, right, the bad parts of history and the good parts of history. Because I think one of the things at these conferences that we too often leave out is we talk about the American constitutional order without talking about all of its flaws. Like the fact that we fought a civil war, that there was a deep and profound constitutional failure in the middle of this, and it was over ideas, essentially, and I don't think we think enough about that. But that's my minor suggestion for what this kind of education might look like in our present time. I will end there. Thank you very much.
Hello, and thank you for having me. So 1 century in 15 minutes. Buckle your seatbelts. And the automotive metaphor is appropriate because we will be getting into some curricular nuts and bolts here. Okay, so first, how did this project come about? Well, in 2019, Columbia's core curriculum turned 100 years old. Many of you know the core, so I won't talk about all 7 courses. Rather, I'll just focus on contemporary civilization, that first 1919 course, because CC was and still is, I'll argue, a civics course. Anyway, in 2017, I was teaching in the core and assisting then director Roosevelt Montas, whom some of you know, and we both felt, there isn't a lot of enthusiasm for really getting into the history of the core for this celebration. But the course's premise is really that during crises and birthdays, those are times to reflect and reconstruct 2 terms from John Dewey, CC's godfather. And so we pitched Butler Library on an exhibit. I spent a year in the archives, and the show here was up for, I think, 2 weeks before COVID shut it down, and then it was slowly disassembled over the next few months with nobody able to see it. So the library did put a few items here, and we'll put that link, this slideshow, and a link to other useful files with the video of my talk online. So then, first I'll tick through CC's origin and evolution. We'll ask what the changes can teach us and if today's CC is still civics. I'll close with the unchanging problem that CC and courses like it have always faced, and I'm sure there will be some questions about the protests going on up there right now. But I'd like to start with a quote. Looking back from 1932, Erwin Edman recalled the spirit behind CC. In 1914, he wrote, sophomores on this campus were reading the just-founded New Republic and eagerly expectant of the great society that creative intelligence was to usher in. H.G. Wells had given us the vision. Dewey, Beard, and James Harvey Robinson had suggested the technique. Now, as those names suggest, CC began as a progressive project. H.G. Wells, futurist, peace activist, and yes, sci-fi writer, was a real rock star in 1914. The Great Society was then a book by Graham Wallas, who, like Wells, was a member of the Fabian Society, and as for Dewey, Edmund and CC's other framers were his students. 3 Dewey ideas were at the heart of CC. First, reflexive intelligence. That is, the individual facing a problem reflects on past outcomes before acting. To Dewey, we're all born scientists. The second idea is related. Humans acting together must also reflect to solve shared problems, and this is where Edmund's progressive historians come in, Robinson and Beard. In the New History, 1910, Robinson had said, the past must be usable, showing the roots of today's problems such that solutions are clear. Robinson and Beard were friends. They co-wrote books together defining civilization as culture that has attained regulatory self-consciousness, and that's still very important to CC. Both men also touted K through 12 civics. In fact, Robinson advised the famous 1916 Committee on Social Studies. Finally, a third Dewey idea was that World War I would create instrumentalities, as he put it, useful to progressives post-war. Well, Dewey was right, and CC was one result. But before we go to CC, I just want to show you a few slides showing how seriously Columbia took its own civic duty in 1917. So this is the Student Army Training Corps in front of Low Library and Alma Mater. These are the same steps overlooking the quad. The recent encampments would be in front of those bleachers right there. This is Columbia War Hospital in the Bronx, waiting for the wounded. Air Service School in Philosophy Hall, of all places. And this is trench training in Connecticut, at Camp Columbia, as it was called. Now, it would be easy to get lost in the weeds here. These pictures are fascinating, but the main thing is that Columbia also wrote the SATC War Issues course used nationwide, and this was largely civics, propaganda as well, but mostly civics. Alas, the war ended 6 weeks into War Issues. Dewey's students called for peace issues, and CC was born. Now, this new course replaced freshman history and philosophy. 4 days a week, students met for small group discussion. The syllabus was a 142-page outline covering, just to gloss here, geography and distribution of resources, demography and ethnography, psychology, economics, sociology, and the history of the great powers, all of this leading to F, the insistent problems of 1919, which really still resonate for the most part today. And so, how to produce many goods cheaply and humanely, how to attain group solidarity yet escape prejudice and conflict, and it goes on. So those are the problems. Since we're talking civics, I thought I would show you just a few pages on civics in the spring of 1920. So you have a breakdown of democracy's pros and its cons, and those are some of the sources down there at the bottom. You get into sovereignty and problems of representation, and it goes on like this for, I'd say, a good dozen pages before then turning to the problem of education in a liberal democratic society. Again, the full syllabus for this is online if you're curious. Now, much of the reading from 1919 was textbooks, but here are some of the monographs assigned in the first few weeks of the course. So again, original CC, pragmatic, social democratic, but also quite patriotic and concerned for civic health and order. Now, Edmund and co. knew those insistent problems would change, so on to CC's evolution. The first students really liked the course because the instructors were excited about it, but they tested poorly, and so it was decided they needed more history. In 1925, John Herman Randall, then 22, wrote The Making of the Modern Mind, weaving short primary source excerpts into a tale tracing ideas, beliefs, and economies from the 13th century on. Here's Randall writing Modern Mind. And, and this book was a real blockbuster, and I have to say it's still worth checking out. By 1928, CC had so much history in it, it split into two. CCA now covered the making of the present. The second year, CCB tackled the problems. During the Depression, economist and brain truster Rex Tugwell turned the second year into a New Deal primer. That's Tugwell on the cover of Time magazine. Now, CCB was very technocratic and the exams were tough. I'd just like us to look at question number 2 here. Describe and appraise the central banking system of the United States with special reference to note issue, reserve requirements, regulations concerning rediscounting of commercial paper, and so on. And that's just one question, and this goes on for 3 pages. So very deep in the weeds on the New Deal. But if the tests were hard, CCB field trips were great. You could tour the Holland Tunnel on foot. You could visit the stock exchange. In fact, you had to visit at least 6 of dozens of industrial sites and learn how they worked. Also during the Depression, and this is key, Columbia rebooted the important books course that John Erskine had offered in the 1920s. Yes, this was the course that Mortimer Adler took to Chicago in 1929, the birth of great books. Back at Columbia, a new required version, Humanities A, which is now Lit Hum, joined CC in 1937 as a required course. Why? Well, it turns out students prefer classic text to textbooks. So in 1941, CC also switched to source books. Now, was CC becoming a great books course? No. While Lit Hum read whole books on transcendent themes, CC read excerpts with opposing views just on topics relevant to now. Remember the new history. Some examples from the new source book. So you see many short texts between 5 and 30 pages on such topics there as medieval political economy, philosophy, and religion. And then in the spring, it finished with these, unfortunately, very relevant topics. There was also a manual in 2 volumes that came along with these books. Now, all of these books were really the key to CC's success. By 1955, CCA's 4 volumes were selling nationwide. CCB, by that year, had turned into a social thought survey with its own books, and we'll come back to those. But the point I'll make right now is that all this publishing did much more than pay the bills. Let me explain. For many decades, the Corps was run by instructors on loan from the departments to the college faculty. These then taught undergrads in their own fields and in the Corps. CC itself had a chair, planning was done in committees, and the editorial committee in charge of all of these books became the course's brain, keeping both the books and the courses up to date. This then was CC's golden age. But if there's one thing you learn in CC, there are no permanent golden ages. And so the trouble began with CCB, which was never popular in 1961. The second year became optional. Its source book lapsed. Social scientists left the Corps. And then came 1968. Now, CC was not a casualty of the protests per se. Rather, the course's staff, with finger to the wind, reformed the course just days in advance of the protest. And what was the students' biggest grudge? It was these books. Huge, expensive, with authoritative context wrapped around them. The books had to go, and when the smoke cleared, CC resumed with the famous Revolution syllabus. So you see there's Rousseau, Marx, Lenin, Fanon. Actually, it was the Revolution and Identity syllabus. eerily enough, although I think they meant something different at the time. Now, revolutions also fade. CC's staff re-expanded the syllabus, and by 1990, it looked pretty much as it does now. Flashing forward to the present, here are this year's fall texts, and I apologize for that small print. So you've got the Greeks, the Bible, Islam, lots of early modern texts and medieval texts, and then on to Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau at the end. And then in the spring, there's Smith and Kant. Note the US, French, and Haitian founding texts. On to Tocqueville and Mill. And then this year I noticed there are lots and lots of shorter texts along with the usual suspects. And in the last 3 weeks, instructors choose among options. And I believe this year's options were race and gender or climate change. Okay, so again, truly radical CC was short-lived, but the changes of the 1960s mattered in at least 3 ways. First, the loss of CCB opened the course to charges of irrelevance. Second, the loss of the editorial committee has meant less revision. Third, the loss of edited volumes and context has obscured the difference between CC and the literature course. And of course, as we've just seen, the spring ends with more radical works to compensate for the lost relevance and also in hopes of meeting students halfway. So, is CC still civics? Well, I was thinking it certainly is until I read George's paper, and then it gave me pause. There certainly was much more civics in earlier versions, starting with the 1919 version. Here's how that CCB social thought course ended in the 1950s. A fair amount of rumination on problems of liberal democracy. And briefly after World War II, there was even a CCB that was almost entirely American history. And this version drew from Lewis Hacker's really quite wonderful source book called The Shaping of the American Tradition. Now, unfortunately, neither version of CC was popular. There were several others besides. Both of them were hard to staff, and so that course perished. But back to the question, is CC still civics? I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yes, it is, because I think it does 3 things. 1, it covers foundational thinkers and their critics. 2, it models liberal discussion in person, unlike social media. And 3, reading dead ideologues inoculates most students against living ones. It's one thing to teach Judith Butler, say, as the latest round in a 2,500-year dialectic. It's another to teach only Butler and those who agree with her. And it's worth noting that when Judith Butler was a visiting professor at Columbia, she taught CC. So did Susan Sontag in the 50s and C. Wright Mills in the 40s. So much for the 1960s. Do we learn anything from CC's century-long shift to something like great books? I think so, and it's this. While students love cutting-edge stuff, that edge dulls real quick, the issues change, and constant reinvention of huge required courses, 60 sections in the case of CC, is just not sustainable. Better to swap classic texts in or out, pose topical thematic arcs, or end flexibly with stuff students care about. And that's my answer to Ross Douthat's editorial, by the way. Okay, that's it for change. I'll conclude with something that hasn't changed. Here is outgoing CC Chair Justice Buechler. The year is 1955. That's the very peak of the golden age of CC. Buechler begins his departing memo by speaking of the rewards of running CC for a decade. He lists his work as chair since 1950, revisiting CCA's books, remaking CCB, creating its books, getting social scientists to teach. Buechler gives the course stats. He had a 35-member staff, 1,300 students, and 50 sections. The staff is strong, Buechler writes, maybe stronger than ever. But then comes a rant that will ring true for any who has run a college program. Outside the college faculty, he says, few know much about CC and they care less. Department heads treat it as distraction from proper work. CC teachers lack time to teach. Buechler has seen the best ones let go or quit. Of 34 teachers last year, he writes, only 2 were full professors. The younger one, Buechler writes, tend to feel a distinct kind of class separation. The term academic proletariat would not be at all inapplicable. He says he can't guess the future implications of all this, and note it's 13 years before 1968. All I can say is I don't much like it. Yes, folks, the biggest problem facing civics is the conflict between the imperatives of the college and those of the university. Historically, the college concerned itself with virtue, the latter with knowledge. Both are necessary, but for the past century, only science has brought the grants, the patents, the corporate money, the expansions at home and abroad. So if you want civics, secure the autonomy of the college, but without severing it from the university. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I feel like Socrates come from the agora with such an incredibly rich feast. I don't know quite what to do with myself. So thank you for that. You've given us an amazing survey of aspirations across the span of time of this country's history. And what I'd like to do, I suppose, first is ask you to think forward a little bit. Over the course of the morning and now as well, we've had the chance to think about different corpora of rich intellectual work that we all consider worthy and worth our time, worth intellectual time. The ancients, various early modern resources, the specifics of constitutionalism, the great 20th century social theorists and the like. And there's obviously just too much to learn, too much to know. But what you've both done is also show very forcefully how at critical moments, you said birthdays and crises, some set of individuals have achieved a diagnosis of their contemporary moment and its intellectual needs. And so I wonder whether we might look forward, think a little less about which things that we loved we want to bring forward, and rather ask the question, what precisely are the intellectual needs right now that we want to equip a rising generation for? So if you both might take a run at that question, and then we'll open it up to the room.
Well, I will say, is this still working?
Yeah.
Okay, good. A lot of the attacks on the core as a whole come from people who don't like that it is Western-centric. And someone, I can't remember in which talk, brought up a world literature course. There have been attempts to have some pilot versions of CC. They're actually global in scope that bring Buddhist texts and Hindu texts and Confucian texts into dialogue as much as you can with these. I mean, one thing I think you appreciate when you teach a course like this is that these books actually were in dialogue with one another, whereas it's a bit forced when you assemble a syllabus with global text. So I think one way of getting around the problem of the Western centrism of the core as it stands now is to bring other texts in. As it stands now, when you have non-Western texts, they're only very recent and very harshly critical, but these sort of great wisdom traditions are everywhere. So
it sounds like your answer is partly that we do actually need to connect learners to a global set of traditions, but your point too is that you want to rebalance away from a sort of strictly critical lens.
Yes, and it, I said this sort of idea has been floated, and I've seen syllabi, and I guess I bring it up now because I thought I'd really like to teach that because I've never read any of those books. It's probably not as on the topic of civic instruction as I'd have to think about that one a bit.
That's all right. Yeah, George.
I haven't thought about it a lot. I guess I'll narrow the question a little bit to where I have thought about it. I think one of the things that I think that I see lacking in students that then explains many of the problems we're wrestling with is really a lack of knowledge about history. I mean, so I've found both the lack of knowledge about history to be deeply important in that they don't, I mean, so when you talk about the development even of like religious liberty, they are like, oh, okay, I take this for granted. Well, I didn't know that they were enforcing orthodoxy that recently in places, or you could be coerced. And I think that kind of, or, you know, why did you actually start to think in terms of individual rights in the first place? And then, you know, that going back, it's like the way your world is organized and how you think about things is not the way the world's always been. And I think situating the students in historical terms really brings that both a lack of knowledge out, but also then I think makes them curious, and then they become open to thinking about not just the present, but I think when you do it by way of history, there's less contemporary ideology attached to it. And I think Rod made that point in part. I mean, they can, kind of when you enter a historical debate, they don't necessarily come in thinking, well, this is where I am, as opposed to kind of open and thinking about it. And I think that I'm struck by very smart students often how then I'll have to be like, so can you situate like a particular book in you know, a timeline or when particular events happened, and the fact that they often can't is part of why I think they don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, can I just read a quote that I have? It's unfortunately on my phone. I'm not checking TikTok.
I would actually have them do away with their phones for a while too.
I used to do
Probably,
that, but
yeah.
it's impossible now. Let me see if I can find it here. Good for you.
No phones.
If I can find it on here.
Yeah, no. Mine can't have their phones in class.
Yeah, so this is from a memo written by another very disgruntled CC chair in 1968, Orest Ronald, whose papers in the basement of Hamilton were famously burned by STS. So that was supposed to be his next book. He was running around with his hair on fire before the protests happened. He knew something was coming. He's like, we got to reform this course. The students are just not present. And you know, he took his staff to a retreat, and they tried to come up with a rationale for the course. They first of all subscribed to the original rationale, 1919, about a paragraph, and then they said, at random said, an awareness of the temporal context in which issues arise is requisite for an understanding of the terms in which problems are stated and dealt with. It provides as well knowledge of the variety of alternative solutions, theoretical and practical, the problems allow of. Through this approach, the student is encouraged to read critically and develop sound judgment. Now, I mean, history is almost entirely gone from CC, but it initially was precisely what you're talking about. Yeah.
Let me maybe just make one observation more, and then we'll throw it open. So George, I was really struck in your remarks about the National University in your description of its project as being the creation or development of a constitutional culture, in effect, mindset and the like. And so I suppose the question that I posed to you, also another version of it would be something like, if we thought now, as we might reasonably think, that we needed to sort of start fresh, cultivating a constitutional mindset, what would that look like in the contemporary moment? And I imagine it would look somewhat different than in past moments because this is a different time and place. But I wonder whether that's a reasonable way of putting the question of what the project is. And so, you know, we live in a world of incredible scale and complexity. Governance problems are all around us. You know, all of our institutions are suffering under strains of governance incapacity in relationship to problems at hand. And in a context of that sort, one does need to rebuild or create a kind of culture capable of understanding governance or institutions, as Yuval has written about. And if one's trying to do that, in a sense, from scratch, because I think that's kind of like roughly speaking where we are, just to be really blunt about it, you know, where do you start? I'm not sure you do start with Plato, actually. So that's sort of the question that I'm really asking. You know, where do you start if you're trying to So, build a constitutional culture or mindset from scratch in current conditions. But let's throw it open, and maybe somebody has an answer to that question too, which would be really, really wonderful. But I'm sure you have other questions for the panel too. Yep, over here.
Thank you, Lee Strang. This question is for George Thomas. George, I'm the director of the Center of American Constitutional Thought, so you should be happy with that title. Yeah. My question is, you had pointed to the University of Virginia, and one of the innovations of it was becoming secular, but in the way that you described, which just means not against religion, but just theologically agnostic. One common story of the history of Western universities is that at different times, different disciplines were the organizing structures for those, so theology, philosophy. So my question for you is kind of twofold. So one is, was the University of Virginia's innovation, and then you mentioned Charles Eliot, so Charles Eliot put into practice the elective system at Harvard University. Was that a contributing factor to the disorganization of disciplines in universities today? And then second, you had ended with, I think on an uplifted note, putting the American regime as the center of our curriculum. What makes you think that it has the resources to be able to organize university curricula today? I'm thinking of disciplines like molecular biology.
Yeah, what was it? Remind me of the first question again on the University of Virginia.
Yeah, do you think the lack of the moving theology out contributed to the fragmentation of the university?
I mean, I suppose in some sense it almost certainly did. Right, and I think this is where we get to the tension within, modern universities, modern starting in the late 18th century, 19th century, and the discipline of knowledge. Because on the one hand, right, I mean, you want to partly break who has a stranglehold on it because you want to be free to explore knowledge generally and cultivate that knowledge. And I think to that degree, it does decentralize. And there's something to that, right? And I think that in part, on the one hand, we think that that's a very good thing insofar as it allows for knowledge to develop in all of these ways. And when you have universities today saying, well, what do you do? Well, we're really in the business of cultivating knowledge. And I think that that's right. The catch is, and I think this is what you're pointing to, don't you have these other kinds of obligations as well? And I think that that's more difficult because I think that, and this would be the public universities, because it could be very useful for private universities to have commitments that don't really concern themselves with the political regime at all and are organized along a certain orthodoxy. That would be just fine. It's when public institutions are doing it that part's problematic. And I think insofar as you're also wanting to cultivate a certain kind of understanding for citizens and for the political order, those are going to be, I think that there's going to be some tension there, and maybe decentralization is inevitable in that sense. Although, again, this is really, right, the question that always is ubiquitous at these things. So is there a tension between civic education and liberal education? In some sense, I think that there is, but I think it can be done in a more healthy and productive way.
Yeah, right up here.
Hi, I loved.
Mike is coming. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you. Professor Allen, I loved how you opened with this idea that what you'd really love to do is maybe move students from being receivers of knowledge to givers of knowledge. And I think that's a beautiful idea, and it's definitely something I would love to think about doing as a teacher. And I've taught the core, and I'm embarrassed to say it's probably it's the most amazing experience being able to teach that class. But I'm very anxious that we can't actually do this work just inside the classroom. Like the classroom has almost become this tiny part of the university instead of a large part of the university. And when you think about what your diagnosis is and what the intellectual needs are, I was just wondering if you could all comment on how you understand this institution, how you understand time allocation, how you understand what happens inside the classroom versus what's happening outside the classroom, and where should we be making moves, and where are we maybe too focused on what happens inside the classroom versus outside?
Fantastic questions. Yeah, Robert and George.
Well, I should mention that recently Eric Holder, who is a Columbia alum, and I believe was one of several students who took over some buildings at some point in the 70s. But he loves the Corps, and he has started something called, I believe it's the Holder Center. Is that right? The Holder, yes, I think that's right. And the purpose of that is to remedy the relative lack now of civics in the Corps and foster engagement. Now, Eric Holder is a man of the left, and as someone else said today, I think when you hear engagement, it often means we're going to, channel your energies into some sort of protest. And, I read a history of French theory a few years ago, and someone, I can't remember, observes in this book that, when Foucault is speaking of the state, he speaks of it as a Frenchman speaks about the French state. It's a monolith. It'll be there forever. It's not fragile at all. It's like a giant Jenga. You can pull things out and it'll still be there. And I feel like a lot of the critical theory that kids get in college treats the American state like that, and it just isn't that way at all, at any level. So I would like to see a Holder Center where people actually are going into internships at Congress and things like that. It's funny, during the break, I walked around the block and I saw the University of California, Washington Center. I was an intern here at Brookings 25 years ago, and there were people in there, congressional pages and volunteers for every sort of civic institution in the city. And that's a great program, and Columbia should have that. And there should be a history course that's required.
I just really quickly, and also this gets to the second part of the question that I neglected. And I would start smaller. And maybe I just want to start smaller because those are the kinds of things I've given thought to. But I mean, the modern university is this huge thing. And molecular biology, I have nothing to say about, and I don't, and I want that to proceed at the university, right? And we want that kind of knowledge to be cultivated, and we don't actually want to get deeply political there. So I think what would largely be talking about would be undergraduate education, right? And so you're talking about the undergraduate mission of the university, or then liberal arts colleges that naturally lend themselves to this. And I think there you can focus more narrowly. And I think, to me, and this is both an experience of teaching and then thinking about it, I think when you're putting either big political principles at question or big ideas at question, I think putting them in historical context is, I think, the best way to do it insofar as I think it forces the students to really think about those issues, but it doesn't try to amp up to be too grand all at once, which I think also can be off-putting in some sense. I guess I don't know that there are sort of grand solutions to many of these problems, it's Professor Allen, this is a great question, but you're also not going to start from scratch because you don't ever get to historically, right? I mean, you're always starting where you are in some sense. And so I think that lots of different institutions trying these different things is probably a good way to start to do this.
Just put a footnote on that for a second. I think that's a super important point. And as we've been hearing these different examples across the course of the day about the success cases, they are often the success cases of specific teachers, right, who have a very specific in-place contextual vision. Josh over at Stanford, but then it's an oversubscribed course, and so it gets the opportunity to grow. Or the particular leaders of CC that you described who really had a vision and carried it forward through the course of time with their energy specifically, but then succession was a problem. Or I'm imagining that the Cornerstone program probably owes quite a significant amount to you specifically in terms of its evolution and growth. So I want to just really underscore your point about context specificity and the need for specific teachers in place to answer specific teaching problems in place. But I think I saw a hand, back here.
Hi, Chris Green from Ole Miss. I'm curious how some of these discussions about a national university or some of the Columbia stuff interact with the idea of 14th Amendment equal citizenship. So a lot of people during Reconstruction say all citizens have, of all creeds, religious and political, so this is hearkening back to Jefferson's first inaugural, have a right to the same civil rights. Because a lot of, saying, oh, we don't agree on religion, so we have to agree on political creeds, it seems in some tension with that. And some of this Columbia stuff of like, oh, let's give them all this Fabian nonsense. What about, people who think that, think it's nonsense? Is this really consonant? If Columbia were a state school, would they, be obliged to do things differently?
Well, first of all, that was 1919. If you go through the syllabus from 1919, 1920, and I encourage you to do that, it's going to be online, at least Ben tells me it is. You'll see that the way this outline is done is that it's truly a liberal course. It gives points pro and con on every issue so that students could debate it in class. And Columbia in 1919, the professors were progressive, but many more of the students were not back in the day. So there would have been some pretty interesting conversations in those seminar rooms. So,
in terms of both the founding generation thinking about education generally, and one of the reasons why, especially the church-state college wouldn't be sufficient in places, and it wasn't that religion couldn't contribute to it in important ways, but as Jefferson pointed to his alma mater, he's like, there's a deep problem when all the board members have to be Episcopalian, when professors have to subscribe to the 39 articles of faith, right? When that kind of orthodoxy is taught, that's not a public institution, right? And partly because it demeans the citizenship of others in the state who, remember at the time, were all being taxed to fund this. And so you get, it's not just a Jefferson in Virginia, but Isaac Bacchus, the Baptist preacher from Massachusetts, is complaining about Harvard because he's like, this is a place for Congregationalists and I'm not allowed. I don't benefit from it. The state is favoring, and that denies me equal citizenship in a very real way. And I think that it's not surprising that it comes up again post-Civil War insofar as, I think the other element about a national university, and we kind of too easily gloss over it in the early founding era, is that sectionalism is still deeply entrenched, right? It's the New Englanders in the 1812 war that are kind of thinking, yeah, maybe we should secede and join Britain, right? That's an active problem at the time. And so after the Civil War, you get the last real serious advocates of it are Presidents Grant and Garfield and Hayes, and they do attach it to the, as I'm sure you know from the 14th Amendment, the religious question in some sense, and it is partly about equal citizenship.
Great, terrific. Yeah, Brooke. All the way up in the front, and then you can get ready to go to Paul after that. Oh, there, yeah.
Thanks. Brook Manville again. George, I loved your talk very much, and I had a thought experiment that occurred to me as I was listening to both you and Robert. So several of the founders wanted to do this national university, and if I understand correctly, it sort of petered away, didn't quite come to fruition. If we could raise them from the dead and ask them Danielle's question. Guys, things have gone a little differently than you once thought. We're kind of starting from scratch now. Is it time to do a national university? What do you think they would say? How would they answer Danielle's question?
Well, I can't speak for them, but no, I would be skeptical. I find it most interesting, not because I'm positive the National University itself would have been the way to do what they wanted to do, but because they're genuinely wrestling with this problem. How do you actually cultivate the habits of mind and a public leadership class that embraces political principles in a way that's going to sustain itself? What kind of education do you need for that? And how does that help carry the constitutional project forward? So maybe a national university is not the best way to do that. That's, I suppose if we were going to prose it these days, I'd be hesitant. And not because I think Harvard is the national university or that Yale is a national university, because I think there's actually probably tremendous benefit to some of the pluralism, but the state institutions, to me, seem like that they could pick that project up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would answer my question that in many ways, the National University did take place, but it was a distributed answer. Yeah. And what's happened is that the distribution of different followers strayed in so many different ways that we're ready for some kind of reaggregation. Maybe it's not a one institution, but I think their vision is arguably still right. It's just a question. It doesn't have to be one big bricks and mortar.
So it sounds like you're saying this conversation is the National University.
It's the beginning of one.
It is, exactly. Paul.
Reese, Arizona State University, the first of these new state university departments around the country. So Jed Atkins this morning at UNC Chapel Hill, Director Dean of a new department, Lee Strang, posing that question. All of them cheap knockoffs of the original at Arizona State University School of Civic and Economic Thought and Leadership. Danielle, thank you for your wonderful introductory remarks and being magnanimous and gracious about Peter Levine and myself and Jim Stoner. So if you would respond to a comment question. The first two panels this morning, it seemed to me, posed a sharp contrast between the research university model and the liberal arts civic education tradition, Italian humanism, right? But it's in the Federalist as well. And this panel seems to have done the same. So if we are in a sort of 1838 moment with Abraham Lincoln, right? A failure of civic education as constitutional education in the Declaration of the Constitution, wouldn't we have to, as educators, reclaim a space in the university apart from the research culture for the sake of saving the political order? And Ron Daniels, the president of Johns Hopkins, in this book with two co-authors, What Universities Owe Democracy, he says this, which is a pretty extraordinary thing for the Johns Hopkins president to write as the first research university in the country, that an unintended consequence, as he phrases it, of the research university culture is to undermine or displace this liberal arts civic education approach. And then one other point, Brooke, that it's interesting to read the John Dewey-inspired curriculum. If I'm getting it correctly, the Declaration isn't there and the Constitution isn't there. Or maybe the Declaration is there, but the Constitution isn't there. And that's similar to what Brooke and Josh Ober do in the book, which is maybe the Declaration's there, but the Constitution is not much.
It has been there in the past.
It was there.
It was there. It'll be back.
Which of you would like to take
Well,
those thoughts?
I'm gonna plug the research part of it a little bit, in that, right? I mean, it's like, I don't know, my research can contribute to this debate. Cambridge University Press, 2015. They don't let us sell it here, but I'm sure you can get it from Amazon. But I don't think that they have to be as at odds with it. I suppose, I mean, I think we probably have to think more deeply about, again, like the science question and some of the specialties, those are obviously, not and shouldn't be. I don't actually know that I want my biologists or physics people. I think they should care deeply about civic education, but I think they should be engaged in serious research. I suppose the question then is, there are all these other disciplines that can do serious research that also contributes to liberal education in civic education in a serious way. So I take your point, Paul, but I'd want to resist thinking that you would want to say, I mean, yeah, they need to claim their place back at the university, but I think they can claim it by way of research and by teaching. In fact, some of my skepticism about some of the programs, as much as I want to applaud them, like a Columbia Core or Josh Ober's new program at Stanford, and I don't mean this in any way to lessen what they're doing, but right now they're largely taught by non-tenure track faculty. And I think it's great that they're being taught, and I think that it's good that we have them, and it's excellent that it's giving people a chance to teach. All of that's to the good, but I worry about how solid their place is there if they're also not part of the normal faculty. And so I would rather see a kind of defense of it that says research can be done along these lines and has something to contribute there, and that faculty can teach in that. I mean, which, you know, I know it has its own problems, but I wouldn't want to abandon the research part of it.
Let's comment from Ben, and then I'll put a footnote on that as well, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, just I think what George and Paul's exchange here is very helpful for illuminating the fact that, you know, why would, when we talk about this relationship between the college or the civic educational and liberal educational function of the university versus its research function, why would anyone accept the proposition that the research enterprise of the university is how it is and shouldn't change? I mean, in other words, the research enterprise of the university is facing some difficulties right now, including the difficulty that much of the research is published in obscure journals purely for other specialists that nobody wants to read and nobody does read. And like, perhaps we should be thinking not less, but more ambitiously about what university research ought to look like. You know, maybe we could publish more books like The Civic Bargain, which is actually readable by people beyond the university context.
So just a couple further thoughts, Paul. I think it's an excellent question about the sort of fundamental structural tension between the research university and the liberal arts college. And I do think that is, you know, beneath this whole conversation that we're having. And what we're also hearing is that, as in the cases of many bureaucratic forms, change comes from the margins, right? So change comes from being able to build a program with off-ladder or adjunct faculty members, or change comes from building an entirely new school, you know, rather than trying to change the heart of the existing enterprise. But I do think it's exactly correct to ask the question of how does it get from the margins to, in fact, more substantial transformation of the enterprise. Like, it wouldn't be, I shouldn't think, sufficient if what happened was simply that the change continued to live on the margins. You wanted to actually start to change the whole enterprise around it. So I think the kind of tactical questions that were being asked earlier need to have that additional piece to them, right? Not just how do we get started, but how does the work that we do, whether it's through a standalone course or through a new school or through reanimating a set of existing general ed courses, which is another possible pathway in some places, you know, whatever that path may be, what comes next? How does that get connected, as Professor Zook was saying, to the kind of incentive structures in the university, the contracts for teaching and so forth, that then do drive more wholesale change in the structure of the whole institution. So I think there's a sort of very big kind of conversation there to be had. I'm going to throw out one more thing while I've claimed the mic for a second, because I'm answering my own question about if you were starting constitutionalism from scratch, or the kind of constitutional spirit, where would you start? And I'll say, I guess this is going to come from left field for everybody here probably, but my thought was, you know, where I would start actually, I think, if I had to try to start from scratch, would be with Cormac McCarthy's The Road and The Hunger Games. For real, because that's what the kids are reading. Like, that's where their heads already are. Their heads are in dystopia. Start with dystopia and figure out what's wrong with dystopia. What's the path back from dystopia? And that's the path to constitutionalism. Anyway, just a thought. Right in front of you there, Mike.
Hi, my name is Kevin Cambo from the University of Dallas. Thank you so much for the panel. I have a question about a specific habit of mind, which is piety. It seems to me that, you know, if you're thinking historically and thinking within the tradition in a way, I mean, Odysseus is not a founder, Achilles is not a founder, Aeneas is a founder, and his characteristic is, you know, pietas and so on. And it seemed to me that even as we sort of stress the sort of humanistic side of things, generally the various polis or cities or whatever don't really exist as kind of purely humanistically, but in a kind of theistic context, and that they presume a kind of world behind them. So as I've been listening to all the panels today, and so the questions that are coming up, that is there a way to sort of address this question of this specific habit of mind, which is piety? Because when we sort of make fun of, perhaps in some ways, of the guys sort of protesting and so on, in my mind, it's kind of like a piety problem in some ways, that there's a kind of liturgical aspect, there's days you have to celebrate, there's things you have to do, there's questions about pollution and purification and all of these things. And if our humanistic education can't get at that question, are we just always toast and always just trying to figure out something that is very human, but we've said is beyond kind of civic education?
Yeah, I would agree with you that the protests have a quality of a great awakening, right? And on the right, there are also those who say they are awake. They tend to be QAnon believers, right? So the religious impulse is there with no container and no direction. And how to fix that? I mean, wind the historical tape back into the box. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you?
George, did you want to comment?
No, it's I mean, let's have more. It's a great question.
So-
I guess I would say just really quickly, it's not clear to me that humanistic education can't address that. It has for a long time, and so I think it does. I wouldn't want to exaggerate how bad things are either. There's plenty of excellent education going on along those lines at lots of different places, and it does address that. I guess the question is maybe we just need more of it.
So Amanda's got a quick question, then we'll come over to Larry, and that will probably bring us to the end.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Green. I'm coming from UC Santa Barbara. My question is simple. Can virtue be taught? So I come from philosophy, and this question actually applies to every panel we've had today so far, but it strikes me that the field of ethics has confronted this question for a long time. And the institutional forms that it's taken has been either to be taught in a very abstract way by philosophy departments whose aim is not to make you a better person, or ethics is taught in law school or business school or medical school, and there's a specific aim which is to make you a good doctor, make you a good lawyer, etc. So my deeper question is, does civic education need to take a stand on that question? Can virtue be taught? It seems to me like if the discipline is going to be distinct, it's going to be unique in claiming that it will make you a better person if you study it. And that's not what university disciplines, no other university discipline makes that kind of claim. So it seems to me that behind the advocacy for civic education is a claim that virtue can be taught. In some form, that claim has to be presupposed. And I just wondered what you thought about that.
Well, I mean, I think models of, and tools of virtue can be put in front of students who've never encountered them before. And I see light bulbs going off in students' heads, and they, become fascinated with the idea of the tripartite soul and, Aristotle's mean and all of the different opposites that have to be balanced. And I think they do take these things on board. You're not going to turn a bad person into a good person, but I think you can get people to be more mindful of their actions.
I just really quickly, I think habits can be probably, and I mean, and it's you're the philosopher. Whether that's genuinely virtue or not is an open question, but you certainly teach those habits that mirror something like virtue. I guess I'm also somewhat of a skeptic that reading old books is necessarily going to make people virtuous. I don't know, Rousseau, Socrates. I don't know. I think there's more tension there than we might think, and so it's not clear that that's the way to virtue as well, as opposed to I think what you'd be trying to do with civic and liberal education is actually teach them habits of mind and understanding, which maybe is a sort of substitute for a kind of virtue. Not that you couldn't also try to foster that.
And last question over here with Larry.
So I'm going to teach the Mino this fall, so I'm glad to hear. Maybe I don't have to, or I can change it up a bit. My question, I think, is continuous with the previous two, but maybe a little less loftily put. And it seems to me we're encountering something, or we're not quite encountering, but we're circling something that's, I don't know, questionable, maybe problematic about liberalism. So at the risk of creating a rupture in the House of Thomas, George, you said that that how did you put it? Constitutional democracy is not neutral. and I think you said the same is true of liberal education or civic education. Meanwhile, when Rob was showing us, how thoughtful and provocative the CC curriculum was look, they're debating everything, pro and con. So it sounds like neutrality there, and for a lot of people, that's what liberalism means. Yeah. And then I'm thinking back to Brooks, and and the emphasis, the need for pride, something particular. Can you really inculcate habits of mind, just by teaching pretty abstract sounding principles, or do you have to not put stories to them, or maybe a national story to them, and how do you deal with all this?
Do you want to go? You want to go?
Well, I've been wanting to put in a plug for American Studies at Columbia since I bumped into Tamara on arrival here. If you want to develop particularity about the United States, they have great surveys of American literature there, and actually, it occurred to me reading George's paper that they have the constitutional conflicts course that you're looking for, right? They teach that. So I don't know. A small gesture would be to require all students to have an American history, literature, and history course, right? It's shocking that that's not the case.
Yeah, I would say, even when within a liberal framework, these questions are up for debate, and you can have, I think it's actually healthy to have serious critics of liberalism. And when I think of why I would teach it historically, I think one of the great virtues is you actually can understand the historical arguments of why liberalism develops, the issues that it's wrestling with in a real way, and precisely why it's not neutral on questions of popular sovereignty or should you have religious liberty, and it's going to treat and it's going to fall differently on different belief systems. I just think that's and can be defended in those terms, but it also then shows you its limits and its critics, and that's extraordinarily helpful too. So just the fact that you actually have not sort of both sides. I don't like the both sides often because it's like there are more than two, and sometimes there aren't really two. But engaging those questions, right? That's in some sense, right? If you took Rob's like, well, here, let's read this. That's a distinctly liberal take on things, right? It's like, yeah, I teach Adrian Vermeule along with other people, and it's not like, that's right. I take it he doesn't want to do that often, right? That's a distinctly kind of liberal take.
Yeah, is what you're asking, because Carl Schmitt was on the syllabus last year. You can't get more anti-liberal than that. It's a fascinating book, but are you saying
we are at time, I'm afraid. We are at time. I'm going to have to interrupt. But I want to thank you all. I can now imagine teaching a course that starts with the Hunger Games and ends with the Constitution.
Yeah, okay.
That's my arc. But anyway, so let's thank our panelists. It was perfect.
Find our seats.
You can do Danielle's trick.
Yeah.
Raise your hands.
I'm tempted to shush. Friends, let's find our seats if we can, and we'll get started in just a minute. All right, I think we're going to have to say that's close enough. Yeah, I know. All right, everybody, let's get started. Welcome back. I'm Yuval Levin of the American Enterprise Institute, and I do want to just thank you very much, all of you, for being here. I know it's quite a ways to go for a lot of people who are here, and one of the best things about these gatherings for all of us is just being together and getting a sense of the kind of community of people who are thinking about these questions together. We're enormously grateful for it. I also do, getting started, just want to say a word of thanks to my colleagues, the Stories, Jenna and Ben, for getting this together, for really building this community over the last few years and showing extraordinary leadership. And I do just want to give them a hand for the work they're doing. We get to bat cleanup in this session, and there is some cleanup to do, I think, and it is in some ways related to the technical subject of the session, which is also convenient, because I think a lot of the questions that have been, in some respects, opened up and maybe left open have to do really with the fit between the university and civics education. There are certainly questions to think through about what civics is. There are questions to think through about the nature of the modern university. But I think over and over, we've been confronting a set of questions about whether and how this project of civics education in 21st century America fits in higher education, and what it means to think about it in the context of the modern university and all that it is. We're going to do that through a conversation between really two ideal people to think through these questions for us and with us. And so we're very grateful to have them here in this final session. I'm just going to introduce them. They'll each speak for a bit, and then we'll enter into a conversation. We're going to start with Peter Levine. Peter is really, for a lot of us, when you think about civics and higher education, you think of Peter Levine, and that's been the case for decades.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's only halfway how I mean it, but yeah.
I resign.
Peter's at Tufts. He is the Lincoln Filene Professor of Citizenship and Public Affairs at the Tisch College of Civic Life at Tufts University. And he teaches political science and philosophy there. He's spent really his entire career engaged in a variety of efforts to bring scholarly work to bear on ways of strengthening American civic life, working on voting rights, on public deliberation, but really more than anything on civics education, and helping us to think about the various ways that it could be part of what higher ed means. He's the author of many books, including most recently, What Should We Do? A Theory of Civic Life, published in 2022 by Oxford, and really a book well worth your while. And Justin Dyer is the inaugural dean of UT Austin's School of Civic Leadership and a professor of government there. That's, of course, one of these new civic schools that have popped up in public universities in a number of states. And so this question of how civics fits into the life of a university is for him a very practical question, a day-to-day question. He was previously a professor of political science at the University of Missouri. He's also the author of many books on a variety of questions related to our subject, the place of natural law thinking in the American political tradition, and many other questions that have to do with the ways in which the kinds of questions we think about in higher education bear on our civic life. Both of them lately have been thinking and writing a lot about this question of fit in various ways, and I think from rather different angles, which should make for a number of useful ways into this conversation. And so we'll begin. Peter, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the very generous introduction. I was thinking when we were all young and naive and hopeful, by which I mean 9 o'clock this morning, Ben Story gave a lovely introduction to the day, and at one point said there's a case that could be made for a new discipline of civic thought, or civic studies is what I'm going to call it. And he looked over at me, and I think you used my name, which was very nice of you, and I gave you the thumbs up because I know my job, which is to make that case for consideration. And I'm not going to talk as much or at all about the tactical. I thought Jed Atkins did a nice job of differentiating between the tactics of whether it's a good idea to create a new department versus the substance. I'm going to talk about the substance. So, and I do have some slides. I'm sorry, we changed the order, so I'm up with the slides. Oh, I have to click to, oh, there you go. All right, so civic studies is, I'll talk about it in two ways. It is a tangible program at Tufts University, a very small research university, but that gives you something to think about concretely, to imagine it. It's also a nascent and not very big, but meaningful intellectual movement that is very international, with only some offshoots in the US. And I want to sort of introduce you to that. Some of the people in the room know it, but not everybody, or most people won't know about it. And this is one way to describe it. So it is intended to, it's a reform movement, so it's identifying a problem, and the problem is a kind of gap where the other disciplines in the humanities and social sciences are not doing what we need. And the diagnosis is that the other disciplines are doing good, important things, but not what we need. So the social sciences primarily are asking, why do people act in the ways that they do, in a kind of generalized sense? And how might we change their behavior, or how might their behavior change if things about their world change? Like, why are all those people in the subway? That's what the social sciences, I'm going to very boldly just say all this stuff, and you can disagree, but I'm just going to plow through all my simplifying claims. So the social sciences are about human behavior, why people behave the way they do. The humanities are much more about meaning, about what is meant by, not necessarily what is intended, but what's meant by the products of human minds. Those are all good questions. Philosophy is often asking, I'm just showing it my friend Erin Kelly, who's a really good philosopher at Tufts, what is right, what is good, what is fair, or another way to put it is, how should things be? Right? The primary question in political philosophy is often, how should things be? Good questions. All these are good questions. Ethics is often focused around either the life of where the unit of the analysis is a human life, so what makes a person good, or what should I do in a particular situation? Should I lie to the Secret Service, to the secret police at my door? Those kinds of questions. Public policy often ends up being the question of what should be done, and that can translate into really the question of what the government should do, including that it should do less. So certainly libertarian or skeptical position towards government is included in public policy, but it's about what government should or shouldn't do. So the claim here is that all those are good questions, you should study them, students should study them, but they miss the citizen's question. So this is the citizen's question. It's only 4 words long. The question is, what should we do? And all of those 4 words really count, so I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about each one in turn. So the question is, what should we do?
because the point is to act in the world. Not necessarily to change it. Conserving the world, the good things about the world is also action. Sometimes choosing not to act is the right thing, but the ultimate purpose of a citizen in a civic community is to act, or to intentionally refrain from acting. And there's also a kind of discipline, an intellectual discipline involved in asking, what should we do, as opposed to how are things, what's going on, right? Asking what should we do is hard, actually, intellectually hard. The question is, what should we do? And this is really crucial because the we has a great tendency to slip away. Right? It slips away in different directions. It slips away to what should be done by somebody else. It slips away into the abstract, or it slips into the completely personal, what should I do? But the what should we do is a hard question. It arises at all scales. So it arises for the very concrete group, but it also arises at the scale even of the human species. But I'm interested in the we where there's an actual we. Like, for example, the people in this room, what should we do? If we took that seriously, we would have to do things like figure out how to organize ourselves to make decisions. We would have to figure out how to have a listserv afterwards where we could talk. Otherwise, this isn't really a we. The question is, what should we do? Because it is, as we'd say in academia, normative. It's about what's right or wrong. It's not what you want. And it's not how things are, and it's not what your interests are, it's what should we do. And that's tough because, as we all know, you can't just look that up, and questions of should are disputed, but serious citizens, even if they're relativists in some abstract way, they'll say, but there's no right or wrong answer to moral questions. When they get into an actual decision-making forum, become very convinced that the thing that they believe in is right and can give reasons for it. So citizens use the language of should and should do so. And then I know this is a bit of a stretch, but this is the word what is my hook for saying that facts matter, information matters. In order to decide what we should do, you have to know what's going on, how much things cost, what the probability of success would be. In some ways, should is the hook for the humanities and what is the hook for the social sciences, although, and even the natural sciences, although they both, that distinction blurs. Quick sort of defense here, because if you think about this long enough, someone sooner or later is going to say, but why do we always have to think about what should we do? What if somebody else has got their boot on the back of our neck? What if somebody else caused the problem? What if somebody else has the resources to solve the problem? And I think my basic answers are twofold. One, even if the other people have caused the problem, they're not going to change unless somebody tries to compel them to change, and trying to compel somebody else to change, or at least to make a request or a demand, is in fact a form of doing. But also because there's something, not just something, but there's much that's intrinsically and deeply rewarding about asking the question, what should we do, no matter how you're situated. So it's not just a means to an end of a better world, it's also a way of living a better life, is to be part of communities that can ask, what should we do? Now, if you start with the question of what should we do, you find it embedded and connected to a lot of other questions. So, for example, who am I is inescapable, because in coming into some kind of community, you do come as a person, however you define that. Person is a slippery concept, but you come in as someone. And also the groups that you're in help to constitute who you are. So you end up thinking about who I am in order to think about what should we do. And also which groups do I belong to, which is not just a simple factual matter, it can be quite a complex matter. You can be complicit member of a group that you don't admit you're part of. You can also think you're part of a group, but nobody pays any attention to you there and they don't like you and you're not really part of the group. So what groups are you in is an ongoing question. And those three questions connect, and I think they're perennial. But if we focus on the moment of what should we do as the civic moment, right, as the constitutive civic moment, I think it leads to three large categories of questions or topics. Well, let me say a group that's actually trying to decide what to do, in fact, is going to think about the immediate problems in front of them. Taxes are too high, or souls need to be saved, or police need to stop discriminating. That's what they're going to talk about. But there's another layer of problems which are perennial and intrinsic to being in a group. So one set of questions is, how do you actually create a group that functions so that it can do anything? So again, there would be quite a challenge of turning this community or network of people into a group, and that would involve probably doing things like choosing some leaders, creating a budget, getting a stream of money. And those are a set of questions. and they're not easy, and they don't come. You don't learn them automatically as a developing human being. You have to learn them. And to break that down, I actually have a much more complex version of this diagram, but a simple one would be that you have to think through the kind of rules and norms that will work to make any kind of group function, and that's very differentiated. It depends on the group. And you have to think about how to create the human connections. I'll say trust as shorthand for the various positive affective relationships that are necessary to make a group work. So that's the first category. The second category is if we have a good group, and if it's a diverse group, and diversity is valuable, we're going to disagree about means and about ends. And people today have been terribly polite, but have disagreed about means and ends. So how do we deal with that? One set of questions that follows then is, what are the ethics or the personal, also skills involved at the individual level of talking and listening with other people? So what is an appropriate kind of thing to say, and in what way? We might use a word like civility, but what is civility and how to define it? But then also, how do we organize institutions for discourse? A university is one, but a social network is another, US Congress another, a court is another, a newspaper is another. How do we organize and structure institutions for discourse? The third category is, so we're a group, but there are these other people who are not in our group and they don't want to be. For example, this is a group pretty much devoted to civic education in higher ed, which has been talking all day about the others who don't like what we do. So how do we deal with them? And any group always has another. And so in terms of curriculum, I tend to think about the study, critical certainly, but also appreciative of social movements, broadly defined as those things that organize to make change against opposition, and especially of the nonviolent strains in social movements. Not because I'm a pacifist, I'm not. I'm supportive of military action in a number of cases, but because nonviolence is, one, obligatory in cases where you're in a functioning civil society with your fellow citizens, and two, because the nonviolent tradition, people like Gandhi and Martin Luther King, gives us deep resources for thinking about all of the topics here. So when we talk about the question from the earlier panel about what would you emphasize, I would, the American Civil Rights Movement would be at the very top of my list because of, among other things, because the nonviolence allows you to act with the resources that you have as a human being, not with things that you're given, such as guns. A few more thoughts. At Tufts, we have a major, 89 majors. We're the smallest Research One university in the United States, so that's a pretty significant number of majors. About 90 professors have cycled in and out of teaching our courses. We have some minors, one of which connects to business and entrepreneurship. We have a prison program, as a number of universities do, so a number of incarcerated students in the Massachusetts correction system are studying for BAs, and they are all majors in civic studies, and those who have graduated and left prisons have done amazing things. So that's, I think this might be my last slide, so I'm almost done. There's more to be said about the Tufts program if you want to hear about it. I'm also inviting you to join civic studies as an international movement of, again, not huge, not tremendously widespread in the United States, but meaningful with activity and opportunity. So we have offered I should have counted, but scores, at least dozens of intensive 2-week-long institutes of civic studies for, not for college students, but for people like Tamara and many others, for professors and civil society leaders. And those have been in a number of countries. So I'm showing you a picture of Trinity National University in Ukraine, where we did those for 5 years. And a lot of the thinking about this is coming out of other countries and about in interactions with civil society leaders. There's a journal of civic studies. It's the Good Society. It's a pretty good journal. It's actually now in its 60-something volume. Various programs around have popped up that are using the Tufts model quite explicitly. So this is McMaster in Canada, where they have a new college, not obviously represented in this room partly because it's Canadian, but they actually took civic studies pretty explicitly. There's a lot of other activities talking about infiltrating other disciplines. For those of you who are members of the American Political Science Association, there's a civic studies group, and it's free to join if you're a member of APSA, so please join. And so that activity is underway. And yes, I think that's it. So I'm just hoping that will be a kind of provocation. I also think it's going to stand in really interesting, I'm not going to steal your thunder, but I think it's going to stand in really interesting contrast with Justin. And that's good, because the contrast will give you something to think about. Thanks.
when I was an undergraduate student, I took a class at the University of Oklahoma called Foundations of American Politics. And I didn't really know what I was going to study or do. I had some idea that I would go to law school and was a business major at the time. And when I took that class, we read political sermons and pamphlets of the founding era, read the Constitution, read James Madison's notes on the Constitution, read the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, some of Tocqueville, and closed with the Lincoln-Douglas debates. And I loved it. And I thought that's what political science was. And so I changed my major. I said, sign me up. And as Peter was talking, I was thinking about that. It actually introduced me to a lot of the questions that he was outlining about civic studies. But I was introduced to it through these texts. We're thinking about who are we? And who are we in a community with? Who's included and who's excluded? And how do we debate about principles and what's right and what's just? And how do we live together as a community? How do we constitute a new commonwealth? All of those questions were present there, and it was my introduction to them. I'm grateful for having had that introduction. I think whatever I would have gone on to do with life, that would have been a valuable thing for me to study, and I would not have been exposed to it had I not enrolled in that class, and it was really just by accident that I did that. One of the thinkers that I was also introduced to in that class was James Wilson, one of the forgotten American founders. Wilson studied law under John Dickinson. He wrote one of the influential political pamphlets in 1774 against colonial taxation without colonial representation in Parliament. He served in the Continental Congress. He was a delegate to the Constitutional Convention. He's usually most credited with the structure of Article II, creating the presidency. He played a major role in the Pennsylvania ratification debates. He served as an associate justice on the first Supreme Court, and he was one of only 6 men to sign both the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. He had a good resume. In 1789, George Washington appointed him to the court, and then in 1790, while he was on the Supreme Court, the trustees at the College of Philadelphia appointed him as their first professor of law. One of the contemporaneous newspaper accounts of his first lecture when he was a professor at the College of Philadelphia noted that in attendance were George and Martha Washington, John Adams, both houses of Congress, both houses of the state legislature, and a number of ladies and gentlemen. For Wilson, as he was giving this and preparing his series of lectures, he hoped that they would be for American law, and he understood law very broadly, American constitutionalism, American politics, that it would be something like what Blackstone's commentaries had been for a generation of colonial lawyers. Now, that ultimately didn't happen for Wilson. He died of malaria in 1797. At that time, he had lost money in land speculation. He spent time in debtor's prison while he was on the Supreme Court, and he lived out his remaining days continually evading creditors. And so his lectures were never published in his lifetime. There's a Broadway musical waiting to be written about Wilson's life. And I think, like Hamilton, we could ask who lives and who dies and who tells your story. And scholars are starting to tell Wilson's story now in full and are interested in the ideas that he had, and particularly his lectures on law. And those lectures that Wilson gave show a deep appreciation for the role of education, and in this context, it's higher education, for sustaining the new republic. In his inaugural lecture, Wilson made 2 claims that are relevant for our conversation today, and I think could help guide our conversation next. The first claim was, quote, that law and liberty cannot become the object of our love unless they first become the object of our knowledge. And second, he said of these 2 things, law and liberty, that they, quote, should in some measure and in some degree be the study of every free citizen and every free man. Every free citizen has duties to perform, he said, and rights to claim. Unless in some measure and in some degree he knows those duties and those rights, he can never act a just and independent part. Now, it wasn't until 1885 that Henry Randall Waite coined the term civics to describe the study of the rights and duties of citizenship. But this idea of having a role for higher education in sustaining the republic goes back to the very beginning of the American experiment. As George Thomas has written a book about and talked about earlier today, some of the founders, even before ratification of the Constitution, were already advocating for the creation of a national university to educate the republic's future leaders and to unite people from different parts of the country. George Washington took up this idea in his inaugural message to Congress. In a republic, he said, "What species of knowledge can be equally important, and what duty more pressing on its legislature than to patronize a plan for communicating it to those who are to be the future guardians of the liberties of the country?" Among others of the founding generation, some took up the idea of a public university at the state level. Many of their mottos of these public state universities reflect a core civic mission built into the very foundations of the university. And this is true for the University of Texas at Austin, which is chartered much earlier but opens in the 1880s at the same time that Americans after the Civil War are talking about civics as a new discipline of study. And the reason they're talking about civics, combining this Latin word for citizen and a Greek suffix for field of study and creating a new idea, is because they're deeply concerned about how to sustain the new birth of freedom after the Civil War. There's a reason why this is happening in that post-war period. And at the University of Texas at Austin, our motto, with apologies to Jed if he's here for my Latin, is Disciplina Praesidium Civitatis. Study is the guardian of the city. It's a loose translation of a line from Mirabeau Lamar's first message to the Texas Congress in 1838, where he said that cultivated mind is the guardian genius of democracy. And Lamar went on to ask, in a way that echoed George Washington, how shall we protect our rights if we do not comprehend them? And how can we comprehend them unless we acquire a knowledge of the past and present condition of things and practice the habit of enlightened reflection? William Battle was a classical scholar, former UT president, and he was tasked with designing the seal of the University of Texas in the early part of the 20th century. And he put the motto, that Latin motto, against a blue background, and that, he said, was to emphasize sincerity and truth-seeking in the academic mission. And then the seal has an open book in one of the top fields of this heraldic shield that symbolizes study of the past. It's accumulated wisdom and lessons. And that is, for Battle, the discipline that's necessary to sustain free and flourishing societies in the future. The wreath and the seal then mirror the state of Texas, the political community for which the university exists. And after designing this seal for the flagship public university in Texas, Battle said that the motto incorporated in the seal was, quote, at once a justification of the university's existence and an ideal of its future. And so a question, reflecting back on this, is how do we carry out this task in the 21st century? And this is the central question, I think, for all of us today that we're thinking through. What do we envision for these new institutes, these new schools? How do we carry this forward? And to answer that, I think we should reflect on our moment and our opportunity. And so for our moment, I think we should face it head on. Confidence in higher education is at historic lows. Gallup poll last summer showed that 36% of respondents expressed high level of confidence in higher education. It was down 20% since 2015. Among Republican respondents, the percentage was 19%. And that's all prior to October 7th and the scrutiny that higher education has received since then in the spring of protests that we just had. I think that number is arguably lower and still declining. Some of this dissatisfaction, though not all of it, but some of it is related to the perception that higher education has become an ideological monoculture, closed to the full range of reasonable perspectives that are represented in our pluralistic society. Whether or not you think that's true, that perception poses a challenge for those of us who love the university and want to see it thrive. And a big part of that perception stems from the steady loss of conservative voices in higher education over time. John Shields wrote an article for National Affairs a a while back called The Disappearing Conservative Professor. And his research with Josh Dunn found that conservatives make up only 4% of historians, 3% of sociologists, and 2% of literature professors. In many departments, that effectively means that there are none. And this disconnect between the public and the university, particularly in a place like Texas, where we are a red state in a center-right country with a very blue faculty on campus, that disconnect has not been good for either one. And at the same time, these academic disciplines, while they've become more ideologically homogenous, have also become more and more specialized. This is not necessarily bad, this kind of specialization. Many of the disciplines have sophisticated methods. The body of knowledge is deeper. The questions they ask are more sophisticated. But as we've done this, we've exchanged breadth for depth, and part of what once constituted a broad civic education have been separated from each other into different disciplinary units, or they've just dropped out altogether, and not always for nefarious motives. There's just no one asking these questions and doing this work anymore. And this creates space, I think, arguably, for new interdisciplinary academic units that focus on the core competence of the citizen and the core tasks of civic education. And this is what our system Board of Regents asked our campus to do when they adopted a resolution last year directing our president to take steps to implement a new school of civic leadership. The resolution that our regents adopted calls for, quote, a comprehensive interdisciplinary program of research, teaching, training, and equipping students in the knowledge and the aptitudes necessary to lead a free society. And it goes on to say that the school would do this by providing, quote, students with foundational knowledge and critical thinking skills, whatever we think critical thinking skills might mean, steeped in the Western tradition and American constitutional history, and educating students in the values and principles of a free society while equipping them to be the next generation of leadership for our state and nation. Now, this work, coming back to the perception on campus, this work is attractive to conservatives, but not only conservatives. And it's only conservative in the small c sense of the word. It's aimed at conserving what is best and worth preserving in our political institutions and imparting foundational knowledge to our students so that they can take responsibility for their world. They can steward and improve those institutions for the next generation. But the work isn't and ought not to be partisan. Partisan fights are too ephemeral. Political wins are too unpredictable for any institution which seeks to last to tie itself to a partisan mast. We live in a polarized time, but civic education must transcend that polarization, not by being moderate or value-free, but by being something else altogether. And for lack of a better word, I've started calling this pre-partisan. Before our partisan disagreements, we must be united by something, some common object of our love. This is an Augustinian insight. Augustine thinks about Commonwealth being united by a common object of love, and this is something that James Wilson picked up on in his first lecture on law. If law and liberty be the objects of our love, they must first be objects of our knowledge. And love in this formulation, in the classical formulation, is to will the good of the other. And so if we're to will the good of our political community, we must first know something about it and its underlying principles and its history and how it came to be. Not to tear it down or deconstruct it, but to make it better. That it can be made better presumes that it's open to critique. Civic education, like liberal education, must be committed to open inquiry, freedom of thought and speech, civil discourse, all in the pursuit of truth. There are no prescribed orthodoxies. And not because we're neutral on the question of truth, it's because we actually have put a stake in the ground on that question that these norms flow. Dorothy Sayers wrote in an essay that many of you are probably familiar with in the middle of the 20th century about the lost tools of learning. Here she was talking about the classical trivium, grammar, logic, and rhetoric, which she described for the purpose of her essay as tools that we could take to study all sorts of different subjects, something that would continue long after formal education. And she concluded that the primary end, the purpose of education, would be to teach students how to think, not what to think, which you see at Ashland University all over on their banners. And so it is, I think, with civic education. We can turn to models of the past to think about the foundations of our civic life and to learn how to think about the foundations of our civic life and how to think about the responsibilities that fall on us as citizens. But on the details, we'll disagree. That's a sign that we're free and that we're thinking independently. And that must be true of these new schools and institutes of civic thought. So that's our moment. What of our opportunity? We've been given an opportunity, and I think have a responsibility now, to build these schools and these institutes in a way that will be meaningful and lasting, that we'll be able to look back in 20, 25 years and longer and see this moment as a moment that was significant for higher education. And of course, this isn't happening in a vacuum. We're all here together to talk about various projects around the country. Public universities in particular have been busy on this front. We've got new schools and institutes of civic thought in various stages of development in Arizona, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, Utah, and Ohio, and soon elsewhere, I would think. And so I'll leave us just with 4 broad thoughts about what success needs or requires in this moment, and we could think through some of the details about that. But the 4 major elements of success right now, the first is that we need to build within the university structures and according to its norms and procedures. We want to be part of the university, we want to build within it. The second is that we have to hire scholars who are distinguished for their academic excellence. We don't want to be the academic JV on campus. We want to have serious scholars doing serious work, including on the research front. And we want people also, though, who are not just researchers. They have to be committed to teaching, committed to mentorship, have an entrepreneurial energy and a desire to build. This isn't a conventional academic project, and so you need people who want to get to work. The third is that we collectively, we nationally need to develop innovative curricula that offer something unique and distinctive to students and their families who are coming to the university, and that connects with each other around the country. I think it's important for us to have cross-institutionally recognized programs of study where we understand that we're all part of the same intellectual project in one way or another. And we've seen over history, these kinds of things do develop in higher education. There's a history to every discipline, and we're beginning to see the history of this new approach to civic education. Fourth is that we must build relationships on and off campus with as many people as we can. Some in the past have expressed to me, every once in a while somebody expresses the worry that these will become silos on campus. And my response is always, I sure hope not, and it won't be on our account if they do. We want to engage with everyone on campus. And I think we'll best serve the university and best serve the state if we do that. Now, we're all here today because we've made civic education part of our vocation. It's what we devote our lives to doing, teaching and research in these areas. But as James Wilson reflected in his inaugural lecture at the College of Philadelphia, these things are the proper province of every citizen. These ideas are part of our civilizational heritage, and it will be necessary for our students to wrestle with them, whatever walk of life they go in and whatever vocation they pick up, if they're to steward this fragile enterprise of constitutional self-government into the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for really rich discussions that give us a lot to talk about. I'm tempted to just start by asking you to respond to one another, because I do think that there is a difference of opinion here about maybe the very subject of inquiry. There's a sense, I think, in your approach, Peter, that civics is something like the study of how people can live in society with one another. And as you say, how can we get to a point where we can act together? And in your view of this, Justin, there's a sense that the purpose of civics, at least to begin with, is to familiarize the student with his or her own tradition and starting point. These seem like very different things. Are they very different things? And how do you, Peter, think about what Justin lays out as what it is that civics teaches?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I'm tempted to, just because I really like what Justin's doing, would like to even be part of it, would like it to be also at Tufts. So I'm tempted to just smooth over the differences, but I think it's actually more interesting to create a contrast. So, so it's not an argument, but it is a contrast. So yes, I mean, I think that in my mind, the American Republic, its form and its history and the traditions in it do fit into the larger picture, because that's one of the we's that I, for example, am part of, and it's important to me, and because there's much to think about, and also because it's a rich tradition that tells us a lot about the more generic issues. For example, the Federalist Papers are a great textbook, especially, say, Federalist 10, a great textbook about how do you form groups in general, so quite applicable in other places. But to me, it's just a puzzle piece, and not the puzzle. I think it's I was involved in, Danielle Allen mentioned the American Educating for American Democracy project. That is actually defined as a project about American history and civics. I think that's completely appropriate because it's partly because it was advice to 50 US states for the kind of programs they should require in public schools, and probably the puzzle piece of the American Republic should be pretty big in a K-12 American curriculum. But I'm very interested, for example, in Ukraine. I've been, done 5 intense institutes there. It's not the right puzzle piece for Ukraine. And I don't think, and so this is a bit situational. For example, it's interesting question how big that piece of the puzzle should be at Tufts. We do have something like 20% of our students are not US citizens and are likely to go back to the other countries. A lot of our US citizen students are very interested in the rest of the world. So I'm not sure. But one could make an argument that it should be a bigger piece of our curriculum than it is. But just conceptually, I would take the American Republic as a super important example that's particularly important for those of us who are Americans, but not sort of the basic question. But and then I'll shut up. Except I think that does get into interesting, deeper questions about how you think about traditions, which has been talked about all day. I didn't use the word. I actually do value traditions a lot. But I suppose to make a sharper contrast, I am talking about a sort of an analytic approach in which one takes on. So last thought is I'm interested in a curriculum in which certain kinds of questions are treated as fairly generic and universal to the human condition. So how do you form groups? How do you get people to collaborate? So, for example, game theory is a fairly significant part of our curriculum. So game theory plays it. You can even look at Plato as an early game theorist. There's ways in which there's a tradition there, but it's a very different mindset. It's more, there's a bigger dose of the social sciences, and there's a bigger sense of maybe a cumulative research enterprise here about trying to figure out how to solve problems of human coordination. And that is different from a curriculum that's based on a bunch of great books and dialogue with each other.
Do you think of what Justin is describing as a part of that, or is it the other way around?
Well, it could be that each could be part of the other in a world that should be appropriately complicated. But from where I'm sitting, the American political philosophy tradition, with its antecedents and its connections, is part of it. It's just part of it. And I'm not sure how big a part it should be.
Justin, how do you think about this tension?
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is the focus on the particular versus the universal. The definition, which I was surprised to find out, I had mentioned that civics as a term originates in the 1880s. I assumed it was an older term. Of course, civic is something that we know, but civics as a field of study is new and it's American. And the definition is the study of the rights and duties of citizenship. And so that gets you into the question of, well, what does it mean to be a citizen? And a citizen of what commonwealth? And then you get into that question of the regime. And so I think in order to ask what it means to be a citizen, you have to know something about the regime that you're a part of. And then you get into the history and the principles of that regime. And the question about what it means to be a good citizen versus a good man is an ancient question. But it then requires you to think about citizenship in light of a universal understanding of what it means to be a good person. And so you're measuring, there's a critical aspect of that, thinking about to what extent you can be a good person in this regime as a good citizen. That's not going to be true of every regime. And so I think it's, in some ways, maybe it's the entry point looks very different. And so the entry point becomes our history, our tradition, the story of America. But that can take you in all sorts of different places. That could take you into the past because you have to know about the antecedents of America. And so studying classical history and classical philosophy on through the modern era into the American founding, I think is a legitimate part of that. But then if you take the line forward, I think then you also get into questions about America's relationship to the world. And you've got to think about a global context of the American founding and of American history over time. So there's a way in which all these subjects get pulled in, but the emphasis often is more particular than it is general. But there's a way that I think our project then weds civics and leadership in a way that a lot of these institutes and schools are now putting those two things together. And I think the leadership component of it actually brings in some of what you're doing. And so if you want, if the question that you begin with is what kind of education do we want leaders to have, which is different than what does it look like to study leadership. But if you're asking about the education they should have, at least some part of that education is going to be thinking through questions on the dimension that you're talking about that won't necessarily just be specific historical case studies, but will be actual applied research and social science methods and thinking through all those questions. So I think there's a place for all of it, but in some ways, maybe the tension is both in the order, what are you exposed to first and how do you go from there? And then also the relative priority of one thing over another.
Peter, it seems like maybe another tension is the centrality of the nation state.
Right.
I gather from Justin's description that while he would think about other communities, other levels, a city, a state, there's such a thing as an American city that's distinct for being an American city. And that means that in order to understand collective action in our particular society, you actually have to study the regime, as he puts it.
Yeah.
Is that seems not to be part of how you're describing what you do.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good contrast that everybody can place themselves on the spectrum. I mean, that's right. I think there's a bunch of powerful thinkers who think of the regime, and Montesquieu and many others who think of the regime as the primary or a major unit of analysis. And one of the authors of the original Manifesto for Civic Studies was Eleanor Ostrom, who's a huge influence on me. And she didn't believe in that really at all, I think. Just to state her view a little more strongly than she might, she just thought that there was no such thing as the state. The world is extremely polycentric. There's many different levels and structures of organization from the micro to the macro, and they overlap. And so there isn't really a regime. Yes, there's a city, and the city's embedded in a state and in a country, and that's interesting, but there's also a way in which New York City is a Caribbean city in the present moment in really important ways, I think, right? And so things are connected to each other in all different ways, and so we're not embedded in a regime. We're embedded in a whole bunch of different circles around ourselves. I still think you study the American regime for sure, and I'd even require it. But again, to me, it becomes an example, and you immediately start questioning whether it's the thing. Well, for example, one of the questions, and it's a really good question, is to what extent is it continuous over the 250 years? Because it sure looks different, and not just because of changes in the Constitution or politics, but little things like the Industrial Revolution and the internet and things. I mean, is it the same regime? And that becomes a question. But if you're starting with Eleanor Ostrom, you don't really think it's going to be one regime. It's not. It's going to surprise you to learn that it has one continuity is going to surprise you.
Is there knowledge that is required for this kind of civics? Knowledge of your own tradition, knowledge of your. Justin talks about an object of love, united by an object of love that we have to know before we can really belong to. Are you assuming a we that maybe actually needs to be inculcated before it's really there?
Right. So, well, there's a very good question about whether piety or loyalty needs to also be inculcated, and if so, to what. I accept that. Though I would kind of hope that would happen earlier, and that by the time you're in college, you're stepping a little aside from that. But is there knowledge? Absolutely, of all kinds. I mean, the diagram I showed, I don't know if you remember this, was a bunch of questions. To me, those are lifelong learning questions, and they're also research. This is also a map of a research agenda. So how do you create trust in inside of organizations? That is, first of all, that has been studied, right? Social capital, these questions, there's a huge literature. But also, it's not going to be resolved permanently because it changes when we move from web 2.0, Web 1.0 to Web 2.0, and then when the social media collapses, and I mean, the world changes, and so the agenda changes. What you need to learn is whatever we know at the present moment about how to solve those problems that are on my list, plus the skills, and I'm talking about intellectual skills here for figuring out how to solve them in the future. But I would put some things that probably most people in the room wouldn't be so interested in on the list. So for example, game theory, because of the way that it generalizes across different scales and contexts of competition and collaboration among human beings.
Justin, in your view of this, there's a big we right at the center that needs to be known. And you emphasize knowledge in what you describe here for us. Is there a way in which that we and that knowledge can obstruct our understanding, our vision? Is it, at the end of the day, are we really studying this thing we've inherited so that we know it? Or is this a path toward something more like liberal education, towards some set of questions? How oppressive are you letting that tradition really be in the sort of study you describe?
It's a good question that we've talked about. Several people have drawn that contrast between liberal education and civic education, whether there's a tension there. I do think that on the knowledge aspect, as we've thought through what a curriculum would look like for our students, we do want there to be a body of knowledge that the students are introduced to, and that anybody who goes through a course of study on civics would be able to say that they had been exposed to some core elements of what we think would constitute that body of knowledge. And so at a very basic level, if you go through a course of study on civics, you have a bachelor's degree from that, and you're at a job interview and they ask you about something about the Constitution, you should be able to say you've read it, you've thought about it, you've put some time into that. You know something about U.S. constitutional history, you know about the American economic system, you know about the various arguments for and against different economic forms. All of those kinds of things we hope would be part of a broad civic education. Does it also become a vehicle for thinking about broader, more universal questions? I think it does, and so to that extent, it also gets you into a liberal education. Even thinking about that course of study I had mentioned where we're reading foundational documents, those documents put people in argument with each other, and so it's a way of introducing people to argument. It's not that everybody in the past was right, because they couldn't have all been right. They all disagreed with each other, but you're being introduced to the arguments that they had. And then you're seeing the reasons that they gave for the positions that they had. And so it becomes a kind of liberal education by proxy, where you're being introduced to all the things that they're thinking about. And those questions end up being pretty weighty questions. You know, when you're reading the Lincoln-Douglas debates, those are big, universal questions that are embedded within a very particular historical moment. And so I think it does get you into that. The other aspect of a liberal education is the part about leadership. So what kind of education do we want future leaders to have? And a liberal education done well is an education that's appropriate to free people. And so the idea is that it prepares you for freedom, and it's worthy of your freedom. This is the kind of study that free people would engage in, and it also prepares them for a kind of intellectual freedom and for self-government. And so to that extent, I don't think civic education and liberal education are at odds or are necessarily at odds. Now, civic education in a different regime might be quite at odds with liberal education, but I don't think it is in the US.
I wonder if we can think about this moment in relation to that challenge, that tension between liberal education and civic education. Liberal education liberates the student from what is oppressing the student. And there are certainly times when what oppresses the student is an overbearing presence of what is his own. Too much knowledge of your own city is more or less what Socrates was liberating some of his students from. They were really Athenian, and they needed to see through some things. Peter, do you worry that today's students are really not overly American when they come to you and they need to be liberated into a kind of universal understanding, but that maybe they, and Justin, I wonder if this is part of what you're doing or not, they need to be liberated from a set of shared notions that are not familiar enough with the American tradition, and that to inform them about it is the beginning of a liberation. Is civic education an opening to liberal education for you too, Peter, in this sense?
I think probably students don't know as much as they should know about, even our students are really talented. And by the way, they're 18 years old, so it's always worth remembering 5 years ago they were not even teenagers. Right. How much have you all learned in the last 5 years? I mean, I've learned some stuff, but I haven't learned that much. I'm just trying to say that to ask an 18-year-old to know everything is not fair, and they're on a quick upward trajectory. But I think they probably don't know as much about the U.S. System as they should, and I think they maybe are on the whole too critical of it and not appreciative of it enough, although I think that's a little bit of a stereotype, and I find many students have all kinds of complex views. So I'm in favor of more of that, more study of the American system, even for those students who are just visiting for 4 years and then going back to other countries. I think I do like the idea of freedom, obviously, and liberty. I think one piece of freedom, of course, is not the freedom of the complete individual against the society, but rather the collective freedom of people, but also in associative groups. So it's the freedom to associate and then to do things collectively, and that's a kind of freedom that, that's the Tocquevillian freedom. That's the kind of freedom that, and it also could be, as I just did by referring to Tocqueville, parsed out in an American way, but it's also a global thing, and that's the kind of freedom that's always at risk. At risk both from oppression from the top, but also from the failure to be able to coordinate behavior so that you can do something collectively together. So if we imagine freedom as just non-restraint, then, well, that's not what I'm interested in.
Yeah. Justin, is what you're offering for everybody? Is it even for foreign students? Peter mentioned foreign students, and you can see how what he's doing would be as natural a fit for them. Do you think this is something that everyone who comes into the University of Texas at Austin should be exposed to?
I would hope so, yes. I get that question about foreign students, to what extent is this just going to be about America, and do foreign students want to take that? I do think it's an important thing for us to offer as a state university. We have a certain obligation to the citizens of our state, and we are first and foremost training. We're supported by the state legislature, supporting the education of students who will become leaders in those communities around. But we have a lot of foreign students, and I think that they would benefit from studying civics in the American context, partly because it gives them a broader appreciation for the United States and everything that can be gleaned from that, but also because it does get you into those questions that are perennial. And so you have a particular context for a question, how it was sorted out in the US, but you can apply that to a different context. And so I think that comparative aspect of it's helpful. Actually, I have a Chinese student who was in my US constitutional law class, who loved it and came to me recently and asked for a summer reading list and it's anything you want me to read, just let me know. What should I put on my summer reading list? So it's an interesting question, actually. Very practical right now. I have to think about, what would be the right kind of reading list for a student like that would be beneficial.
I do want to open things up. Think about what questions you have. Before we do that, one more question for you from me. Is what you're doing a critique of the existing disciplines? What's the relationship of this kind of civics education in the university to the history department, the political science department?
Yeah, I think our existence is in a way an implicit critique of the status quo. You're making the argument that there's something that's needed, and by saying there's something that's needed, there's something that's lacking. So what is lacking exactly? And I think that we could answer that in multiple ways. One thing that I had mentioned earlier is just the specialization of the disciplines, that they've gone in different directions, but what constitutes a broad civic education has not been fully consumed within any one department, and certain aspects of it have dropped out. And so as an example, many political science departments are heavily quantitative in orientation, and they have not asked some of these core questions like I'm talking about. The class that I took, that I began with, probably won't be taught in the future as new faculty come online and new research interests take over what's being taught. That's not necessarily a criticism of what's being taught, it's just saying that something is being left out. In economic history, as another example, you don't have a lot of people doing economic history in econ departments. You don't have a lot of people doing econ history in history departments. You don't have anybody doing economic thought in political science departments. So there are whole aspects of what would constitute a good civic education that just aren't being taught. And if they are being taught, they're isolated in different places around the university. So I think the promise of a new interdisciplinary unit is bringing those pieces together. Now there's also the component that I talked about before, which is the perception and the reality of a kind of ideological monoculture in the university. And one promise of these new schools and institutes is that you can help remedy that in certain ways, partly because the kinds of classes that we're talking about and the kinds of subjects that would be taught are going to be attractive to right-of-center students and faculty, not exclusively, and it does not need to be a right-wing version of the left-wing thing that it's reacting against. I think that's a bad idea for it to be that. But it is going to have a kind of intellectual diversity, both within institutes and schools and for the university as a whole, and I think that's going to be a helpful thing for the broader conversation.
Peter, you showed us how what you're doing is distinct from the other disciplines. Do you worry about this intellectual diversity problem too? Is that part of what you're responding to also?
Yes, I just agree. Actually, I just agree with everything Justin said. I mean, the only thing I would add is that the fact-value distinction in its crude forms is another part of the problem, because the citizen, as I've described a citizen, is not distinguishing between facts and values. The two things are very closely intertwined. You're trying to figure out what should we do. You're talking about facts and values together, but we've sort of pretended that we farmed out values to philosophy and maybe political theory, maybe religion, and the social sciences are going to be value-free, and then most people in this room would think they're not. So that's just problematic, and so the space we should be occupying is a space where fact and value are very closely related.
Let's take some questions.
Thank you very much. Luke Foster, I'm a postdoc at Notre Dame. A question about the regime, which has been, I think, implicit in both of what you've said, and in some ways has been coming up all day. What about the tension between the aristocratic and democratic aspects of civic education? Right? And I think there are layers to this tension. One of them is rhetorical, right? We don't, as Americans, we instinctively don't like to sound aristocratic or exclusive. But at the same time, if we want to explain to parents of potential students why they should send their children to study with us, we have to be making the case that we're doing something different than elementary school social studies classes or even high school civics. Right? We're preparing leaders, people who will have an education that not everyone will have, and there's presumably some value added there. So how do you think about that conceptually, and then each of you, and then how do you think about framing that in terms of making the case for your programs, the relationship between the hierarchical and the egalitarian aspect?
I mean, one quick thought is you take a place like Tufts, on one hand, pretty lefty and everything. On the other hand, a huge proportion of the students are going into finance and consulting. I think it's the third or fifth richest student body in the country. So despite whatever you might think about ideology in the classroom, it's actually a channel into finance and business. Only 7% of our students are actually going to anything related to politics or government or law immediately after graduation. I think a few more will go to law school, but most of them will be corporate lawyers. So there's a unexamined sense in which we are producing an aristocracy. We're also enrolling in aristocracy, predominantly. And then, so the sort of rhetoric then of equality and diversity and democracy is in a funny tension with the actual function of the institution, which a lot of students are sort of aware of and will even find an interest in talking about, but aren't really embodying that, and aren't really working through that contradiction. So then what we are actually offering is a civic education with a lot of little d democracy in it for a bunch of people who are actually going to be running powerful economic institutions in New York City or Boston, right? So that's an irony.
C.S. Lewis has a great short essay called Democratic Education, where he thinks through that question and makes the case that the kind of education small d Democrats want is not the kind of education that sustains democracy. And so it was an argument against democratizing educational standards, that you actually should be hierarchical in terms of the kind of education that you offer, and you want some people at the top to have a pretty high-level education. And I think we're already doing that with our university system. And so a place like UT Austin, it's a public university. We have 40,000 undergraduate students. The top 6% of graduating classes get automatic admission to the university. And so we're enrolling 40,000 valedictorians, and it's high level, but it's elite education at scale. But we've got a lot of really talented students there. And part of our premise is that those students just will be leaders in their communities in the future. And so it's not a question of whether they'll be leaders or not. It's a question of what kind of education do you want them to have while they're there. We did propose our degree as an honors degree, partly for this reason. We recognize it's going to be attractive as a major to a certain subset of the students, and so we want to recognize that group, and I think some of the students who come in will be highly motivated, interested in doing this at a high level, will require a lot of them, and so we'll pitch that as an honors major. I think that also addresses the question to the extent that people are thinking about it, about whether this is something they should have gotten in K-12. And for our students, I've discovered that if you ask them that, they actually don't know about civics. They didn't take it. And so they don't have that association in their minds of civics as remedial. But I think some of the other people that you think, well, shouldn't you have had civics? Mm-hmm. But there's an answer to that, and that is if it's worth teaching at the K-12 level, then it's worth having serious people doing serious work on it at the higher education level. Right. And there's no other subject that we're teaching in K-12 that we would think, we don't need to bother with that subject at higher education because it's somehow beneath us. And so with civics, I think it's the same thing, that part of the history of this, if you go back to the word civics in the 1880s in the US, was focused on higher ed. And Joseph Wharton, when he gave his gift to create the Wharton School at Pennsylvania, thought in terms of civics. And he has a whole document about the kind of education business leaders should have, and it was all focused on civics. And so there's a way in which I think we can reclaim and recapture that word as something that is not a liability, but it's a real strength.
Can I just say one quick thing about, sorry to jump
Please,
in, but just to build on what you said, one of the odd things that happens in K-12 is that K-12 schools actually do look to college disciplines for their guidance. Mm-hmm. So when they have a course that used to be called civics, now they look to the political science department in colleges. So a lot of your students probably would answer that they had to take an American government. It's required in the state of Texas. Yep. But American government represents Poli-Sci 101 in college, and that has various limitations that we've all talked about, right? Apart from anything else, it's strictly empirical value, allergic to talking about values, very quantitative, and that's actually what students are getting in a more demanding way than they got 30 years ago, but it's political science, it's not civics.
Yeah. In the back, please.
Hi, Flag Taylor, Skidmore College. This is a question to both of you. Just thinking about both the content of education and the kind of manners and mores of the citizen, do either of those demand kind of particular pedagogical approaches in the classroom?
I don't know that they do necessarily. I think there's a real value in having small courses, and there's something beneficial about a seminar setting where students can talk with each other. They can develop those kinds of virtues of civil discourse in that setting. But I also think that there's something that is valuable at having a large lecture class, that having students listen to and learn from a very good lecturer can be valuable. I think there are all sorts of different pedagogical techniques that could be brought to the subject matter. And so probably some mix of those different things would be beneficial. But at the end of the course of study, you do want students who have developed certain habits, aptitudes, and that's going to involve their ability to write, their ability to speak and to communicate. It gets us back into the question of the lost tools of learning, as Dorothy Sayer said. What are the tools that they pick up along the way? And I think we need to model our courses or design our courses so that they can inculcate those skills.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I would also distinguish between means and ends, and I don't really agree with the kind of people who say that a civic education has to be civic in the way that it's done, or that a democratic education has to be democratic. I think it depends on what works, and it's likely to be a mix. I do think that you made an earlier description in the Q&A of the seminar of the humanities classroom as a place where the texts are in dialogue with each other and are debated, and that is here. There's the question of the substance. What are the texts about? They might or might not be about anything civic. They might, in fact, be aesthetic or spiritual. There is probably something to be learned from the interaction about text with somebody who's different. What you're learning there is how to have interactions with people who disagree with you, and the text becomes an object for the benefit. Someone mentioned earlier today, it's good when the person who wrote it is dead, because it separates right.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I love teaching constitutional law, because it will get you into every controversial issue that we have in American politics, but in a really concrete way. It's not hypothetical, it's very specific. You have parties, you have facts of the case, and then you have students read both opinions. They have majority opinions, dissenting opinions. They have to talk about that. They have to put themselves inside those arguments. And so it just requires them to think about things in a different kind of way, rather than just, what do you think about X, Y, or Z? It's a very structured way to have to think through those dilemmas.
Another question.
We're not disagreeing very much. Maybe
I know. I'll try to get one. Yeah.
Please, over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Amanda Green, UC Santa Barbara. So you've all started the panel by saying we're thinking about the relationship between civic education and the university. And I wanted to follow up by asking you to say a little bit about the concept of expertise, which I take to be constitutive of the university as an institution. So I was struck by, I think it was a quote from James Wilson, who said, citizenship is the particular province of every, no, what was the particular province of?
Every free man, every free citizen.
Every free citizen.
Yeah.
And it reminded me that there's a kind of everyman ethos in the study of civics. And in there's a similarity with philosophy in that I tell my students, we're going to be asking questions that children ask and answering them in the way that lawyers answer them. But philosophy conceives of itself as continuous with everyman, with a kind of everyman ethos of inquiry. But that's not how it works in the university. It's institutionalized. There is such a thing as philosophical expertise. So how are you thinking about expertise in the case of civic education, and how would you say it's different from or similar to other academic fields of study?
I think the question connects to the conversation earlier about what it means to be a generalist versus a specialist. And so in some ways it's the education of a generalist, in the sense that a citizen has to be able to take on information that can be generated through expertise, but they have to be able to synthesize that information and to make judgment calls about how we live our day-to-day lives together that isn't itself any particular area of expertise. And so, for example, if you are trying to make decisions about, maybe you might have brought this up, Ben, the question of the pandemic, policymaking during the pandemic. If you rely on experts, they have an expertise, but it's in one area. And that one area, the knowledge that's gained from that one area, might not be enough to make decisions taking in knowledge that's gained from every area. And so you're gonna have to synthesize that, but if you allow infectious disease experts to do public policy without any other information or taking on expertise from any other area, I think you're gonna have a nearsighted view of what ought to be done. So part of what you're doing is you're training students in the habit of thinking through big questions and synthesizing information that can be generated by experts, but you're not training them to be an expert in any particular area. And I think arguably that's the role of post-secondary education. When you go to graduate school, you can develop your expertise, but for the kind of training, the everyman training that you're talking about, really that has to begin before you get to the university, and hopefully should be accomplished before you get to the university. So there is a deepening of your education at the higher education level, but if this is the province of every free citizen, every free man in the community, that's got to take place earlier. And so I think this is, Danielle Allen earlier had made the comment about one of the things universities can do is educate the people who will be going out into the K-12 world, because I think that one of the most important issues right now is what we're doing with K-12 education, and I think that's an area that we need to put some time and attention on.
Yeah, once again, just to build on, not to disagree, it might be interesting to think about an analogy to professional education. For example, a classic profession like medicine. So the future physician is taught a lot of information, skills, concepts, ethics as well, medical ethics, and a kind of way of being by people who are part of the medical profession, but who are much more specialized, right? So you're going to be taught biochem by perhaps an MD, PhD, who's a biochemist. So And then you exit, and you might specialize as a physician, or you might be a general practitioner, but you go through a point at which you're a doctor, and that's what you are. So but the limits, of course, of that is that it's assumed that you're going to be a doctor. So what if we step back from that and ask, what's a vocational education for a citizen? I think it's somewhat similar. It's trying to get you to the point where you're the general practitioner of citizenship. Some of the people in that discussion are actually much more expert, including the faculty who teach the specific things. So you don't want to study, James Wilson from somebody who doesn't know about it. You want to study about it from somebody who does know about it. You might want to go off and be an expert on James Wilson, or you might want to be a civil society leader, not necessarily an academic. You might want to specialize. And so what I'm trying to say is expertise is part of it, and even very advanced expertise. If I want to know about how to create trust in groups, I want to know what social psychologists say, and that's part of it. But the point is not to produce a whole bunch of specialists. The point is to produce the general practitioner of the art of citizenship. And that's a kind of model for what we might think of as then the liberal arts.
Let's take one more question in the back here, yeah.
Michael Promisel, Catholic University of America. Justin, like you, my life was transformed by a class in American political thought. That class was sponsored by none other than Jim Caesar. So I'm going to bring up my favorite book by Jim as a vehicle for my question. In Liberal Democracy and Political Science, Jim argues that traditional political science was aimed at the statesman. The traditional role of political science is to cultivate the habits, the skills, and the knowledge that are necessary to govern the common. Modern political science is actually the aberration in this great history. So is the modern moment an opportunity for the revival of a sort of long-standing tradition rather than the invention of a new discipline? Thank you.
When I was first hired in a faculty role after graduate school, I had a reception where an emeritus professor was attending, and he asked what I studied, and I told him what I was doing, and he said, throwback. And I didn't know I was a throwback until that moment. Yeah, I do think there's something about that. The first School of Political Science at Columbia University, their founding document, says that the goal of political science as they create this school is to study politics from the threefold perspective of history, philosophy, and law. Mm-hmm. And so there's a built-in interdisciplinary aspect to what political science originally was about. And that was focused on training future leaders. And so that was the explicit goal of the School of Political Science at Columbia. That was the explicit goal when you look at the founding documents of University of Virginia, all of these different places. They were very self-consciously thinking about what kind of curriculum and what kind of education should our future leaders have. And the thing that was on the list, in UVA's case, they're a little biased toward the Virginia founders, but it was, you're going to read Washington's farewell address, and you're going to read the Declaration of Independence, you're going to read the Constitution, the Federalist Papers. And so it's very similar, actually, the kind of curriculum that we have in mind to what they were doing in the past. And in that same era of the founding of the first School of Political Science is also when Americans are talking about civics as a serious thing that we need to be doing. And so I think there's a big element of coming back to or returning to a discipline that was already there and recovering it. And part of the story of this is not just political science. I think the history, philosophy, law, we add economics and other social sciences, and for that matter, other humanities, that all of that becomes part of this discipline that we have in mind. But it is something, it's not really, we're not inventing something new. We're recovering something that's been there and trying to improve it for the future.
Yeah, right. And just briefly, I think, what if it's not education for statesmen, what is it? So one answer is, well, it's a science, meaning it's value neutral, it's descriptive, it's explaining what is happening, it's not actually asking the question, what should we do? And that's a primary rival, right, and a primary reason that, and there's a real suspicion of something that was about what should we do, as opposed to science, because it's seen then as being somehow value-laden in a problematic way, although I don't agree with that because I believe in values, but also because I think values come back in the back door anyway. So positivism is one of the rivals. I guess the other conversation is about how many people can be statesmen? And one, actually, if you really take statesmen seriously, do we have any at the moment? Look, certainly we don't have very many, right? So, but the other, my for what it's worth, my view would be kind of an Eleanor Ostrom view. She was a huge influence on me. Would be yes, actually, we have millions and millions, or at least thousands and thousands of statesmen. It's just that the scale of leadership is quite diverse. So, school board, city council, but not those are political, but also church. And so actually we are educating for statesmen, and we just think that most people can be statesmen.
Well, that is our time. We're going to close with a few closing remarks from Ben Story, but let's first just thank our panel.
Thank you.
Okay, you all. So in my conversations in the hallway today, the comment that people kept making to me is, "Where did you get your guest list?" And that's a real credit to you all because of the kind of contributions to this conversation that you've brought today, which is, I think, a result of the mix of thoughtfulness and engagement in important practical projects that I think the people in this room have brought to bear. And the quality of the people in this room causes me to think back on another Ben Franklin bon mot. We heard the famous, thing about Republic if you can keep it. But the other one that I'm sure most of you know is the thing where he's like, at the end of the Constitutional Convention, he's looking at George Washington sitting in the chair, and the chair's got the little thing, that looks kind of like a setting sun, kind of like a rising sun. And Franklin says, he's been wondering, is it rising or is it setting the entire time through this whole thing? And as he sees the Constitution come together, he concludes that it is, in fact, a rising sun. And this reminds me of you people too, in the sense that thinking about the work that you're doing makes me think that it is a rising sun, that there are really serious reasons for hope in higher education in American civic life. And this is, as Franklin's I've heard you all say before, don't let anybody make you an optimist. And I think this is true. Look, if we look around, there's lots of dark stuff. But the rising, setting sun thing, what unites a rising sun and a setting sun is a lot of darkness. These things are often, in our experience, mixed, and you can see that in the examples that so many people have given over the course of the day. So, for example, we talked a lot about Cicero. And as you know, Cicero had a really brilliant civic and intellectual career that ended up with him being beheaded. Melinda gave us a wonderful excursus into 17th century England, which also involves some pretty famous beheadings. If we think about the era of the founders, which we think of as the most fecund era in American political thought, well, Franklin was really serious when he said that he thought the whole thing might come apart right there at the beginning. And as you study other other eras in American civic life, you think that the wheels have almost come off at almost every moment in the course of the American past. So the darkness and the light are often mixed, but the light might be advancing. And here I'm reminded of something Robert Thomas said earlier today. He said, golden ages don't last forever. And that is totally and obviously true. But the thing of it is, there's a presupposition, which is that golden ages actually exist. And that if golden ages exist, that means they have to start. And it's quite possible that a golden age is starting. And golden ages often start in precisely dark times. So if you think about what Robert taught us today about the beginning of the Columbia Accord, that was an incredibly fruitful intellectual project. I look at Luke Foster, who spoke a minute ago, who was educated in the Columbia Accord not so long ago. There are lots and lots of people that have been shaped by that incredibly important project. When did it start? It started in the era of the World Wars, when things really did seem to be falling apart. So, you all make me think that we might be launching the beginning of a golden age. And the reason for that is not because, the arc of history is with us. It's because you all are doing hard work. Some of the people in this room are in incredibly contested political positions. People give them a lot of guff, and they're fighting through it to build important things. And to all those people, I just say, thank you. We know it's hard, but what you're doing matters. What you're doing matters right now, and what you're doing is going to matter a whole lot more in the future. So thank all of you for being here. Let me say a couple other words of thanks. Thanks to our fantastic events people who make everything run so smoothly. Thanks to our AV people who make it so that you can hear us all the time. Thanks to our kitchen people. They are going to serve you a really fabulous dinner before long. I don't know what it is, but I know it's going to be fabulous because here it always is. Thank you to Yuval Levin and Robert Dorr, who have so generously sponsored this project at AEI. It's not obvious that what Jenna and I are doing is a perfect fit for a public policy research institution, but they are broad-minded people who have seen that it does and supported it very generously, and we are endlessly grateful for that. Thank you to Jenna, who is the presiding spirit among the organizational element of the Story family work. Jenna has a peculiar genius for putting people together in interesting combinations in a previous life in another country and language and religion. I'm pretty sure she was a Yenta. That is responsible for a lot of the really great conversations we've had today. A couple of practical things and then one more thanks. Practical things, we're going to send you a questionnaire. Please fill it out. It's really helpful to us in understanding this. These conversations exist for you to help you in your work, and so tell us what you want more of, what you want less of, and we will try to be useful in that way. As soon as I finish here, cocktails are down the hall, and then dinner will be back in this room at 5:30. And finally, thank you to Noah Rosenfield. Noah is our astonishingly able research assistant. My children refer to Noah as Jeeves. For those of you who know the Bertie Wooster, Jeeves and Wooster, the P.G. Wodehouse Jeeves and Wooster novels, that casts me in the role of Bertie Wooster, to which I sometimes have to plead guilty. Noah has done all the astonishing legwork required to bring you all here and make this all happen. We're extraordinarily grateful for that. We're going to lose Noah because Yale has insisted on his coming there and studying political theory, the jerks that they are. So next year, when you get correspondence from us, it will come from Lauren Collins, who's also very capable and will be taking over Noah's role. But while Lauren can take over, she cannot possibly replace Noah. So if you'll please join with me in thanking him and then heading out for drinks.